Chapter 1. By the heavens, what a peculiar sight. The boy, who had just regained consciousness, opened his eyes and, after a moment of bewilderment, swallowed hard. Ah, there's no ceiling. What unfurled before him was a breathtakingly surreal panorama, akin to a dream, awash with vibrant, jewel-like hues that swirled and shimmered, imbued with an ethereal essence, reminiscent of the aurora borealis. As if he were wandering through a celestial paradise, it was dazzling, enchanting, and utterly intoxicating. Even the slightest breath brought a profound sense of comfort that penetrated to his very core. This was the boy's initial impression upon beholding the mesmerizing scene. He realized he was enveloped in a substance akin to resplendent glass, so dreamlike, so radiant, and so entrancing. Though he felt no trace of a mattress beneath him, the sensation surpassed that of any bed he had ever lain upon. His entire being felt weightless yet profoundly grounded, enveloped in a comforting warmth that resonated deep within his soul. Had he stumbled upon a rebirth? Hey, is this really how it is? I only lived 18 years in my previous life. Couldn't I have arrived a few years later? The boy blinked in astonishment, suddenly smacking his lips. Is this the womb? Though it seems a tad too luxurious for merely a few stars, doesn't it? He appeared to be treating the womb like a hotel. Before long, the boy felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he soon succumbed to slumber, blissfully enveloped in that intoxicating comfort. The colorful, glass-like essence that permeated his surroundings gently swirled, dreamlike and ethereal, reminiscent of a mother's gentle touch, a tender caress. Behind a half-open door lay a dimly lit room, shrouded in darkness. With faint glimmers of light flickering in the distance, the slender boy, with a charming countenance and appearing to be around 17 or 18, sat before a computer desk, smiling as he deftly maneuvered a golden mouse adorned with the Dragon Ball Z emblem. The room's lights were off, shrouded in shadows. The glow from the screen illuminated the boy's face in a ghostly manner. Before him lay a specially crafted keyboard, each key emblazoned with the visage of Dragon Ball Z warriors, and the keyboard itself resembled the golden cloud known as Kintown. The boy rubbed his stubbled chin, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes betrayed a touch of melancholy. Has it come to an end, Goku? Until we meet again. This lad was a die-hard Dragon Ball enthusiast, his greatest passion being the incessant revisiting of the original manga. Though he had indulged in a plethora of anime from the 11th district, including those with titles beginning with H, Dragon Ball remained his unwavering classic, an unmatched pinnacle. Stretching lazily, his sturdy frame strained against his shirt, showcasing the well-defined physique sculpted under the influence of the iconic series that had so profoundly impacted him. Oh dear, yet another update from Evil Buddha, the young boy lamented as he opened the pages of Dragon Ball, the Super Saiyan project, habitually clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. That he then hurried off to read the latest installment of Dragon Ball, The Legend of Lingya, grumbling about the slow pace of updates before allowing his mind to wander. After a spell of daydreaming, perhaps feeling a tad dizzy, the boy stretched languidly. Soon, fatigue overtook him, and he rested his head on the table, succumbing to slumber. In the haze of his dreams, he glimpsed a shimmering spectrum of colors reminiscent of resplendent glass. In the pitch-black, profound, and frigid unknown of the cosmos, a dreamlike and beautiful celestial body floated serenely. Surrounding it were 4 small planets, each merely 1% of its size, equally enchanting and exquisite. This wondrous world was known as Kaioshin Star, or Kaioshin Realm. Here resided the overseer of the universe, the Kaioshin, thus earning the epithet Sanctum. Mere mortals could never hope to traverse the vast expanse of the universe to reach this sacred place, let alone dare to tread upon its hallowed grounds, sacred, noble, and inviolable, much like the exalted Kaioshin themselves. Upon the massive primary star, a complete atmosphere formed a pale purple sky, crystalline and clear, adorned with wisps of soft yellow clouds. The verdant earth was blanketed in lush grass, with nearly 80% being land, and only a small portion occupied by azure waters where schools of fish frolicked. The land was a harmonious expanse comprising forests, towering mountains, meandering streams, and vibrant flora and fauna, teeming with life. Amusingly, despite the immense strength of mortal beings, they were deemed unworthy to even set foot upon this divine territory yet. Less formidable creatures thrived here. Effortlessly, the air here was imbued with a divine and pure essence capable of cleansing the soul, while simultaneously repelling and eradicating any malevolence or filth that dared to invade. This sacred domain, this moment, on a patch of grass within the sanctum, lay a boy with an eccentric hairstyle, the quintessential style of the Kaioshin, perhaps resembling gears or wheels. Well, Let's call it a rooster comb. With a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, he reclined on the soft ground, enveloped by the gentle fragrance of fresh grass. So, did I just get transported like this? Cavasser mused, chewing on the grass, rubbing his forehead in mild frustration. It felt like a dream one moment he was awake, and in the blink of an eye, he was here. The pale purple sky was pristine, with only a few wispy yellow clouds drifting lazily. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, invigorating him. I never expected to end up here, he exclaimed, spitting out the grass. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Cavasser's eyes as he maintained a relaxed position, nestling his head in his hands and crossing his legs, slowly rising into the air. Levitation technique. Is this not the art of flight? A month ago, when Cavasser instinctively took to the skies, his mind was inundated with thunderous revelations. Moreover, an even more astonishing development occurred. Little Covey, are you running around again? A distant speck darted through the sky, gradually approaching, revealing a mature woman with a hairstyle strikingly similar to Cavasser's. With a graceful landing, she secured Cavasser's neck and ascended into the air once more, her voice imbued with a magnetic femininity. Did I not tell you that we have a barbecue gathering at the boss place today? If you do not come to help, Nancy will surely complain about not having enough to eat. As a Supreme Kai, is your memory truly this poor? Ugh. Cavasser, being hastily whisked away by the West Supreme Kai, rolled his eyes, his body flailing like a kite in the wind. The Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai. A deity. How could he be the Supreme Kai of his realm? Upon realizing this shocking truth, Cavasser nearly succumbed to the urge to hurl his shoe at the plump visage of the great Supreme Kai. To think he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball not just as a scion, but as a mere earthling without even the privilege to interact with the original characters. And yet, he found himself transformed into a feeble Supreme Kai, reflecting on that pitiful portrayal of the Supreme Kai during the Buu saga, where he merely stood in the background while Goku, Vegeta, and even Gohan showcased their prowess. It struck Cavasser that the Supreme Kai was little more than a comedic figure, eliciting shock and admiration. Tears streamed down Cavasser's face as he contemplated his own ridiculous rooster comb hairstyle, feeling as though his visage might distort with embarrassment. A gentleman may be slain, but must not be humiliated. As the night enveloped the sky with a myriad of stars, Cavasser maintained a stoic expression while surveying the four figures before him, nay, for deities. The great Supreme Kai, adorned with a genial smile, was a portly elder with ample flesh adorning his arms, chest, belly, thighs, and feet, his mouth currently occupied with a morsel of food that if one could overlook his greasy demeanor, he exuded an aura of divine benevolence. The South Supreme Kai was bare-chested, his physique rippling with muscular definition, and the fierce hunger etched across his face suggested he could easily shoulder the responsibility of vanquishing villains in the latter Dragon Ball saga, while simultaneously showcasing his impressive physique. The North Supreme Kai, tall and slender, bore the same rooster comb hairstyle, yet meticulously styled it with utmost precision. Cavasser lamented that such a dismal fate had befallen him that he might have to forsake the habit of looking in mirrors altogether. Even in the rather uninspiring attire shared with the other Supreme Kais, he donned it with impeccable neatness, radiating an air of competence that made Cavasser wonder if he was not, in fact, a character plucked straight from a black-clad butler's poster. And while the West Supreme Kai, I call upon you, KC, though the West Supreme Kai, Jishika, possessed an utterly flawless figure that even her tattered Supreme Kai attire could not conceal, she was undeniably a notorious drunkard. At today's bonfire gathering, she was thoroughly inebriated, and at this moment, she had her arm wrapped around Cavasser's neck, exhaling the delightful aroma of wine as she exclaimed, "Have you truly decided, Ugh, to select your divine attendant so soon?" Ugh. Ha! Jishika, I believe Casey is merely seeking to escape your relentless antics, prompting him to find a divine attendant at such an early hour, remarked the South Supreme Kai, munching on grilled meat while astonishingly using a stone bell to exercise his impressive biceps, which Cavasser could not help but steal glances at. Despite its modest appearance, the stone bell in the South Supreme Kai's hand had been imbued with his divine power, transforming it into an extraordinarily dense material within the universe. Even a small piece weighed a staggering amount, likely rivaling that of Mount Everest. Sweating profusely, the South Supreme Kai laughed heartily and pointed at Cavasser, nestled in Jishika's embrace, jesting, "Look at Casey's face, it has turned as red as the excrement of a frog from Sadola's star. Madwa, must you always resort to such peculiar comparisons?" The North Supreme Kai, appearing somewhat displeased, furrowed his exquisitely handsome brow, which bore an otherworldly charm, as he gracefully picked up a vibrant red morsel from The Grildo? With a rosy complexion from the effects of alcohol, Jishika flashed a seductive smile. She tightened her grip on Cavasur, forcefully pressing his cherubic face against her ample, soft, and elastic right breast. Her voice, imbued with a magnetic femininity, became even more intoxicating under the influence of wine, evoking thoughts that you can certainly imagine. Is it truly as Madwa says, little Casey? Jishika squinted playfully. How could that be? Although Cavasur felt a bit dazed from the overwhelming softness enveloping him, he was not foolish enough to utter anything tantamount to self-destruction. He declared earnestly, Sister Jishika, you are so beautiful, kind, and gentle. How could I ever think such thoughts? His voice was muffled, as his face remained buried in the blissful softness. Upon hearing this, Jishika patted Cavasur's head with satisfaction, her laughter causing her to tremble delightfully. Cavasur's face quivered as well. It was truly quite elastic. In truth, even in his past life, Cavasur was not particularly reclusive, yet he remained a virgin who had simply not encountered that special someone to ignite his heart and roll in happiness beneath the sheets. Thus, the South Supreme Kai's claim that Cavasur's face was burning red was indeed accurate. Cavasur felt as though his heart was racing at a staggering 365 beats per minute, even though he no longer possessed a heart in the traditional sense. The pitch-black night and the twinkling, sparkling stars are phenomena that cannot naturally coexist, for in the realm of the Supreme Kai, darkness is an impossibility. Here, the seasons remain eternally spring-like, with each day blossoming in warmth and comfort. Even the flowing air serves to cleanse the soul. There is no sun in this realm. Such lowly celestial bodies as stars hold no place in the vicinity of the Supreme Kai's domain. Only the vast expanse of the underworld, which encompasses the entire universe, is worthy of connection to this elevated dimension. The starry sky witnessed during the bonfire gathering was merely an illusion conjured by the Grand Supreme Kai to enhance the atmosphere. Observing the astonishing feats of the Grand Supreme Kai and his peers, Cavasur couldn't help but feel that the weak and ineffectual East Supreme Kai from the original narrative would be utterly incapable of such displays. Cavasur yearned to inquire about the battle power of the other Supreme Kais and the extent of their ki, yet he found himself devoid of any reference point without a unit of battle power. How could he possibly draw any conclusions? One day, a flash of inspiration struck Cavasur, and he eagerly approached the Grand Supreme Kai to inquire about the strength of the Frisia race, recalling that the old Supreme Kai had once said it would take merely a finger to vanquish Frisia. The Grand Supreme Kai's response left Cavasur bewildered, as he admitted ignorance regarding the Frisia race. Had Frisia's kin not even begun to hatch? Thus, the matter of battle power was set aside. Cavasur spent another 2 months in this paradise-like realm, but ultimately, he could no longer endure the solitude. He formally expressed to the Grand Supreme Kai his desire to explore the outer universe in search of a suitable divine attendant, while also seeking to broaden his horizons. Since you have made your decision, be sure to bid farewell to the Mother Goddess before you depart, the Grand Supreme Kai said with a gentle smile. However, his plump visage inevitably reminded Cavasur of the rotund Majin View, though Cavasur was certain that this Grand Supreme Kai was not the same individual absorbed by the original View in the narrative. The reason was simple. Cavasur had seen the original narrative's East Supreme Kai in the comics, and he confidently believed that he was far more charismatic than that character. Very well, Cavasur replied with delight. The Grand Supreme Kai smiled slightly and took to the skies, while the other Supreme Kais on their respective planets heard the Grand Supreme Kai's voice. Cavasur is preparing to leave everyone, come to the well of the Mother Goddess. The Mother Goddess referred to by the Grand Supreme Kai was not a living deity like themselves. Rather, it represented a space connected to the star cores of the 5 Supreme Kai planets, the very heart of this positive universe, which concentrated all the essence, blessings, spiritual energy, and beauty of this realm. All the deities known as the King of Worlds have originated from that place. Unlike mortals, the external appearance of the King of Worlds resembles that of humans, yet their essence bears no relation to humanity whatsoever. Within their divine forms, there exist no organs or bodily systems. Instead, they're comprised of a substance as exquisite as a dream. Furthermore, they possess no brain in the conventional sense. What resides within is merely a radiant luminescence, reminiscent of the aurora borealis. This enchanting light is referred to as the divine essence. Previously, Cavasur had been influenced by literature and believed that the legendary divine essence was akin to a gem. It was only later that he realized such an entity growing within one's head was not merely a stone, despite the fact that he currently lacks a head. At first, he found it somewhat disconcerting. However, he has since ceased to regard such details with any significance. Indeed, following the emergence of the Kaioshin, they instinctively awaken certain abilities and a form of innate memory, such as recollections of their own birth. While this may seem astonishing, it parallels the natural process of an infant on Earth who instinctively begins to breathe and learns the art of swallowing without formal instruction. However, upon the birth of Kavasur, he appeared utterly bewildered, devoid of understanding, prompting the other Kaioshin, who had been present long before him, to take it upon themselves to impart knowledge. Frankly, Kavasur's learning pace has been rather sluggish. Even now, he has only grasped a fraction of the essential skills requisite for a Kaioshin, such as instantaneous movement, which remains in its incomplete form. Before long, Kavasur accompanied the Grand Kaioshin to a sacred site at the foot of a majestic mountain on the Grand Kaioshin's planet, where a stone well emanating a divine aura awaited. Each Kaioshin is permitted, during their lifetime, to bring forth one divine attendant of their choosing to enter this mother god well, a portal to the ethereal realm where all Kaioshin are born, allowing for profound purification and transformation of the divine attendant. Other Kaioshin soon arrived as well. In the realm of the Kaioshin, it is customary not to utilize techniques such as instantaneous movement, a practice intended to convey reverence for this sacred domain. Honestly, why are you so eager to venture outside? The West Kaioshin, who shares a close bond with Kavasur, chided him, expressing her discontent. To her, while the universe outside holds its merits, many realms are shrouded in chaos and disarray, far from the tranquility found within the sacred domain. Kavasur found himself in a state of helplessness. Unlike other Supreme Kais, he was genuinely a young man hailing from the Grand Celestial Empire. How could he possibly remain cooped up here day in and day out? In truth, he was not specifically seeking divine attendance. He merely yearned to step outside for a stroll, hoping to encounter something intriguing. For instance, Kavasur was quite eager to discover whether any science existed at present, if the Earth, a cerulean orb imbued with his myriad emotions, had come into being, and whether the Ice Clan had truly yet to emerge. Just how far removed were they from the unfolding narrative? The universe, vast beyond comprehension, teems with countless radiant civilizations akin to grains of sand along the Ganges, surely harboring places that could delight this Supreme Kai. Brother, I seek a sister. The Supreme Kai has arrived. Chapter 3. The galaxy you seek is out of service area. The concept of the universe is immeasurably expansive. For the average individual, all that they can perceive and reach falls within the realm of the universe. Even the territories their ancestors have traversed throughout the ages cannot escape the confines of this vast expanse. The history of the universe's birth remains entirely speculative. One might as well assert that it existed billions upon billions of years ago. In any case, the universe is older than any other entity. This immense age has led to the emergence of numerous life forms and races throughout the cosmos, akin to grains of sand along the river, giving rise over the eons to groups possessing resplendent civilizations. They transcended their original planets, journeying through the boundless cosmos, passing by alien worlds, traversing foreign realms, and navigating countless star systems, only to gradually fade away. Ultimately, they would be referred to by their resilient descendants as the ancestors of prehistoric civilizations. Such is the essence of the universe. At the confluence of all primordial substances in this universe, a higher dimension was formed, surpassing all others, the realm of the Supreme Kais. There, 5 Supreme Kais, birthed from the essence of the universe, preside over the 4 cardinal regions of the cosmos, with the Grand Supreme Kai overseeing them all. However, the universe is simply too vast, even for the Kais to manage effectively. Thus, the existence of Kai emerged, which, in Kavasur's eyes, resembled that of secretaries. Oh, the mere thought of secretaries conjured an image of the North Kai from the original tale, with his plump azure visage, adorned with round spectacles, and sporting tentacles akin to those of Namekians sprouting from his chin. Kavasur couldn't suppress a grimace, suddenly feeling disenchanted by the allure of office life. At this moment, our esteemed East Supreme Kai was conversing with the North Supreme Kai on an unremarkable planet within the Eastern universe. This planet boasted a flourishing ecosystem, but had yet to evolve any sentient, humanoid beings. What? Kavasur gaped incredulously at the North Supreme Kai, as if gazing upon a remarkable creature, and asked in disbelief, "Did you just say that each of the 4 Supreme Kais, East, West, South, and North, has 10 secretaries? What is a secretary?" "I refer to the Realm Kings, the 10 Realm Kings." "Is it Kavasur? ORZ, has there been no change in momentum? What is the situation? Do we have 10 Eastern Realm Kings serving as assistants?" The original text did not mention this at all. Isn't there typically only 1 Realm King per direction? At this moment, Cavasser was struck by an inexplicable sensation, as if he had traversed dimensions. Hero, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Is it truly 10? Cavasser felt the urge to confirm once more, pondering whether it could merely be a figment of his imagination. How could I be mistaken? The North Realm god was displeased. He was known for his meticulous nature, and Cavasser's doubt was utterly unwarranted. Yet, it was difficult for him to express anger towards this difficult-to-bear treasure, his fifth brother. Especially as the other realm gods cherished Cavasser, particularly the West Realm goddess, Jexica. The North Realm god explained, the universe is vast beyond comprehension. Even as realm gods, endowed with divine power, we cannot expend our energies ceaselessly managing the cosmos. Thus, it is imperative to enlist additional realm gods to assist. He recalled that motto. The South Realm god had recently proposed seeking out more colleagues for assistance. With that, he patted Cavasser on the shoulder. Cavasser, stroking his chin in contemplation, found some merit in this reasoning. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He lifted his gaze to the North Realm god, his expression one of earnest anticipation, and inquired, Bay, could you possibly have your realm gods assist me in locating a certain planet? Is the planet you seek within my northern universe? The North Realm god asked, furrowing his brow. Of course, Cavasser mentally added, I've perused the original text. Yet, his eagerness was genuine. Visiting Earth was indeed one of Cavasser's significant objectives for this journey. Previously, while scanning my universe with divine thought, I had heard mention of a planet from a high-tech extraterrestrial that seemed rather intriguing. This was undoubtedly a blatant exaggeration. Cavasser pondered deeply, contemplating that although his journey through time may have commenced a tad prematurely, considering the Earth's vast age, it must have existed regardless of how early he arrived. In his youth, while watching the animal world, the narrator frequently referenced millions of years ago, leading him to believe he could not possibly have traversed back to the original narrative's billions of years prior. How could that be conceivable? Cavasser's inner thoughts echoed with disbelief. The North Kai, wearing an expression of skepticism, regarded Cavasser with incredulity. Did Cavasser genuinely wish to expend such considerable effort scanning the cosmos? It is worth noting that employing divine power to probe the universe demands an immense expenditure of mental energy. Even for him, conducting a thorough scan of the northern universe would require intervals of focus and rest, necessitating nearly 10 cycles to achieve completeness. Of course, it is true, Cavasser exclaimed, his face adorned with an expression that seemed to challenge. How could you doubt me? The North Kai glared at Cavasser, who returned the gaze, pondering if the elder Kai lacked courtesy, given their bond as brothers. After a moment of mutual staring, the North Kai sighed deeply, a blend of amusement and exasperation crossing his features. I must insist, you ought to inform me of the name of the planet you seek, he stated. You should at least share its distinguishing characteristics. How can I assist you if you merely stare at me? Cavasser, flustered, quickly replied, it is called Earth, or perhaps Theath? After all, who knows if Earth prefers a nickname? The North Kai grimaced in response, yet he raised his right hand, extending his index finger to his temple, and began to speak. As for the 10 Kais of the northern universe, I am the North Kai. Please assist me in locating the planet known as Earth. Cavasser gazed expectantly at the North Kai, who wore a peculiar expression as he regarded Cavasser, and inquired, Are you certain about the existence of this planet? It is possible that Earth is not referred to by that name presently. Cavasser was somewhat prepared for this question and promptly replied, It is a beautiful, aquamarine planet, with a land-to-sea ratio of 3:1. He was indeed referring to Earth from his previous life, for both planets bore the same name. After speaking, he maintained his hopeful demeanor. The North Kai began to regret his decision to escort Cavasser, yet resignedly contacted his 10 fellow Kais to relay the characteristics described by Cavasser. A few minutes passed before the North Kai spoke again. Such a planet does exist. However, there are several dozen similar ones, making it exceedingly difficult to determine which one you are referring to. Several dozen. Cavasser felt a weight in his heart. Even searching them one by one would be a time-consuming endeavor. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Cavasser's mind, and he excitedly addressed the North Kai. The planet I am seeking lies at the edge of the northern galaxy. He commended himself for his quick thinking, feeling quite clever. As every dragon enthusiast knows, the Earth within the Dragon Ball universe is a modest little planet located in the northern galaxy. The North Kai regarded Cavasser with a serious expression, lamenting, I suddenly feel that allowing you to venture forth was a grave mistake on the Great Kai's part. He acted too hastily. What's wrong? Cavasser was taken aback, waving his hand dismissively. Enough of this, North. Check the northern galaxy, which is on the periphery. This should help narrow down the search, right? You should at least have acquired some fundamental knowledge before being allowed to journey through the cosmos. The North Kai expressed his dismay, akin to a primary school teacher witnessing an underperforming student. Hey, what's the matter? Caviezel started to sense something amiss. What you just mentioned, northern galaxy, the North Kai began. The Milky Way is divided into 4 quadrants: north, south, east, and west, with each of us responsible for one. The Great Kai serves as the overseer, does he not? However, if I recall correctly, the entire universe contains numerous star systems, yet none are designated as the galaxy. Caviezel suddenly felt that perhaps this jest had gone a bit too far. Chapter 4. As a deity, one must learn to enjoy life in the eastern cosmos on the planet Darrow. This is a beautiful planet, appearing from the vast darkness of space like a luminous pearl radiating green light, a sight to behold. On a slope covered with verdant vegetation, a figure unexpectedly emerged. He sported a light purple crest atop his head, had a fair complexion, and possessed refined, handsome features. Clad in a casual outfit of long sleeves and a short torso, he wore loose-fitting trousers and comfortable sneakers. If one were to overlook his oddly mismatched hairstyle, he could easily be mistaken for a cheerful, athletic young man. This, of course, was none other than our esteemed East Kaian, Caviezel. His attire was conjured by his divine powers. He would never dream of donning that drab Kaian uniform, which he found utterly unappealing in front of others. Caviezel had mastered the art of transforming objects at will, a skill he had honed to perfection. In the original tale, his junior, the East Kaian, could even materialize the hardest metal in the universe from thin air. For Caviezel, merely changing his clothes was a trivial feat, however. This ability was limited to items he had previously encountered. The concept of creating something from nothing was non-existent. As for the peculiar hair atop his head, Caviezel had often contemplated replacing it with a more fashionable style. Having witnessed countless trendy hairstyles on Earth, he had long yearned to dye his hair a striking red. Surely, in this realm, no one would mind, right? Yet, he suddenly felt it unnecessary. If he were to encounter acquaintances, he could not maintain a transformed appearance upon returning to the Kaian realm. He would have to revert to his original look. Otherwise, the other Kaians would not let him off lightly, for in their eyes, such a hairstyle was a point of pride. Conversely, if he were to pass by strangers, why should he concern himself with their opinions? We are beings of authenticity, utterly carefree. Caviezel leaned against a railing, gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with lush green scenery. This planet boasts impressive greenery, he mused. Interstellar teleportation is indeed exhausting. He resolved to procure a spacecraft post-haste. After bidding farewell to the North Kaian, Caviezel embarked on his solitary interstellar journey. Following his conversation with the North Kaian, he had gained some clarity. He seemed to have traversed far beyond the intended timeline, arriving eons early. The thought was daunting. The galaxy itself had yet to come into existence, and Earth was still at the embryonic stage of development. Caviezel was overwhelmed with sorrow. Was it truly so difficult to navigate this journey? So distant from the plot? Even as a Kaian, he could not possibly survive for such an extended duration. Though regretful, he realized that even the planet Namek was still but a mere fragment of what it would become. Considering that the original narrative unfolded primarily within the confines of the Milky Way. We are ancient beings indeed. Oh, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Caviezel. It seems that in the original work, there exists something known as a time machine, does it not? Caviezel's heart ignited once more with fervor. Having journeyed to the realm of Dragon Ball, he could not bear the thought of missing the opportunity to immerse himself in the narrative's vibrant era. After all, in his past life, he was an unabashed fan of Goku. Whether it be acquiring an autograph or capturing a photograph, he yearned for those experiences. Momentarily setting aside his contemplations, Caviezel devoted himself to exploration. He traversed the cosmic expanse with relentless energy, his mind spinning from the rapid transitions until he found himself on the planet Sidro. No, he mused, how could one squander the prime of youth on mere teleportation? It was an utter waste. Caviezel was fervently yearning to construct a spacecraft. In his previous life, he had harbored a deep admiration for the splendid capsule that Goku utilized to journey to Namek, a vessel replete with amenities, offering an abundance of indulgence and entertainment. Imagine the sheer delight of embarking on space travel aboard such a magnificent craft. Since he had reincarnated as a god of destruction, it was imperative that he embrace the mindset befitting a deity. He resolved to revel in the pleasures of life, rather than languish in idleness. After all, he was not reborn as a scion, whose existence revolved around endless combat and violence. Upon reflection, perhaps not being a scion was not such a misfortune after all. As a professional deity, leisure was indeed part of his vocation. Yet, he couldn't help but feel envious of the super scions. Their power and allure were undeniably captivating. Cavasil's greatest childhood aspiration was to transform into a super scion, with its stunning physique and striking hairstyle. Particularly, the allure that emanated after an intense battle, when one's attire lay in tatters, was truly captivating. With a melancholic sigh, Cavasil tousled his hair and patted his cheeks before soaring into the sky. Reflecting on his flying prowess, Cavasil initially mistook it for a form of levitation. However, that was a misconception. Lacking ki, he could not possibly employ such techniques. His ability to fly stemmed from a skillful manipulation of the divine energy within him, as was the case with his transformations. Even the combative South Kaishan, despite his remarkable fighting prowess, excelled primarily because of his adeptness at channeling his divine energy into offensive maneuvers. Cavasil had come to a general understanding of the South Kaishan's abilities, as he spent his days engaged in various brawls. In contrast, his knowledge of the Grand Kaishan was rather limited. This rotund figure seemed perpetually occupied with indulgence, exuding a benevolent demeanor without revealing much of his capabilities. Cavasil found himself questioning whether he was indeed a manifestation of the legendary Yachirope. Nevertheless, he was aware of the Grand Kaishan's title, God of all gods, as noted in the encyclopedias of his previous life, leading him to suspect that the Grand Kaishan might, in fact, be the most formidable among them all. As Cavasil soared through the skies, his mind wandered aimlessly. He refrained from utilizing teleportation unless absolutely necessary. After all, he was not devoid of limbs. And the thrill of abruptly vanishing from one place to another seemed utterly mundane. In this moment, while flying, Cavasil allowed himself to daydream, taking in the scenery and inhaling the refreshing essence of nature. Life, after all, is meant to be savored. What was that in the distance? Cavasil's keen eyesight discerned a clearing amidst the woods, indicating signs of civilization. However, it appeared to be of a primitive nature. Could the inhabitants of this planet truly possess the capability to construct a spacecraft? Cavasil harbored doubts about a civilization that would establish a city within the depths of a primordial forest, struggling to envision a spaceship ascending from such a setting. At that moment, from the heart of the primitive city, a flying object gradually ascended, and with a sudden whoosh, it accelerated swiftly upward, breaking through the atmosphere and vanishing from sight, leaving behind a faint trail of white smoke that pointed straight towards the horizon, dissipating quickly. I said nothing just now. Cavasil wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he could finally locate a spaceship without having to scurry about, which would have been quite beneath his dignity. What if they refused? If that were the case, Cavasil could only respond with a nonchalant chuckle. Chapter 5. The Power of a High-Tech Planet. The following day, a spherical flying craft resembling a giant spherical object emerged from the planet Zitero. Upon witnessing it for the first time, Cavasil was filled with skepticism about its ability to soar. He had anticipated that the process of borrowing a spaceship would entail considerable effort, perhaps even requiring him, the esteemed god of the realm, to resort to some less than honorable means to acquire it. However, upon arriving at what seemed to be a harmonious blend of technology and nature, he was approached by a peculiar creature that circled around him, scrutinizing him from every angle. It pointed excitedly at Cavasil's distinctive hairstyle and the unique earrings adorning his ears, chattering animatedly. After employing a touch of divine power to communicate with these extraordinary extraterrestrial beings, Cavasil realized that they had indeed recognized him, or rather, identified the traits of the god of the realm he embodied. However, it is perhaps due to my absence of work attire that the people of Zigelu were initially uncertain. Yet, once Cavasil donned his work uniform, the demeanor of the Zigelu inhabitants transformed into one of joy and reverence as they bowed repeatedly before him, expressing their profound honor. This reaction stemmed from the legacy of a superhero from Zigelu, who, several years prior, single-handedly thwarted an alien invasion, sacrificing his life to save the entire planet and safeguard his fellow beings. Following his demise, due to his extraordinary contributions, he caught the attention of a celestial lord from the Eastern Realm, who recognized him as an exceptional cosmic warrior and took him under his wing, effectively recruiting him as a fighter. Subsequently, this superhero maintained some connection with relatives and old friends from his home planet, as the Lord himself was akin to a mobile telephone booth. The people of Zigelu had also heard of the Celestial Lord's appearance from the departed superhero in the afterlife, and Cavasil's own remarkable presence mirrored that description. One might draw parallels to the experiences of Wukong, it seems. Cavasier rubbed his temples, forcing himself to ignore the rudimentary equipment aboard the spaceship. Aside from the primary control console at the front, the only other amenity was a solitary bed. And there was indeed something resembling a refrigerator, though it was spherical in shape and considerably larger than any refrigerator Cavasier had ever encountered. Struggling to divert his thoughts from Goku and the other spacecraft, Cavasier pressed his right index finger against his temple in irritation. Moshi Moshi, is this the East Kai? He coughed lightly, clearing his throat before the meeting, as was customary for a superior. The mental connection proved to be quite convenient, and a response promptly emerged from the other end. Ah, is this the East Kaishin? I have heard from the Great Kai that you have recently made your appearance. What brings you to us? In an instant, a cacophony of voices bombarded Cavasier's mind, creating a buzzing annoyance. Enough. I'm currently on a cosmic journey, or rather, an expedition. Please allow the appropriate authority to speak, he interjected with a sweeping gesture, silencing the chatter. Ahem, Kaishin, you are presently within my jurisdiction. After a brief moment of silence, a resonant baritone echoed in Cavasier's ear. Cavasol, preferring brevity over verbosity, straightforwardly requested. Please assist me in locating the coordinates of the nearest planet, one that boasts the most advanced technology. As the mention of coordinates arose, Cavasol recalled having seen the cosmic coordinates of Earth within the Dragon Ball universe during his previous life while perusing forums. Yet, such memories held little significance, after all. The Milky Way had yet to be born, rendering any discussions of Earth utterly irrelevant. Cavasor sat upon the imposing main control console chair, which was uncomfortably rigid. Seemingly crafted from solid timber. How miserly of the Sidroans. Would it truly be so burdensome to procure a genuine leather seat? Before Cavasor lay a somewhat opaque glass, through which the vastness of the cosmos could be perceived as an indistinct void. He harbored a lack of confidence in this glass, crafted by the Sidro people using nothing but raw wood for their chairs. What would happen if it shattered? Despite Cavasor's ability to survive in the vacuum of space, his previous existence as a terrestrial being left him uneasy amidst the celestial expanse. The darkness enveloped him, punctuated only by scattered pinpricks of light, each a staggering distance of countless light years away. Furthermore, the absence of gravity in space exacerbated his disorientation, making the sensation of having the sky above and the ground below indistinguishable, a far more distressing experience than wandering aimlessly in a desert. At least in the desert, he could feel the earth beneath his feet and the azure sky above. Here, in the cosmos, he had no notion of where to place his feet. Consequently, Cavasor resolved to seek an upgrade for this decrepit vessel and summoned his 10 devoted secretaries, knowing he wouldn't have to pay them. Lord Kaishin. One of his aides began, there exists a planet of advanced technological civilization at the coordinates D24C13, approximately half a light year from your current location. Half a light year? Cavasor's expression remained impassive. Just tell me how long it would take to reach it at my current speed. It is estimated to take 3 months and 9 days. The aide replied cautiously. 3 months is quite a stretch, Cavasor mused, stroking his chin, then rolling his neck and flexing his wrists. It seems I shall have to exert myself a bit more. D24C13, is it in this direction? With that, the spherical ship, hurtling through the inky void of space at over twice the speed of light, vanished with a whoosh, reappearing far ahead before disappearing once more. A rhythm of disappearance and reappearance repeating. Time passed, and as Cavasor fought off fatigue, the ship abruptly materialized once again in the vast starry expanse. A sudden burst of light greeted him, momentarily blinding his eyes. He squinted, waved his hand, and mumbled incoherently, "Wow, what a massive moon. Lord Kaishin, you have arrived." The voice of his aide echoed in his ear. Huh. Cavasor snapped back to attention, gazing through the translucent glass at the bright, colossal planet before him, astonished. Have we really arrived? After using instant transmission so many times, and with only half a light year to cover, it was only natural to reach it swiftly, the aide replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. I have never encountered such a peculiar Kaishin who prefers instant transmission yet still opts for a spaceship. TSK, who says driving while fatigued is a bad idea. Here I am, arriving at my destination while dreaming. Cavathil rose to his feet, stretching his limbs in a grand yawn. A sense of pride swelling within him. With a simple blink of his eyes, he found himself transported. How remarkably convenient. At that moment, a vast expanse of red illuminated the surface of the planet before him. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified flying objects detected. Alarm! Alarm! Unidentified flying objects detected. Suddenly, The spacecraft of Cavasil was illuminated by a series of flashing red lights, leading him to momentarily believe he had arrived at a bar. A chilling mechanical voice resonated throughout the vessel. Warning, you have unlawfully intruded into the space domain of Hitai Star. Your spacecraft's authorization has been commandeered and will be forcibly landed in the 33rd landing zone of the 9th Military District. The warning repeated incessantly, echoing through the cabin. Cavasil, feeling a headache enveloping him, observed that the control panel of his spacecraft had become utterly inoperative. The ease with which his ship's permissions were usurped was astonishing. I told you I need a new ship, he declared earnestly, only to witness his spherical vessel penetrate the atmosphere, where he could faintly discern what appeared to be unmanned drones escorting him. Is such audacity permitted simply because of advanced technology? Cavasil mused, unperturbed by the situation. He knew that once he touched down, he could teleport away in an instant. Moreover, his divine form was impervious to any mundane weaponry. He often pondered whether the so-called god of the realm in the original narrative was merely a counterfeit, as its weaknesses were laughable, bringing disgrace to the true divine status. Attention. Preparing for landing. Disarm and submit to inspection. Attention. Preparing for landing. Disarm and submit to inspection. The mechanical voice finally altered its phrasing yet remained as cold and rigid as before. Through the transparent windshield, Cavasil observed the gradually enlarging continent, which appeared to be an arid desert. However, an incongruous cluster of white edifices emerged within this desolation, presumably the so-called 9th Military District, as Cavasil's spacecraft continued its descent. The white structures swiftly magnified before his eyes. He distinctly noted a vast, open plaza below, meticulously lined with numerous fighter jets and similar vehicles. At that moment, it seemed that many humanoid figures clad in mechanized armor stood on the ground, brandishing what appeared to be firearms in anticipation of his arrival. Amidst the throng of mechanical warriors, only 2 genuine humans were present, adorned in uniquely styled attire reminiscent of military uniforms, topped with peculiar military caps. They raised their heads, wearing transparent eyeglasses through which various data flickered incessantly. General Kikalu, the target is about to land. Should we proceed with a direct assault? Inquired the subordinate, who clearly appeared to be of lower rank. The glasses displayed an array of data alongside an enlarged view of the rapidly descending unidentified spacecraft. General Kikalu scoffed, reflecting on how it had been ages since an alien vessel dared intrude upon the territory of our Haytake planet. And yet this was the inferior model they sent? Humph. Have those extraterrestrials forgotten the terror of the Haytake people? There is nothing more to discuss. We shall obliterate those who dare to provoke us. General Kikalu gazed contemptuously at the spherical spacecraft, resembling a green gourd, now visible to the naked eye. Understood, the subordinate nodded in comprehension, raising his gloved right hand to signal. In an instant, approximately 100 metallic warriors around them lifted their helmets, their black visors aglow with various data. Subsequently, an array of weaponry emerged from their mechanical forms, including cannons and laser guns. With a mere wave of his hand, the subordinate commanded, "Fire." The cacophony of weaponry erupted. Bang, 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 whoosh, zzz. A barrage of miniature missiles surged toward the plummeting green gourd spacecraft, accompanied by a dazzling display of red, yellow, blue, and purple laser beams, an impressively advanced and formidable spectacle. Time seemed to freeze as all weapons converged upon the vicinity of the green gourd spacecraft. Bang! The dilapidated spacecraft, as expected, transformed into a rather unsightly display of fireworks. Humph! The feeble General Kikalu scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, peculiar characters appeared on the lenses of his and his subordinates' glasses. These were the writings of the Haytake star, signifying, life forms aboard have abruptly vanished. Life forms aboard have abruptly vanished. Confirming once more, no signs of life detected in the target direction. General Kikalu smiled leisurely. This serves as a minor warning to those restless extraterrestrial forces. With that, he turned and departed. 1,000 miles away, in the skies, Cavasil was enveloped in a faint violet glow, effortlessly floating in the air. He exhaled a sigh of relief. His expression suggested that he was not particularly troubled by the situation. Casting a distant glance at the remnants of his destroyed spacecraft, he mused, "You brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me for being ruthless," before drifting away leisurely. The radiance surrounding him was a protective barrier emanating from his divine power, capable of reflecting and evading all external threats. In Cavasil's words, this was akin to a protective halo. However, as a seasoned veteran well-versed in the fantastical narratives of old, he understood that such a defense was not invincible. Should an external force be sufficiently potent, this protective halo would prove inadequate. Take, for instance, Goku's tenfold Kamehameha unleashed during his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Though Cavasor had never witnessed it firsthand, he could surmise that it would be impossible to withstand. Goku, with a lifetime of martial arts experience, had fused the formidable techniques of Kyoken and Kamehameha, a combination not to be trifled with, and let us not forget his even more outrageous Dragon Fist explosion, nevertheless. When it came to merely obscuring the detection signals of some technological civilization, Cavasor felt no pressure at all. Thus, he sauntered leisurely across this planet, which was under constant surveillance. "You have no further business with me. Carry on," he remarked to East Kai No. 1 before hanging up the call. This planet was quite vast, and it was evident that its technological civilization surpassed that of the previous planet, Sidro. This was easily discernible from the scarce greenery that adorned its surface. Cavasor discreetly descended into a narrow alley of a city that appeared to be merely average in height. Such entities are typically found only in such moderate cities, as they have nearly vanished from the bustling metropolises. Cavasor effortlessly evaded various detectors and the gaze of passers-by, making his appearance in this city. He then strolled about with a confident swagger. Through keen observation, Cavasor noted that every individual in this city, from children to the elderly, adorned their chests with a luminous round badge, intricately etched with peculiar patterns. What could it be? Cavasor pondered. However, shielded by his protective aura, akin to being cloaked in invisibility, he felt no apprehension. After meandering for a while and gleaning a bit of the information he sought, Cavasor temporarily exited the city, arriving at the fringes of a barren wasteland. A bounty notice? A female? As he walked, Cavasor stroked his chin in contemplation, realizing that the objects on people's chests resembled identification cards. Those lacking such tokens would be instantly detected by the surveillance system and promptly pursued. Global surveillance. Cavasor shook his head, utterly bewildered. Truly, this planet lacked any semblance of humanity. Suddenly, something at his feet began to make a noise. A chubby yellow mouse emerged from the soil, adorably plump yet somewhat disheveled with its mottled yellow-gray fur. It gazed around with bright, expressive eyes, filled with a hint of grievance, fear, and concern. Cavasor stood beside the small creature, observing it with keen interest. Suddenly, the tiny mouse emitted a startled squeak, and before Cavasor's astonished gaze, a faint white light enveloped the little yellow mouse, expanding rapidly until it transformed entirely. As the light dissipated, a girl with flowing golden hair knelt before him, her fair visage marred by dust, appearing quite disheveled. Her garb, reminiscent of a magical robe, was tattered, particularly around the collar where buttons had completely come undone, revealing her astonishing figure. She maintained the posture she had as a mouse, with her pert backside facing Cavasor. Indeed, Cavasor, in both his past and present life, swore he had only encountered such scenarios in novels. Innocent maidens, youthful visages, and bewildered expressions. While reading the words, he found them unremarkable, but now, experiencing it firsthand, he gulped nervously. Chapter 7. The maiden named Celia. Cavasor looked on with exasperation at the girl before him, who was utterly unconcerned with her image, ravenously devouring food. Her golden locks were now dust-covered, and her delicate features appeared grimy, while her magical robe was in tatters. At that moment, she devoutly consumed the food that had been brought to her by the great Lord of the universe, disregarding her own identity. "You mean to say you are not from this planet?" "Yes, yes." The young sorceress fervently nodded, continuing to stuff her mouth with food. "You are a sorceress?" "Yes, yes." She continued to nod, mouth full. "You accidentally activated a magical array in your master's laboratory and found yourself inexplicably transported to this planet?" "Yes, yes," she affirmed, still chewing. "And because you lack identification, the inhabitants of this place have deemed you a criminal and are pursuing you?" "Yes, yes." She nodded vigorously, her mouth still occupied. Suddenly, the young sorceress choked, her face turning crimson as she patted her chest. Cavasor sighed and handed her a cup of water. "And to avoid capture, you transformed into various animals using magic?" Cavasor rubbed his forehead, feeling that such occurrences seemed rather implausible in a universe akin to Dragon Ball. Magic? As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Cavasor was well aware that the character Majin Buu was created by his progenitor, the great sorcerer Bibidi, as referred to by the Supreme Kai of the East. Thus, within this Dragon Ball realm, anything was conceivable. It was akin to the world of One Piece, brimming with endless possibilities and excitement. However, the notion of a magical array capable of transcending the cosmos? That was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary sorcerer. Even Bibidi's son, Babidi, adhered to conventional means, using a spaceship to reach Earth. Was there a sorcerer even more formidable than Babidi? Could it be that this girl's master is Babidi? Cavasir cast a peculiar glance at the enchanting magical girl, and his mind involuntarily conjured the grotesque visage of Babidi, causing him to shudder violently. This simply could not be. Moreover, Babidi should not belong to his current era. In this age, even the concept of a galaxy has yet to manifest. The ancient texts of the Supreme Kais contain not even a trace of the super warriors like Goku. It appears that there exists a disheartening temporal chasm from the original narrative era. Cavasir Oarzi, just as Cavasir was lost in his rambling thoughts. He noticed the exquisite earrings adorning her. Cavasir regained his senses and discovered that the young girl had unexpectedly leaned closer to him, her enchanting, sparkling eyes fixated on his ears. Is that so? A subtle twitch graced the corner of Cavasir's mouth, as the position of the two at that moment was nothing short of peculiar. Cavasir was casually seated on the ground, resting one hand behind him in a relaxed manner. The young girl, eager to get a closer look at Cavasir's earrings, approached in a crawling position. Despite her tender age, her substantial figure nearly brushed against Cavasir's chest. He shamefully swallowed hard, feeling an unfamiliar stir within him. To be honest, aside from his encounters with the Supreme Kai of the West, he had never experienced such a stimulating situation in his entire life. The Supreme Kai evoked a sisterly sentiment in him. Even during moments when his face was inadvertently pressed against her ample, soft bosom, he would merely blush without any further thoughts. However, this girl, with her cherubic visage and the irresistible allure that captivates every otaku, was utterly overwhelming, especially when she innocently leaned in with an enchanting demeanor. Who could resist the urge to swallow hard? Thankfully, Cavasir's unique physique allowed him to regain his composure just in time. The little sorceress gazed at him for a while, her sparkling eyes shimmering even brighter, unable to resist reaching out to pluck one of Cavasir's earrings. Cavasir gazed intently at the young girl before him, captivated by her exquisitely delicate features, her porcelain-like complexion, and her large, sparkling eyes that seemed to conceal an enchanting crystal deep within their depths. Her golden hair radiated youthful vitality, and although her tattered robe of magic could hardly conceal her graceful figure, it nonetheless exuded an aura of exuberance and warmth. Cavasir marveled inwardly, yet he thought, no matter how beautiful she may be, you shall not take my earrings. Cavasir leapt back in surprise, as if his hair had been electrified, covering his ears with both hands, and proclaimed with righteous indignation, "This is what we stake our chastity to protect." Simultaneously, an uncanny premonition stirred within him regarding the scene before his eyes, as if it were a haunting memory from the past. A subtle sense of foreboding emerging that hinted at the grasp of something critically significant to him, yet he could not articulate what it was. Chastity? The little girl blinked. I meant life. Life. The little girl blinked again. Suddenly her face drained of color, and she clutched her hair, exclaiming in panic, "Oh no, oh no. In my haste to eat, I forgot to transform into a small animal. They will surely discover me now." Cavasir's lips twitched as he watched the little girl roll on the ground in despair. Was this the after effect of having been transformed into an animal for too long? "It will be all right. They won't find you." Cavasir sighed, rubbing his forehead. "What are you talking about? You don't understand. Those people are truly wicked. They can find you no matter where you hide. Only by becoming an animal can you evade them." The little girl spun around in a frenzy, then suddenly fell silent, deep in thought, pondering why transforming into an animal would render her undetectable. However, she quickly resumed her frantic movements, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "What will I do if I get caught? I told you, it will be fine as long as you don't stray too far from me." Cavasir decided to shift the topic, as he realized the innocence of this little girl was exceedingly naive, so much so that it was almost infuriating. In other words, her thoughts were as blunt as a cudgel. "By the way, what is your name?" Cavasir inquired. "Huh? My name is Celia, and I'm already 16 this year." The little girl paused her antics and introduced herself, puffing out her chest with pride. When she mentioned her age, Cavasir couldn't help but turn his head away, as if turning 16 was a remarkable achievement. "And you? Curious big brother, what is your name?" Celia asked inquisitively. "My name is Cavasir, and I am 20 years old." Cavasir reflected for a moment. In terms of this life, he was barely 2 years old, so he confidently included his age from a past life. After all, judging by appearances, he hardly looked much older. "Wow, that's impressive. You're already 20. Celia, the little magical girl, gazed at him with admiration. Cavasir was rendered speechless. He raised his eyes to the overcast sky, which mirrored the disarray of the planet's greenery. Here, due to an excessive emphasis on technological advancement, the sky had been manipulated into a chaotic state. The inhabitants of this planet paid little heed to aesthetics. They had leveraged technology to replace the natural processes of photosynthesis and all beneficial ecological elements. Consequently, the greenery was woefully scarce, and the sky appeared to be artificially altered, with various components meticulously recalibrated by the planet's supercomputer, though it left much to be desired in terms of appearance. Cavasier shook his head, utterly disillusioned by the coldness and lack of charm exhibited by the inhabitants of this planet. He cast a glance at the little girl Celia, who was brushing dust off her clothes. What do you think? Don't you want to go home? Home. Celia's eyes lit up, and she joyfully bounced in front of Cavasier, her bright, sparkling eyes wide with excitement. Can you take me home, Brother Covey? I miss home. I miss my master. This place is so frightening. Not a problem, Cavasier replied with a charming smile, placing his hand on Celia's shoulder. Instantly, a surge of divine energy enveloped her, casting a soft glow around her. Celia watched in astonishment as the light surrounded her. When it faded, her tattered magical robe vanished, replaced by a simple outfit reminiscent of Cavasier's former life, a feminine leisure wear, certainly not a maid's uniform or caddier attire. Cavasier was not so cruel as to exploit the innocence of a girl for his own base amusements. Well, Brother Covey, are you a magician too? Celia exclaimed, her surprise quickly dissipating, her naivety rivaling that of the legendary Sun Wukong. Let us go? If you want to return home, we first need to acquire a spaceship, Cavasier said, his hand still on Celia's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Chapter 8. To be honest, in his previous life, Cavasier held an immense admiration for Iron Man, Tony Stark. This was partly due to Stark's incredible genius in science, but also because Cavasier was envious of Stark's stunning Iron Man suits, which were prohibitively expensive and undeniably cool. Thus, when Cavasier set out to seize a spaceship, he was determined to also kidnap a scientist, compelling them to create several Iron Man suits for him. It would be a disservice to the countless fans of Iron Man if he did not indulge in the wonders of such a high-tech world. He was not in this battle alone. Consequently, he even arranged for a custom-built spaceship. Cavasier stroked his chin in contemplation. Brother Cassie, where shall we procure a spaceship? The little girl Celia blinked her enchanting large eyes, gazing at Cavasier, who was lost in reverie. At that moment, they floated in the sky, enveloped by Cavasier's protective aura, rendering them invisible to those below. No matter how advanced the technology of this planet might be, they would remain undetectable. Cavasier inquired whether the young girl Celia could fly. She replied that her magical energy was nearly depleted and would require some time to recover. Moreover, even if she had magic, she questioned where she could procure a broomstick. Cavasier found the notion of a broomstick somewhat chaotic, yet it sparked a moment of realization within him. He cheerfully asked Celia if she was aware of a place called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The young girl shot him a vivid glare, explaining that magic could not be easily imparted. It was traditionally taught through one-on-one mentorship. This was not only to prevent the secrets of a magician from being divulged, but also because without the dedicated guidance of a master, mastering magic was exceedingly difficult, perhaps even impossible. The intricacies and profundities of magic are beyond the imagination of the uninitiated. Furthermore, a magical teacher often lacked the capacity to instruct more than one student at a time. Thus, the concept of a magic academy was met with disdain from the little girl. However, Cavasier took little offense, as this narrative was neither a glitch nor a narrative of time travel. He found her eye-rolling quite endearing, possessing a charming innocence that elicited a smile. The young girl, with her pure-hearted nature, had begun to affectionately call him Brother Caxi shortly after their acquaintance, which warmed Cavasier's heart. This could also be attributed to the divine aura he radiated, which naturally inspired trust and a sense of kinship. After all, where could one find a kind-hearted and helpful scientific uncle? Suspended in midair, enveloped by Cavasier's divine energy, they were untroubled by the cold altitude or thin oxygen. Cavasier gazed down at the sprawling cities below, stroking his chin in contemplation. Indeed, it was vast. How could he possibly locate those so-called flying ships? Celia, too, was troubled. For having been away from her homeland for so long, she began to feel a pang of homesickness. She yearned for the soup her master used to make, expressing her concern about the formidable and impressive nature of the people here. Cavasier cast a fleeting glance at the little girl nestled in the crook of his arm. Celia's ample and supple bosom pressed against his arm with an almost enchanting innocence, a sensation that was utterly intoxicating. I am not a lowly enthusiast. I am not a lowly enthusiast. I am absolutely not a lowly enthusiast, Cavesser fervently repeated in his mind. He then contemplated various strategies, discarding those that seemed impractical. Alas, he ultimately shook his head with a sigh, grinning as he mused, "It seems I must rely on the powers befitting a great deity." Celia, cradled in his embrace, gazed at Cavesser's profile, her expression one of bewilderment, unable to comprehend his words. As Cavesser concentrated, the divine power within him surged forth, establishing a connection with his mind. And in an instant, his consciousness expanded. The body of a universe king was shaped by the primordial forces of the cosmos, and the divine energy they wielded was indeed that very essence of the universe. Although scanning the entirety of the Eastern universe proved somewhat taxing, a mere planet, insignificant in size, albeit, from Cavesser's perspective, this Hatique planet was 4 times the size of Earth, was hardly worth the attention of one as esteemed as the Eastern universe king. 3287 opened her eyes. She found herself in a small chamber akin to a prison cell, so sparsely furnished that it contained only a bed. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her physical form resembled that of an 11 or 12-year-old girl, standing at a mere 1 meter 30 or 40 centimeters, exuding a delicate charm. Yet, the faint indifference etched upon her brow belied her endearing appearance, rendering her visage unsettlingly lifeless. Gazing through the solitary glass window of the room, she beheld a void of darkness. This peculiar glass allowed those outside to see in, yet rendered the interior invisible to those within. However, 3287 was acutely aware that beyond this glass lay countless sterile laboratories, where monotonous data was accompanied by an array of uninspiring machinery. The space was crammed with a bewildering assortment of advanced technological devices, ranging from grand contraptions to intricate gadgets, all at the forefront of innovation. Virtual projections simulated various experimental scenarios, with the supercomputer of the research facility generating the most probable outcomes. Additionally, it could create realistic miniature scenes of the cosmic expanse, facilitating cutting-edge scientific inquiries. Emotionless figures clad in white lab coats bustled about, initially consisting solely of scientists from the Hatique planet. However, following the rapid advancement of Hatike's technological prowess and its aggressive colonization of other planets, an eclectic mix of extraterrestrial beings, each a scientific prodigy in their own right, had joined their ranks. Yet, these cosmic geniuses maintained their distance from the little girl ensconced within that cramped room, for she surpassed them in both genius and scientific acumen. With an expression devoid of emotion, 3287 descended from her diminutive room and donned a slightly smaller white lab coat, immersing herself once more in the relentless cycle of research and experimentation. It was only when her head throbbed with fatigue that she earned the right to seek permission from the supercomputer to return to her modest quarters. The other scientists regarded the fragile silhouette of the girl with a mixture of awe and pity. Whenever this young prodigy participated in their scientific endeavors, regardless of the field, the pace of research would accelerate exponentially, as if propelled by a rocket. Her scientific talent was fearsome in its intensity. Yet, she was merely an experimental subject, the sole success following 3,286 failed attempts. To this day, there had been no successful cases among the subsequent subjects, the most recent failure being subject 18795. Click. In stark contrast to the high-tech environment surrounding it, the handle of the door creaked open, and the little girl paused for a fleeting second before softly stepping inside. Instantly, countless pinhole surveillance cameras embedded in the ceiling illuminated, monitoring every movement of subject 3287. Paying no heed to the mundane devices above her, 3287 gently climbed onto the bed, lying down as her long eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, eventually surrendering to sleep, seemingly exhausted beyond measure. Meanwhile, on the floor of the room, a minuscule speck, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, began to shift. It was a tiny black that had fallen from 3287 when she opened the door. Astonishingly, it was a shrunken version of 3287 herself. The anti-detection device functioned flawlessly, and the size-reducing pill had worked without a hitch, as did the decoy robot. 3287 glanced back at the decoy robot peacefully slumbering on the bed. In that fleeting instant of opening the door, she had executed a seamless exchange with the diminutive replica while simultaneously activating her anti-detection mechanism, transforming effortlessly into a form so minuscule it resembled a speck of dust. A quiet mockery filled 3287's mind as she derided the foolish individuals intent on surveilling her. If they had succeeded in creating such a scientific marvel as herself, they ought to be prepared for the consequences of their own creation. Indeed, while confined within the bedroom, 3287 was under their watchful gaze, rendered powerless. Yet during her work hours, should she desire to pursue her own ambitions, it was an endeavor of utmost simplicity. Even her fellow scientists, her colleagues, failed to comprehend the intricacies of her creations or the design she drafted. All she needed to do was feign a failed experiment in the end. The miniature version of 3287 activated the auxiliary thrusters on her suit and began to drift about, seemingly in search of something. Eventually, she arrived at the spot on the floor of her bedroom that she sought. She alighted gently, her delicate palm resting against the cold surface. It appeared she had triggered some hidden mechanism. Instantly, a circular black portal manifested on the floor, resembling an unexpected passageway. Without hesitation, 3287 leaped into the void. The black hole sealed behind her. This dark circular opening was a sophisticated miniaturized artificial wormhole, connecting to a clandestine laboratory hidden beneath the surface of the planet, eluding all surveillance. Within the silent laboratory, a circular spacecraft lay quietly, not imposing in size, yet radiating an aura of advanced technology. The vessel's hull was adorned with a myriad of wires, red, white, green, yellow, blue, purple, and more, interconnected with various machines in the laboratory, each pulsating with a faint glow, while strange characters flickered across the electronic screens. It was as if a new life was on the verge of being born. Chapter 9. The abduction of the genius scientist girl on Haytek Star, within the upper echelons of the research base. A rotund middle-aged man stood before an array of electronic screens. He glanced at a dedicated screen displaying the image of a small girl, designated as 3287, peacefully lying in bed. Before this multitude of screens, a group of extraterrestrial beings clad in specialized work attire busily operated various machines. Has 3287 performed well today? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Yes, Lord Phil, one of the staff members rose and, with a slight bow, dutifully reported that, with 3287's assistance, a total of 133 key research projects had achieved significant breakthroughs over the past week. This included the 8th Gene Optimization Project, the development of the 27th generation spacecraft, and solutions for various defects in the 23rd generation interstellar weaponry. All right, enough. The man waved his hand dismissively, evidently uninterested in the incomprehensible details. He simply needed to know that 3287 had provided them with some benefits. Gazing at the image of 3287 on the screen, he envisioned a future where Haytek Star, armed with unparalleled advanced technology, would conquer the universe. How magnificent that would be! Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. In an unknown underground laboratory, 3287 had returned to her normal size. She approached the machines surrounding the spacecraft and, after a brief inspection revealed no issues, walked to the front of the ship. Tilting her small face upward, a flicker of excitement momentarily broke through her typically indifferent expression, only to fade into melancholy. She was acutely aware that even though the spacecraft she had secretly constructed far surpassed the so-called 27th generation spacecraft, she could not pilot it to escape this planet, which filled her with despair. She understood the power of this world all too well. Even before she could breach the atmosphere, she would be obliterated by countless weapons she had personally developed, reduced to mere dust. Regrettably, the creation of a wormhole generator capable of facilitating such an escape was beyond her reach. The minuscule wormhole she had previously accessed was the utmost limit she could achieve under such stringent surveillance. Moreover, to initiate a wormhole jump of such magnitude, the commotion would be undeniable, and it is certain that the inhabitants of Haitiko would detect it before departure, ultimately leading to her execution, reduced to mere ashes, without a trace. Yet, she could not restrain herself. 3287 found her hand instinctively caressing the frigid metallic surface of the spacecraft, tears shimmering in her eyes. She yearned to construct a vessel of her own, clandestinely evading all scrutiny, having devoted over 2 decades to reach this juncture, even though the risk of discovery loomed ever present. Her desire to escape this place consumed her. She longed for freedom, to live by her own volition, to sleep when she wished, to eat when hunger beckoned, to indulge in the simple pleasure of slumber each day, to witness the world beyond the laboratory, to engage joyfully with others, to forge friendships and confide her troubles. With a soft thud, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had even chosen a name for herself, a true name, one befitting a human. Yet, deep down, she understood that all of this was but an impractical fantasy. Each awakening brought the numbing reality of tiresome duties, and every slumber was haunted by the fear of being overshadowed by a more accomplished success product, silently erased in her dreams. After a prolonged silence, 3287's expression reverted to indifference, or perhaps apathy. Just as she was about to turn away, a voice, somewhat flippant, echoed from behind her. "Hey there, little girl. How about joining your big brother to explore the outside world?" Turning with cold indifference, 3287 beheld a youth with an unusual hairstyle accompanied by a girl who could be deemed beautiful. The boy, appearing around 17 or 18, smiled brightly at her. 3287 paused, studying the peculiar youth, before calmly inquiring, "What do you mean? Brother Covey, where are we?" The beautiful girl beside the oddly coiffed boy interjected, her curious gaze darting about the laboratory, particularly fixating on the spacecraft that would never soar into the cosmos, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Covey, is that the thing called a spaceship?" 3287 furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing this. "Not so loud," Covey scolded, swatting at the girl's hand that pointed towards the spacecraft. He then turned back to 3287, flashing a sunny smile as he continued, "What I mean is, I'll take you away from this wretched planet, and in return, could you help me build the spaceship I desire?" "Humph," Celia pouted, softly huffing, casting a glance at Covey, her cute little nose scrunching up, yet she remained silent. "Building a spaceship is trivial. But why should I trust that you possess the capability to take me off this planet?" 3287 asked, her brows knitted in skepticism. "Moreover, it seems you know about me." "Ah, I listened briefly to the conversations of those who resided here before your arrival, and I have gleaned a general understanding." Cavesser scratched his head, seemingly to convey his slight embarrassment over eavesdropping on others. Yet, there was no trace of such discomfort on his countenance. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, he remarked, "One can easily surmise, deep down, you must yearn to escape this place." 3287 remained unfazed, fixating his gaze on Cavesser without blinking. Cavesser was not accustomed to the gaze of the little girl before him. Unable to restrain himself, he gently tapped her on the head and remarked, "You wish for me to prove my ability to take you away? That is a simple task." Just as 3287 was still bewildered by the fact that this individual had knocked on her head, Cavesser had already placed his hand upon her shoulder. In the next moment, the two vanished from sight. High above the planet Haytake, the cold winds howled, and faintly visible were the patrolling drones in the sky. Suddenly, two figures appeared out of nowhere. The usually aloof 3287 was startled as she instinctively clutched Cavesser, gazing down at the flowing clouds and the sprawling urban landscape below, resembling dark patches. Her eyes widened in astonishment, filled with incredulity as she looked at Cavesser. How did they suddenly arrive here? There was no wormhole present. How had this person accomplished such a feat? Panic surged within her as she realized the area was swarming with patrol and surveillance drones. "Are you referring to those machines?" Cavesser replied casually, pointing upwards without lifting his gaze. When 3287 looked up, she saw two unmanned patrol drones gliding by, completely indifferent, just a few dozen meters above their heads. 3287 could hardly believe her eyes. What was happening? How could the flawless patrol machines fail to detect their living presence? She had personally participated in their development. Although she had not exerted her full effort, it should not have led to such a malfunction. Abruptly, she turned her head, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Cavesser, who wore an expression of nonchalance, as if to say, "Why are you so surprised?" Before she could fully process the situation, the scenery before her blurred, and when her senses returned, she found herself back in the familiar underground secret laboratory. "So, do you now believe in my ability to aid your escape from this planet?" Cavesser asked with a hint of pride in his smile. "I can completely shield this planet from all instruments of detection, assisting you in gathering materials to perfect this spacecraft. With my ability to teleport, once the ship is nearly complete, I can transport both of us, along with the spacecraft, beyond the confines of this planet, perhaps even to other worlds." He finished speaking, looking at 3287 with anticipation. The typically indifferent little girl was now utterly speechless, her eyes welling up with tears. Chapter 10. A super scion emerges from afar. A day and a half later, the immense silver-white celestial body known as Haytak's star floated silently in the vastness of space, rotating gracefully. Countless spacecraft, resembling a swarm of bees, darted in and out, as if engaged in a monumental interstellar war effort. Half a light-year away, in the inky blackness of the universe, a peculiar round spaceship materialized. Although not particularly large, it gleamed with a noble and extraordinary metallic luster, its design remarkably aesthetic. Inside the spacecraft, in the main control room, 3287 stepped away from the console and approached the expansive viewing glass at the front of the ship, gazing intently at the distant silver-white glow. That was Hyde Axstar. The very place she had desperately sought to escape, now astonishingly close. What is it? Cavasir approached, standing beside the girl like 3287, both of them peering into the vast starry expanse beyond the enormous glass. What is what? 3287 momentarily struggled to comprehend. Cavasir chuckled, pointing towards the distant silvery glow, the sensation of freedom after escaping the confines of a cage. 3287 paused for a moment, her gaze becoming dreamy as her small hand brushed against the cold glass, feeling an unfamiliar warmth stir within her heart. She gently nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "It seems rather delightful." At that moment, the curious eyes of little Celia wandered to the intricate machines. Captivated by the dazzling array of data flickering on the luminous screens, her desire to reach out tempered by trepidation as she bit her finger in a state of indecision. 3287 exhaled with ease, stretching languidly before approaching Celia's side. She pressed a button on the lower part of the control panel, causing the entire console to descend slightly. Just enough for Celia to operate comfortably. 3287 casually tapped a few buttons on the luminous screen, and soon the entire spaceship echoed with a series of soft sounds. As Cavasir and Celia exchanged puzzled glances, 3287, with a hint of exasperation, pressed a few more keys, and a three-dimensional projection materialized before them. It revealed a spaceship undergoing a dramatic transformation, morphing from a moderately sized circle into an elongated structure, various components extending outward until it ultimately took the form of a peculiar crescent-shaped vessel. In terms of volume, it had surged 5 or 6 times its original size. One could only wonder how 3287 managed to fit so many components into such a diminutive spacecraft. Cavasir stared in astonishment at the transformation of the spacecraft beneath his feet, as depicted by his holographic clock, regarding the entity known as 3287 with the same apprehension one might reserve for a living monstrosity. Let it be known, there are no provisions aboard this vessel. Why didn't you mention this sooner? It appears I shall have to exert considerable effort to utilize teleportation. Why didn't you inform me while you were on the planet Hitaiko? Celia and I could have gone to procure some provisions. Brother Cassie, Celia interjected. I believe Sister 3287, what a peculiar name she possesses, wants to leave that place as swiftly as possible, hence her insistence that you not waste time on gathering food. Moreover, this ship lacks refrigeration. Acquiring food would be futile. Honestly, I never truly expected to depart that planet aboard this vessel. How far is the next planet with decent technological advancements? Opening the star map. Ah, it is this one Yashi. Its technological capabilities are rather mediocre, in my opinion. Yet the materials required to construct a spacecraft should be available. It lies approximately 1 light-year away. 1 light-year, then. Let us press on. Clenching her fist heroically, Celia scattered flowers in delight. Thus, amidst the vast, desolate expanse of the cosmos, a peculiar crescent-shaped spacecraft suddenly vanished only to reappear far ahead in the distance. The spacecraft of Cavasir gracefully descended onto the relatively verdant planet of Yashi. With its formidable capabilities, the vessel's anti-detection features were far beyond the reach of such a primitive world. Naturally, the detection and defense systems crafted by 3287 under optimal resource conditions would surpass the current capabilities of this ship, easily uncovering its presence. After all, this spacecraft was constructed in secrecy by 3287. It is only to be anticipated that in the days to come, 3287 would further enhance this already advanced craft, utilizing her intellect and innate talent. Given the right resources and time, she possessed the potential to transform this crescent-shaped anomaly into a veritable space fortress. This, indeed, was Cavasir's aspiration. Upon landing in a desolate expanse, the ship activated its cloaking system. The central section of the crescent-shaped spacecraft opened, revealing the figures of Cavasir, 3287, and Celia. Are you certain that the inhabitants here will not detect our ship? Cavasir inquired, shielding his eyes as he scanned the barren horizon. This planet, after all, was quite expansive. 3287, petite in stature, replied without raising her head, according to the data extracted from the Haytake planet. The technological prowess of Yashi is insufficient to detect even the rudimentary products I have crafted. As she spoke, the young girl fiddled with a peculiar watch on her left wrist. With a click, 3287 pressed a button on the watch, and instantly, her diminutive frame began to levitate gently. Finding it cumbersome to be carried by Cavasser, she hastily devised this compact anti-gravity device. This apparatus required the user's DNA and, when worn, could interpret the user's brainwaves to achieve flight. The outcome of 3287's creation was that Cavasser strongly urged her to produce several more watches with the same effect. Although he could fly himself, he had a profound fondness for science fiction in his previous life and harbored a keen curiosity for gadgets reminiscent of those in Doraemon, finding joy in collecting them, regardless of their utility. What a proud little girl. Cavasser shook his head, wrapping his arms around Celia's slender waist, preparing to take off. Celia, unaccustomed to such high-tech devices, felt no discomfort in being carried by Cavasser. Suddenly, Cavasser furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual presence from the sky. His gaze sharpened like lightning, piercing through the vast cosmic void. In a fleeting moment, a powerful and astonishing aura emerged from a distant point in that direction, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. It was undoubtedly a form of biological energy, rather than the immense power utilized by machines. The aura that could instantly alert Cavasser, the supreme Kai of the universe, was certainly not of ordinary strength. "What's the matter, Covey brother?" Celia asked, her brow furrowing in confusion as she noticed Cavasser's sudden stillness, only to find him wearing an expression of unprecedented seriousness. Though Cavasser often appears irreverent, this demeanor is a remnant of his former life's personality. Nevertheless, having served as a supreme Kai for an extended period, he possesses an inherent dignity and commanding presence, cultivated by the divine energy that envelopes him. "Just a moment," he said, smiling as he gently patted Celia's head. He then delicately pressed his right index finger against his temple, establishing a connection with the Kai of the East. "Did you notice that aura just now?" he inquired. The East Kai promptly responded, "Indeed, Supreme Kai. That presence is extraordinarily formidable. Please conduct a brief investigation," Cavasser requested, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite his playful nature, he bears a sense of responsibility as a Supreme Kai. Should this presence pose a threat to the universe, he would not hesitate to wield his divine powers to eliminate it. "Understood, Supreme Kai," the East Kai replied. At that moment, a somewhat dissatisfied voice echoed from the sky. "What are you doing? Hurry up." Cavasser swiftly cradled Celia's soft form and soared into the heavens. This planet lacked the formidable capacity to install identity devices for every citizen. Unlike Haitiko, which enforced global surveillance, it could be that this planet possessed such capabilities but chose not to exercise them. Who could truly know? In the sky, Cavasser held Celia's fragrant and delicate body while flying alongside 3287. "Now, tell me, what modifications do you envision for the spacecraft? Or what additions do you wish to incorporate?" 3287 inquired with a hint of indifference, adhering to their agreement. "I shall assist your departure from that planet, and in return, you shall craft the vessel of my desires." At that moment, Cavasser's eyes sparkled with excitement as he was about to respond, when the voice of the East Realm King interrupted. "Lord King, we have found him." "Oh? Pray, elaborate," Cavasser replied, narrowing his eyes. "What?" 3287 turned, puzzled by Cavasser's seemingly enigmatic response. Cavasser gestured for her to wait, and continued to listen to the report from the East King. The East King elaborated. "This occurred on a planet that retains its primitive landscape, adorned with untamed forests and wildlife, yet devoid of human presence. The entity in question possesses long black hair, a portion of red fur adorning his upper body, and a striking red tail. He emanates a formidable aura, though he quickly reined it in." Upon hearing the East King's description, Cavasser froze momentarily in midair. Could it be? Such characteristics. Cavasser's eyes widened as a figure reminiscent of a revered idol flashed through his mind. "It is impossible. I should be in a prehistoric era that even the Milky Way has yet to witness." Cavasser shook his head repeatedly, murmuring to himself. This left Celia cradled in his arms, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend her brother's ramblings. "Oh no. It seems he has detected my scrutiny and has actively shielded himself from my probing." The East King's anxious voice suddenly broke through the tension. Cavasser was momentarily taken aback, but soon a faint smile graced his lips. "Never mind. It no longer concerns you. The one-sided investigation, after all, was rather straightforward. Moreover, the source of that aura appeared to be not too far from this place. Just a moment ago, Cavasier's consciousness had quietly locked onto that energy in the ether. Ah, my friend is certainly not akin to the lackluster realm king portrayed in tales. Even if he were indeed a Super Scion 4, it would be impossible for him to perceive the divine consciousness of our esteemed realm king. Furthermore, if he were a Scion, it was well known that the East Realm King had stated that the planet lacked the capability to sustain human life, and thus no spaceships could exist there. Yet, how did he find himself in that location? Did he inadvertently stumble upon a cosmic wormhole? Well, it isn't terribly far. With a spaceship, it would only take a matter of days. Perhaps I should prioritize the matter of the spacecraft first. Alas, let us hope it will yield a delightful surprise. Chapter 11. The Grand Expedition of Spaceship Construction. On the planet Yashi. In the bustling Fidru district, one of the 6 major super-cities, the wide streets brimmed with life, thronged by people and adorned with high-end hover vehicles. Various magnetic highways soared through the air, and numerous small flying mechanical law enforcement units floated gracefully about, each diligently fulfilling their duties. The young girl, 3287, strolled through the lively thoroughfare, flanked by the seemingly idle Cavasier and the curious Celia, her bright eyes sparkling with wonder. "Brother Cassie, what is that?" she exclaimed. Look, that person is so strange." Laughter escaped her lips as she tugged at Cavasier, her inquisitiveness palpable. 3287 led the way into a sprawling supermarket, which was vast and filled with an overwhelming array of products. So, aside from that insignificant gravity room, what else do we need? The young girl deftly navigated through the myriad of mechanical and electronic goods, selecting items with an air of ease. Cavasier detained the little girl Celia, who was eager to join the lively commotion in the distance, and pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about crafting some specialized combat attire? You know, garments that are both lightweight and flexible, yet offer commendable defense. A rather simple endeavor." 3287 nodded in agreement, retrieving seemingly inconspicuous components from the shelves. "Continue," she replied nonchalantly. "Gene repair fluid, to create a healing machine capable of restoring injuries." "Yes, continue. Let us also construct several training rooms aboard the ship, perhaps integrating them with the gravity chamber." "Yes, continue. Some recreational facilities must not be overlooked, such as a bathroom, bedrooms, a sports arena, a swimming pool, and the likes, preferably on a luxurious scale." "Yes, continue." Thus, Cavasier followed closely behind the frantically procuring 3287, while simultaneously keeping an eye on the dazed little girl Celia, as he rambled on about his desires. "By the way," Cavasier interjected, grasping 3287's arm. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, he inquired, "Could you possibly forge a few suits of iron armor for me?" He proceeded to describe in detail the characteristics of the Iron Man suit. The young girl, 3287, regarded Cavasier with a perplexed expression, hesitating to respond. "What? Even you cannot create this?" Cavasier gazed at 3287 in despair, pondering if Tony was truly an anomaly beyond human comprehension, incapable of being replicated even by this extraordinary scientific prodigy. 3287 nearly choked on his words. "What are you saying?" The little girl glared at Cavasier with evident dissatisfaction before stating earnestly, "However, are you certain you want me to create such toy-like contraptions? I can do it, but I propose adding a function to the previously suggested combat-oriented robots, allowing them to switch to the iron suit mode you just described. How does that sound?" "That sounds splendid," Cavasier exclaimed, revitalized, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh, and the intelligent system we discussed earlier must also be installed, linking all mechanical devices within the ship, including the super robots, to minimize the presence of cumbersome control panels. I find such things incomprehensible. It would be much more convenient to simply instruct the intelligence when needed." "That is indeed a commendable idea. It can be implemented," the young girl 3287 acknowledged, casting a glance of appreciation at Cavasier. She mused that this fellow could indeed come up with constructive suggestions, contrasting sharply with the earlier nonsensical notions he had proposed, which were dreadfully outdated. Had it not been for their agreement, she would have been disinclined to undertake such tasks. Nevertheless, since she was to proceed, she resolved to execute them to perfection. This way, the ship would be more spacious and comfortable. Cavasier smiled, patting Celia, who was entwined around his arm, and said, "Isn't that right, Celia?" "Celia." her eyes twinkling with curiosity, shook her head in confusion, yet she appeared to be quite impressive. After a brief foray into the supermarket, the little girl known as 3287 led Cavasser and others to the checkout. From her pocket, 3287 produced a diminutive money card, and with a swift scan, the transaction was complete with a soft beep. Cavasser, begrudgingly assuming the role of a porter, hoisted a considerable load while following the giggling Celia behind the little girl 3287. As for the origin of their funds, Cavasser was only aware that the prodigious 3287 had merely ventured out for a short while and returned with an additional card in hand. Shortly thereafter, they stumbled upon a seemingly computer-like device in the city, and after a flurry of activity, a long sequence of nines inexplicably appeared on that card. While passing through a narrow alley, Cavasser reached behind him and tapped the chaotic assortment of items on his back. Instantly, a surge of divine energy erupted, causing those items to vanish into thin air. It is worth noting that Cavasser's divine power is essentially the fundamental force of this universe, effortlessly opening a modest micro-subdimensional space, akin to a portable storage bag, which he deemed convenient for his duties as a porter. Thus, for nearly a month to come, they would spend a few days aboard their spacecraft, venturing out only as needed to gather materials before retreating back to their concealed vessel. A month passed. Cavasser, brimming with satisfaction, surveyed the nearly completed wonders aboard the spacecraft. He strolled past the opulently adorned lounges, emitting soft sounds of approval. He traversed the spacious, bright, and rugged training facilities, equipped with an array of exercise apparatus, and again expressed his admiration. He meandered before rows of remarkably effective medical machines, yet again offering his commendation. He examined a collection of garments, from his desired custom combat attire to an array of dazzling casual and leisure wear, and once more, he voiced his approval. Finally, he arrived at the chamber housing the super robots. "Welcome, Mr. Cavasser," a mechanical feminine voice resonated from the miniature speakers embedded in the ship's walls. As the security door of the room illuminated softly and began to open slowly, Cavasser entered the chamber, where the metallic walls were adorned with an array of square containers, each encased beneath glass domes, housing formidable super robots reminiscent of Iron Man, due to Cavasser's fondness for a certain artificial being from a narrative. He had instructed the young girl to create 18 of these extraordinary machines. "Shah, activate Mark 1 and 2, he commanded, snapping his fingers with a smile. "And do bring me a glass of juice." "Certainly, Mr. Cavasser," responded a mechanical voice, ever obedient and ready to assist with any task, great or small. Immediately, 2 of the glass coffins illuminated, and with a hiss, 2 imposing super robots emerged, strikingly similar to Iron Man swiftly. A mechanical arm delivered a glass of juice to Cavasser's awaiting hand. The convenience of having such intelligence at his disposal brought a quiet satisfaction to Cavasser as he savored a delightful sip of his drink. The superintelligence system, which Cavasser had aptly named Shah, was imbued with the essence of his divine aura. As long as the divinity within Cavasser remained, he would retain the highest authority aboard this vessel. Celia, too, was granted a level 1 access, a privilege second only to Cavasser's own, allowing her to utilize most of the ship's functions. Initially, Cavasser had intended to bestow a privilege upon 3287, but the young girl gently declined. Cavasser initially presumed that the little girl would respond with something along the lines of, "I was always going to deliver the spaceship to you." Yet he was gravely mistaken. The girl replied with a dismissive roll of her eyes and, with a hint of unparalleled arrogance, casually remarked, "If I wish to do something, what does it matter if I lack the authority?" Chapter 12. Lament and the Music Box. In the vastness of the cosmos, a crescent-shaped colossal spaceship soared through the void. Within it lay hundreds of rooms, each representing a myriad of wonders. The technological prowess of this spacecraft was nothing short of astounding. In an exceedingly spacious training chamber, 2 formidable steel super robots stood facing one another, one clad in a resplendent red exterior, the other adorned in a striking blue. Yet, both shared a common feature. The elongated eye sections of their helmets gleamed with a captivating blue light. Meanwhile, the adorable little girl Celia, dressed in loose-fitting casual attire, sat comfortably on the edge of a plush chair, cradling a bag of popcorn. Beside her, a small coffee table boasted an array of snacks and a glass of juice. As Celia savored a handful of popcorn and took a sip of juice, her large eyes narrowed in delight. With a playful flourish, she raised her delicate, fair-skinned arm and exclaimed, "Mark 1 versus Mark 2. Round 1, ready, go?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the two super robots sprang into action. Boom. The red Mark I and blue Mark II simultaneously raised their arms, unleashing waves of energy towards each other. The rapid-fire red and blue energy blasts collided between them, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The force of the blast caused a gust of wind that made Celia squint her eyes. Both super robots leaped backward, emitting faint purple flames from their rear thrusters, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Clang, clang, clang. The training room reverberated with the thunderous sounds of steel clashing, each impact igniting a shower of brilliant sparks, the result of the two robots' metallic exteriors colliding. Their high-speed movements rendered them nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Boom. Once again, a thunderous clash of steel reverberated through the air. Two super robots emerged simultaneously, retreating in unison, their metallic feet scraping against the ground, igniting a shower of sparks. The training room, including its floor, was crafted from a remarkably resilient metal discovered by the little girl 3287 on the planet Yashi. The red Mark I and Mark II robots bore numerous dents and countless scratches on their once pristine exteriors. Yet, astonishingly, the scars on this special memory metal began to restore themselves almost immediately. In the midst of the dark expanse of space, a crescent-shaped spaceship gradually came to a halt. Celia, perplexed, lifted her gaze. Why had it stopped? At that moment, a cylindrical structure suddenly emerged from the golden floor before her, topped with a glass vial containing a gently swirling pale green liquid. Miss Celia, the ceiling of this room is about to open. Will you be departing or opting to use the -34Y8 potion? The mechanical voice belonged to Xiao Xia, the superintelligence system aboard the spaceship. Celia wrinkled her delicate nose, glancing at the red robot, Mark I, and grumbled, I refuse to get a shot. It would be excruciating. Never mind, I shall take a bath instead. With that, she set down her popcorn and juice on the nearby coffee table and made her way to the training room's door, which opened automatically. Celia skipped joyfully toward the bathroom as the door closed behind her. The ceiling slowly revealed a circular opening, exposing the inky blackness of space beyond. Swiftly, the red Mark I and blue Mark II shot forth, their speed astonishing. The two super robots unleashed their full potential in the cosmos, executing a flurry of colossal energy attacks with reckless abandon. The blue Mark II retreated rapidly, gripping its left wrist with its right hand, while its left palm underwent a rapid transformation, swiftly morphing into a long cannon gleaming with a silvery metallic sheen. A blue-white orb of light coalesced at the cannon's mouth. Preparing cannon laser, the mechanical voice of Xiao Xia echoed within the blue Mark II. Naturally, its sights were set on the distant red Mark I. Fire. Came the comm command. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light surged toward the red Mark I, engulfing it in a blinding flash. The force obliterated a colossal asteroid, floating several tens of thousands of kilometers behind the red robot, leaving no trace behind. The two super robots re-entered the spaceship through the circular passageway in the ceiling, which then gradually closed. With a soft thud, the red and blue super robots touched down. Their metallic exoskeletons crackled with arcs of electricity, some areas singed and blackened. However, the damage does not appear to be severe. The metallic shell of the Crimson Mark I abruptly opened, and from within emerged a youth with an eccentric hairstyle, bearing an expression that unmistakably conveyed, "This is truly exhilarating," reminiscent of Cavasir. Cavasir twisted his wrist and neck nonchalantly as he approached the exit of the training room. He lightly touched his earlobe, where a small device connected him to the highly intelligent Xiao Xia. Although he could still exercise authority without it, there were limitations. He could not stray too far, and upon returning to the spaceship, he would need to undergo a rescanning by Xiao Xia for identity verification. Without even glancing at the two super robots emitting white smoke, he commanded, Xiao Xia, repair them and send them to the storage. Prepare a hot bath for me. I wish to indulge in a warm soak. Understood, replied Xiao Xia's mechanical voice through Mark I and Mark II, as the two super robots gradually sank into the ground. The door to the room opened automatically as Cavasir approached, a faint smile gracing his lips as he made his way toward the bathroom. Sighing, he mused to himself, I wonder when the girl 3287 will be able to enhance the training room to withstand the full force of the super robots. It's such a hassle to have to step out to engage in combat. By the way, Celia mentioned that 3287 was once a girl in her 20s, whose body was transformed into that of a little girl due to an experimental mishap. Why does this evoke such a peculiar sense of déjà vu? Cavasser cradled his chin and leapt into the expansive bathtub, relishing a refreshing stretch. "Come in," a small girl remarked from her modest bed in her chamber, not bothering to glance back. The door creaked open, revealing Cavasser clad in a white bathrobe, towels in hand as he rubbed his damp hair, striding in with an air of nonchalance. He truly did not regard the girl, designated 3287, as a child, thus he felt little constraint. The girl paid him no mind, engrossed in the object she was fiddling with. "Is there something you need?" she inquired casually. I merely came to ask," Cavasser replied, casting his gaze around, only to find the girl's quarters surprisingly mundane, prompting him to curl his lip in disdain. "What's the matter? I can't just keep calling you 3287, can I? Surely. You have a name?" Cavasser scratched his head. "Is that all?" 3287's eyes remained fixated on her item, and she nonchalantly replied, "You can just call me AI. "Oh." The sense of déjà vu intensifies, Cavasser muttered. "What?" AI questioned, perplexed. "Nothing," Cavasser retorted, leaning closer to examine the object in her hands, intrigued by her intense focus. In AI's grasp lay an antiquated metal music box, adorned with peculiar and incomprehensible engravings, its surface marred by rust, suggesting it was either very old or entirely broken. Alongside it was a slender metal handle meant for manual winding. "This was sent to the lab for study, but it couldn't be opened, so I just kept it," AI unexpectedly elaborated. Cavasser paused, a look of surprise crossing his face as he gazed at the dilapidated music box, softly murmuring, "Is this a prelude to a theatrical release?" Chapter 13, The Divine Power Utilization Device and the Supermagnetic Storm. "What did you say?" AI looked at Cavasser with curiosity, as he often muttered incomprehensible phrases. I meant to say, what is the appeal of collecting something so old?" "It appears rather unremarkable," Cavasser remarked, scratching his nose while stealing another glance at AI's antiquated music box. His intuition had drawn an unexpected parallel to a music box featured in the Dragon Ball theatrical release. In that film, Dragon Fist Explosion, "No one can oppose me," a music box discovered by a nefarious sorcerer contained the sealed hero Tapiu, who was bound by his own blood to contain the fearsome phantom being Hildergan. He wielded a mysterious instrument, whether a soon or a flute, which could calm the turbulent spirit within Hildergan, and he also possessed the enigmatic sword of the hero. In the movie, young Trunks wielded this sword to achieve feats that even Super Saiyan Goku could not accomplish, severing the tail of the phantom Hildergan with a single stroke. Such grace, such elegance, such spirit, how striking it is. One might wonder, why is it that, despite sharing the same crowning plumage, he possesses such remarkable charm? AI placed the music box beneath the small bed, slipping on her slippers, and remarked softly, "I simply feel that within this object lies something I cannot bear to dispose of. Well, I must attend to my duties now." "Is it the sorrow emanating from that box?" AI quietly pondered. I must say, while I too wish for the spacecraft to undergo a swift renovation, there is no need for you to exert yourself so diligently. Our employer is quite benevolent," Cavasser remarked, following AI as they stepped outside, though his expression starkly contrasted with his words. After spending several days in each other's company, AI had grown accustomed to Cavasser's peculiar demeanor. As she walked down the corridor, she casually stated, "Please grant me a bit more of that energy. I believe I can soon devise a device for energy utilization." "That is certainly no issue. Whatever you require is at your disposal," Cavasser replied with a sunny smile, then casually extended his right hand and added, "A cup of milk tea, please." Almost within a mere few breaths, a mechanical arm emerged from the wall, presenting a cup of milk tea within its metallic grasp. Cavasser accepted the milk tea, gently blowing on the steam before taking a small sip, exclaiming with delight, "Hot." The figure ahead cast a fleeting glance at him, unable to suppress a quickening of their pace. Celia had finally finished her bath, or rather, her leisurely soak. Wrapped in a white towel, her ample bosom elevated the fabric, creating a striking cleavage that boldly stood out, the towel barely covering her rounded hips. With a rosy complexion from her bath, Celia stretched languidly, nearly dozing off in the soothing warmth. It was so delightful that she wished she could linger indefinitely. As she strolled into her bedroom, she loosened the towel, revealing an even more breathtaking form, her body a delicate and exquisite curve reminiscent of fine porcelain. Due to her tender age, her skin was so soft that one might believe it could yield water or milk with the slightest pressure. "I'll go find Brother Casey," Celia mused as she slowly donned her clothes. Suddenly startled, she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh no, I've forgotten to practice magic these past few days." Tilting her head in contemplation, she ultimately decided to seek out Brother Casey for a brief moment of play before dutifully practicing her magic. "Sister Xia, where's Brother Casey?" she inquired, skipping outside. A chip was affixed to her earlobe, and being within the confines of the spaceship only added to the situation. "In laboratory number 6, Miss Celia," came Xia's signature mechanical voice. "Thank you, Sister Xia." With the innocence of a child, Celia always regarded the emotionless, superintelligent Xia as if she were human. Caviezel sensed slightly and discovered that the previously detected aura, reminiscent of a potential Super Scion 4, remained on the primordial planet. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. Regardless of whether that energy truly belonged to a Scion, it appeared incapable of surviving in the harshness of space. And it was certain that no spacecraft resided on that planet. Otherwise, after a month had passed, it would have surely departed if it were able to do so. Caviezel did not completely envelop his consciousness there. Otherwise, he would effortlessly construct images of what his mind had scanned within his thoughts, and naturally, he would be able to directly perceive whether the essence belonged to the figure he anticipated, both in appearance and identity. He merely employed his consciousness to grasp that particular aura, allowing him to merely observe whether it had shifted. The reason Caviezel refrained from directly employing his divine senses to sweep through or teleport to the source of his curiosity can be interpreted as the complex and tumultuous emotions experienced by a devoted Dragon Ball fan. After many long years of yearning for the original plot, he was suddenly confronted with the unexpected appearance of a seemingly idolized figure. Nevertheless, Caviezel reassured himself that the distance was negligible, and soon he would have the opportunity to witness the truth with his own eyes. With this thought in mind, Caviezel followed AI into laboratory number 6. The door slowly closed behind them. Upon entry, they were met with a colossal apparatus that appeared incongruous with the advanced spacecraft, a tubular structure reminiscent of an oversized cannon. The left end was connected to a sophisticated computer, while the right end linked to an odd contraption resembling some sort of container. AI walked straight up to it and opened the container. "Come on," AI remarked, his tone as consistently indifferent as ever, pointing at the empty vessel. Caviezel nodded, raising his hand, a strand of divine power, shimmering like a prism of colors, coiling around his fingertips. With focused intent, he gradually directed this energy into the peculiar container. He exercised utmost caution, for this was a fragment of the primordial force of the universe. Despite its diminutive size, it bore an immense weight, a pressure akin to 1,000 tons. It was imperative to avoid any inadvertent contact with the container. This endeavor was born from a whimsical thought Caviezel had a fortnight prior, observing AI grappling with the energy supply for their spacecraft. He noted that while the vessel could harness energy from the surroundings during non-flight periods, thanks to a technology similarly applied to the 18 super robots, whose energy reserves were finite, yet seemingly boundless, when it came to flight, the ship naturally required propulsion. Thus, Caviezel pondered whether his divine power could be transformed into a source of energy. The outcome was a catastrophic failure of the ship's propulsion system, requiring significant effort from AI to restore it. Subsequently, AI, the scientific prodigy, insisted that Caviezel provide her with more of that extraordinary energy. She had discerned the immense potential within it, realizing that if effectively harnessed as a power source for the spacecraft, it would represent a revolutionary breakthrough in interstellar travel, one that would surely eclipse her earlier discovery of the eternal reactor. This marked the 6th failure. As Caviezel sighed in resignation, the spacecraft suddenly jolted violently. Alarms blared within the vessel, red lights flashing ominously. "Warning! Warning! An immeasurable magnetic storm has emerged. Course control compromised. Navigation systems failing." The mechanical voice of Xiao Xia echoed repeatedly throughout the ship. "What on earth is happening?" Caviezel exclaimed, instinctively glancing at the little girl AI beside him. An immeasurable magnetic storm? Encountering such an unpredictable phenomenon was indeed troublesome. AI furrowed her brow, likely contemplating that if time permitted, she could fortify the ship to withstand any assault. Yet, here they were, besieged by a mere magnetic storm, which was embarrassing for her. Opening the star map. AI did not require permission. Instead, she summoned a control panel from an unknown source, tapping away with a flurry of keystrokes. Instantly, a miniature star map materialized before her. She grasped this diminutive celestial chart with both hands. As she pulled, the star map expanded into a three-dimensional projection, transporting her and Caviezel into the cosmos. surrounded by spheres the size of basketballs or volleyballs, silently rotating around them. Suddenly, the spacecraft lurched violently once more, and Caviezel heard a gasp behind him. Turning around, he spotted Celia. After all, there were only 3 individuals aboard this ship. "What is happening, Brother Kaisi?" Celia, filled with trepidation, cautiously approached Caviezel, grasping his sleeve tightly as she marveled at the 3-dimensional starry sky that adorned the room. Absorbed in her own thoughts, AI cast a fleeting glance at the celestial projections surrounding them and calmly stated, "Prepare for a nearby descent. Please identify the most viable landing points." In an instant, a beam of light swept across the star map, locking onto a grayish-white planet. With the highest safety coefficient, Labubula planet. Shall we initiate an emergency landing? Chapter 14. The maiden amidst the pile of bones. Celia pressed her small face against the circular window of the spaceship. Her wide eyes filled with wonder as she gazed upon the external environment. It was not a breathtaking vista. Rather, the scene outside was one of desolation and decay. As she surveyed the planet from the vastness of space, all she could perceive was a dismal hue of gray and white. Sandstorms ravaged the landscape. Remnants of shattered structures lay scattered, and beneath the yellow sands, bones were faintly visible. The sight sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to retreat with a small, involuntary gasp. This was the Labubula planet where Caviezel and his crew had made their emergency landing. In truth, the descent of the spaceship had been far from smooth. The sudden onset of a powerful magnetic storm had disrupted the navigation system, causing moments of chaos. Nevertheless, they had successfully landed on this planet, deemed the safest by the superintelligence Xiao, even though it appeared anything but tranquil. The ominous sky was occasionally illuminated by dark yellow lightning, a manifestation of the intense magnetic storm that had rendered the atmosphere unstable. The clouds crackled with erratic flashes, and a chilling wind whispered through the air, as if lamenting unspeakable grievances. The crescent-shaped vessel glided close to the surface and, upon reaching a relatively flat expanse, gently descended with a sound akin to a great beast's sigh. The spaceship finally came to a steady halt. Inside, Caviezel reclined on a plush chair, swaying slightly as he rubbed his temples and muttered, "What a hassle. Xiao, redesign the flight path. We shall embark once this wretched storm has passed." "Understood, Mr. Caviezel." Xiao's mechanical voice resonated, and instantly, the entire hall was illuminated by a holographic projection of a miniature star map. Vast, expansive, resplendent. After a brief scan, a red beam emanated from the grayish-white Labubula they inhabited, swiftly tracing a zigzagging line toward the horizon. This trajectory connected 5 or 6 variously sized celestial bodies before ultimately pinpointing a colossal, verdant planet teeming with life. Target magnified. Caviezel pointed to the immense green planet, and it was immediately drawn closer, enlarged several times over, now occupying approximately 1 cubic meter of space, resembling a verdant gem spinning gently before him. Caviezel stroked his chin, gently spinning the projected emerald sphere with his hand. The verdant orb twirled like a top, pausing intermittently as he scrutinized the simulated terrain upon its surface. This vibrant sphere was the destination of their journey, the very locus of that powerful aura. The sound of a door creaking open resonated behind Caviezel. The little girl, AI, entered, her expression as stoic as ever. Without raising her gaze, she inquired, "Is the life detection device still non-operational?" The superintelligence system identified the address to itself and promptly replied in its mechanical voice, "Due to interference from the strong magnetic field, it remains inoperative." AI furrowed her brow, displaying her discontent with the current situation being beyond her control. "This damned magnetic storm," she muttered. "Do not fret," Caviezel said nonchalantly, handing her a glass of juice with a smile. "Let us consider this a unique excursion. If you find it dull, we can venture out later." He cast a fleeting glance out the window at the somber, gray landscape and murmured, "It certainly feels as though we have arrived at the right place." Time seemed to rewind slightly. On the desolate and starkly pallid planet of Blalub, an overwhelming sense of despair and sorrow permeated the atmosphere, reminiscent of a graveyard. The air was thick with a suffocating panic, as if the entire planet was a chaotic burial ground, in a barren expanse strewn with bones. The ground was carpeted with a multitude of white skeletons, their eye sockets dark and hollow, rib cages fractured as if cleaved by a sharp blade, and remnants of clothing, nearly disintegrated by time, lay scattered about. At the center of this macabre graveyard, a slight elevation formed, a mound of bones. Atop this hillock stood a rusted long sword, thrust firmly into the skeletal heap. It defied the fierce winds, piercing the summit of this grim assemblage. Within the bone-strewn landscape, an eerie wail echoed. Was it the wind howling? Or the sound of someone weeping? Uncertain of how much time has elapsed, the rusted longsword began to tremble gently, as if it were softly weeping, struggling faintly before a delicate silver light enveloped the sword. Within this silvery radiance, the shape of the longsword gradually transformed, and when the light dissipated, it astonishingly morphed into a young girl, seated with her knees drawn to her chest. She was a maiden with silver hair, her body entirely bare, her silver eyes glimmering with an ethereal sheen. Slowly, she rose to her feet, and with each movement, the bones scattered beneath her crunched and fell, creating a stark contrast between the beautiful, naked girl and the grim landscape of bones. The silver-haired maiden paid no heed to the remnants beneath her delicate feet as she stepped down from the pile of bones, wandering aimlessly across the ground strewn with skeletal remains. "Another 30 years have passed," murmured the silver-haired girl, her gaze vacant as she surveyed the desolation around her. The sight of decay, reminiscent of an apocalyptic world, seemed to pierce her eyes deeply. She stood there, as a thunderous dark golden lightning crackled in the sky, illuminating her figure and casting a glow upon her flawless silhouette. In the cruel monochrome backdrop, she appeared as a sorrowful work of art. "My grandmother spoke of a legend in our clan, one that foretells the transformation into a divine sword. It is said that those who awaken the qualities of the divine sword shall have celestial beings arrive to forge eternal friendships and fight alongside them. Yet, why have the gods not appeared? They were absent during my awakening, and now there is nothing left. This place has been ravaged by those extraterrestrial beings, leaving no remnants behind. Even if I were to eradicate all those aliens, what would it matter? Everything has vanished. This once beautiful planet lies dead. Yet, all these years have passed. And why have you still not come? Is the legend merely a fantasy? Will the prophecy ever come to fruition? In this state of utter loss, what significance remains for me, aside from slumbering and waiting without reason?" The silver-haired girl tilted her head back, speaking to herself, yearning to cry, yet finding her tears long since dried. She had become rusted. A divine sword should never succumb to rust. Yet, her heart was gradually withering. A sword lacking purpose was merely a pitiful piece of scrap iron. Thus, the girl stood there in solitude, unaware of how many times she had found herself in this very spot, gazing at the once magnificent sky that, like her, was fading. Suddenly, she beheld in the distant horizon a colossal crescent-shaped spacecraft hurtling down through the black clouds, descending rapidly. Once again, those extraterrestrial beings. The silver-haired maiden's bewildered eyes ignited with an extraordinary brilliance, a fierce fire of rage and hatred etched into her very soul. In an instant, her expression turned impassive, and a sword of iron materialized in her right hand, launching toward the distant landing site of the spaceship. Chapter 15. Angelia, the Awakening Sword. Angelia opened her eyes, lingering for a moment in the warmth of her cozy bed before swiftly dressing and descending from her slumber. The tender cheeks of the 11-year-old girl were slightly flushed from the chill as she rubbed her hands together and stepped out of her small abode. Gazing at the pristine blanket of snow that carpeted the ground and the distant hints of greenery, a smile of pure happiness blossomed upon her face. Despite the hardships of poverty, Angelia felt a profound sense of contentment within her young heart. Though she occasionally harbored a flicker of curiosity about the life in the far-off bustling city, she was not a greedy child. Despite her tender age, she possessed a remarkable maturity, particularly because she cared for her elderly grandmother, who, at 95, could no longer walk and spent her days confined to bed. Although she sometimes felt a twinge of guilt regarding her grandmother's condition, Angelia was genuinely grateful for the simplicity of their life together. For such uncomplicated happiness provided warmth to her soul. After extending her small arms to embrace the enchanting beauty of nature, Angelia flashed a sweet smile and hurried back inside to prepare breakfast for her grandmother. As they shared the warm meal, she listened to her grandmother recount the familiar tales and legends she had heard countless times before. Each retelling captivated young Angelia anew, drawing her into the world of stories. Among them was the tale of a brave warrior from their tribe, who awakened as a divine sword, accompanying a great celestial being on a quest across the cosmos to vanquish evil and establish peace, a truly admirable and enviable greatness. After the stories, Angelia would venture alone to gather firewood from a small hill 3 kilometers away, carrying some to sell in the nearby town, 9 kilometers distant. Though their life was modest, It was filled with joy. Everything seemed destined to continue in this beautiful manner, as it should have. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky, cutting through the air with a fierce gust. A silver-haired girl, wielding an iron sword, flew swiftly towards the site where the cosmic vessel had previously landed. Beneath her calm exterior simmered a tempest of anger, confusion, and indignation. Why? This planet had already been marred. Why must they come to further destroy it? Were aliens truly so cruel? The silver-haired girl's icy gaze narrowed, her striking pupils radiating a chilling light. This time, she vowed, nothing would be touched here again. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, young Angelia joyfully ran home, her remaining firewood balanced on her back. Today, the kind uncle at the market had given her an extra 100 rupees, but Angelia, ever observant, promptly returned the excess to him. Thus, little Angelia felt remarkably uplifted, humming a tune, her steps becoming light and buoyant, as if the burden of firewood upon her had significantly diminished. The setting sun cast a beautiful silhouette of the girl upon the ground, and she playfully danced upon her shadow as she made her way home, transforming her journey into an enjoyable adventure. However, upon her return, she was met with the horrifying sight of her grandmother's lifeless body. The wood she carried tumbled to the ground with a clatter, and little Angelia stood frozen at the threshold of her grandmother's bedroom, her expression one of shock, as the pool of crimson blood struck her eyes with its piercing brightness. The remnants of flesh, organs, and the gnarled hands resembling tree roots, along with her grandmother's unblinking gaze, filled her with an overwhelming sense of despair. Angelica felt an excruciating pain in her eyes, as if the sights before her were lacerating her very soul, causing tears to flow incessantly, akin to blood streaming from her heart. Then came a throbbing headache, so intense it felt as though her head might explode. Every part of her ached, her ears, nose, mouth, arms, chest, abdomen, thighs, and feet. Yet, curiously, she felt no pain in her heart. Was it because her heart had already succumbed to anguish? It felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss of silence, devoid of light and warmth. With no one to come to her aid, perhaps those who could have rescued her were long gone, lost to the void. She descended into the solitude of a lonely cliff. When Angelia regained her senses, all that lay before her was a desolate wasteland, stripped of all vitality, a world severed from the fabric of life. The sky was shrouded in darkness, the earth cloaked in gray, absent of white snow, green forests, her grandmother, the quaint town, or any semblance of warmth. She found herself standing atop a mound of rubble, akin to a sword thrust into the pinnacle of destruction, blood cascading down its blade. Below her lay a sea of corpses, a mountain of the fallen, a river of blood. Countless extraterrestrials had met their end at the hands of her sword, their bodies piled high, their faces frozen in expressions of grotesque terror, as if they had witnessed unspeakable horrors before their demise. Yet the little girl remained oblivious to the chaos around her, reverting to her innocent, naked form, gazing vacantly at the lifeless planet and the roiling black clouds above. This world was on the brink of death, and she felt as though she too was nearing her end, trapped within a crescent-shaped spaceship. Cowizel languidly strolled into the training room, stretching with a yawn, his expression unmistakably conveying a sense of utter boredom. Although a training facility had been established, Cowizel's enthusiasm for training had waned significantly after the initial days. The divine physique of a Kaishan differs profoundly from that of mortal beings. They possess an inherent, unimaginable reservoir of energy, a manifestation of the primordial forces of the universe that sustain existence itself, the cosmic primordial energy. Recently, fragments of instinctual knowledge requisite for a Kaishan have begun to intermittently surface within Cowizel's divine essence. It has become evident to him that the birthplace of the five Kaishans, referred to as the source of cosmic origins, is where countless parallel dimensions converge. This locus serves as the fundamental source and pillar for the existence of all dimensions. The dimension in which Cowizel resides is the primary dimension among all parallel realms, a unique domain predominantly inhabited by the five Kaishans, distinguished from the others. Cowizel is aware of the concept of parallel dimensions. In terms of the original narrative, the young Trunks, hailing from the future, originates from a parallel dimension akin to the primary one. However, in his universe, the legendary Super Saiyan Goku succumbed prematurely to a viral heart disease. Furthermore, in his past life, Cowizel had perused a fan comic titled Dragon Ball Super, Dimensional Chaos, which now seems to hint at the plausibility of such alternate realities. Yet, he is left pondering why each parallel dimension features a so-called Kaioshin. To his current knowledge, there are indeed only 5 Kaioshins, who typically operate within the primary dimension, opening pathways to other parallel realms only when necessary. Thus, one might question whether the Kaioshins depicted in the narrative are merely superficial or overly commonplace. Cavasor offered a subtle critique as he gazed upward at the ceiling, which had transformed into a transparent expanse. With a snap of his fingers, he observed in astonishment as the opulent structure of the spacecraft swiftly receded, revealing the external scene. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds roiling and lightning crackling. As Cavasor squinted into the distance, his keen eyesight discerned an approaching figure, a mere few kilometers away. To his astonishment, it was a girl with silver hair, clad in nothing but her own skin. However, Cavasor found no inclination to admire the view, for the expression in her eyes and the object resembling a long sword in her hand commanded his attention. With merely 5 leagues separating her from the crescent-shaped vessel, the girl, Angelia, radiated an icy intensity from her silver eyes. She raised the black sword aloft, her bare body shimmering with an otherworldly silver glow that enveloped the weapon. The sword's aura surged skyward, transforming Angelia into a formidable embodiment of a mystical blade, the sword of death, the sword of carnage, the sword of annihilation. With a heart full of cold fury, she swung the long sword with great force, unleashing a lengthy stream of silver sword energy that shot towards the seemingly diminutive crescent-shaped ship below. This silvery arc of energy traveled with such swiftness that it felt as though it were the icy smirk of the Grim Reaper descending upon the vessel. Chapter 16. I am thy god within the crescent ship's warehouse. Celia pressed her curious face against the glass enclosure, marveling at the array of iron man-like super robots. Numbered from 1 to 18. It struck her as odd that, despite her sister AI, who had confessed her true age to be in her 20s, stating that the final creation would be a humanoid robot, Cavasor had opted for such a design. Nevertheless, she found it rather appealing. As Celia admired the spectacle, a sudden explosion erupted. The glass covering the red Mark I shattered violently, and a shadow shot upwards as a circular passage to the outside world inexplicably opened. A long trail of scorching heat, the result of the Mark I's thruster's extreme compression, soared from the shattered enclosure towards the newly formed opening, leaving a mark of the intense heat that, while terrifyingly high in energy and temperature, did not affect the surrounding environment. Celia fell to the ground, her hair standing on end in bewilderment. What just happened? She pondered, as the sharp sword energy from the silver-haired girl neared the crescent ship. In a flash, a red figure burst forth from the top of the vessel, rushing to confront the ethereal, silvery blade of energy. Maximum power, energy shield. Cavasor, clad in the crimson Mark I iron armor, whispered softly, his gaze fixed through the helmet's external viewing feature upon the silver sword energy that was poised to strike his head in an instant, unperturbed. Such trivialities could hardly bring about his demise, so why should he fear? In a flash, the elongated, arc-shaped sword energy, stretching over 10 meters, collided with an invisible energy barrier before the Mark I. A resounding wave of circular shock reverberated from the barrier, sending a whirlwind of dust and debris flying around the spacecraft. Hey, shouldn't we discuss what just transpired? Cavasor thought, still catching his breath when he noticed the silver-haired maiden had already darted to his front, her expression frosty as she swung her sword towards him. With a thunderous boom, the microjets of his armored suit erupted with high-pressure flames, allowing Cavasor to deftly evade the strike. He intended to voice his thoughts, but alas, another swing came hurtling toward him. After narrowly dodging, Cavasor's temper flared. From where did this silver-haired girl emerge? While her lack of attire could be dismissed as an unexpected boon, the fact that she remained silent during their encounter irked him. Even villains typically exchanged a few taunts, did they not? To suddenly appear without uttering a word, only to attack, was an utterly bewildering turn of events. A hint would have been appreciated. Cavasor did not doubt that the young girl before him comprehended his words. From his conversations with the Grand Kaioshin, he learned that 1,000,000 years ago, a previous Grand Kaioshin, disheartened by the cacophony of languages among the denizens of the lower realms, found his travels severely hindered. In response, he allied with the 4 major Kaioshins of the cardinal directions and even communicated with the fundamental forces of the universe to disseminate their language among all sentient beings across the cosmos. Naturally, this was not a straightforward imposition of language, but rather a form of subtle hypnosis. guiding countless intelligent species to evolve their native tongues towards the dialect of the Kayashins through generations of propagation and wisdom transmission. Unless a particularly resilient and beleaguered race emerged from the brink of extinction, they would inevitably develop a new language upon their resurgence. In such cases, as they flourished anew, they would encounter the universal language of the cosmos. However, for most species, extinction led to an irrevocable end. In Caviezel's estimation, the Namekians exemplified such a resilient and beleaguered race, thus giving rise to the so-called Namekian language. Returning to the matter at hand, the silver-haired Angelia and Caviezel, clad in his crimson steel armor, were embroiled in a fierce aerial confrontation. Each strike of their blades against Caviezel's armored form generated a remarkable shockwave, resonating through the surrounding environment. Hills crumbled beneath the tremors of their battle, while fragments of rock and swirling sands filled the air. The combat was nothing short of cataclysmic. Every blow shook the very earth. Caviezel extended his right hand, a dazzling light igniting from his palm. He bellowed, "Do not presume that your nakedness renders you invulnerable." A beam of energy surged forth from his palm, hurtling towards the naked silver-haired maiden suspended in midair. The silver-haired girl maintained her frosty demeanor, effortlessly flicking her black iron sword to deflect the energy wave emitted by Caviezel, which detonated with a resounding crash upon striking the distant mountains. Within his helmet, Caviezel silently grimaced, realizing he had instinctively diminished the output of his energy. Angelia, her silver short hair framing her cold visage, cast a steely gaze upon the bizarrely grotesque red alien before her, finally articulating several words laced with an icy chill. "Alien. Depart, or perish." As her words hung in the air, a sudden jolt raced through her heart. She swiftly turned, only to find a blue alien, strikingly similar to the red one, had inexplicably materialized behind her. Caught off guard, Angelia was ensnared tightly by the blue alien. Caviezel glanced downward and beheld a young girl with chestnut hair standing atop the spacecraft, the prodigious scientist known as AI. At that moment, the girl gazed indifferently at the silver-haired maiden ensnared by her own remote-controlled super robot, Mark II. Her brows furrowed slightly, indicating a hint of dissatisfaction. The azure extraterrestrial's body, unexpectedly, felt as frigid as her own. A pang of anxiety gripped Angelia's heart as she sensed the crimson alien behind her preparing to strike, displaying no sign of alarm. Angelia, under the astonished gazes of Caviezel and AI, transformed seamlessly into a gleaming silver sword. Shrinking in size, the silver blade effortlessly darted from the powerful mechanical arm of the super robot Mark II, hovering in midair, poised between Caviezel and the formidable machine. Caviezel beheld in astonishment as the silver longsword, which had transformed from the previously naked silver-haired maiden, gradually morphed back into the very form of the silver-haired girl. This revelation struck him with a jolt, for he recalled the words of the Supreme Kai, who spoke of a deity from 1 billion years past, renowned for advocating the universal language of the cosmos. It was said that the divine attendant of that ancient Supreme Kai hailed from a mysterious and formidable race known as the Ancient Sword Clan. As the silver-haired girl brandished what appeared to be an ordinary iron sword, lunging towards him with remarkable speed, Caviezel swiftly exited the steel armor of Mark I. Floating in the air in his true form, he extended a finger, gently touching the tip of the girl's iron sword. The scene seemed to freeze in time. The iron sword, wielded by the girl endowed with extraordinary power, was astonishingly halted by the mere touch of Caviezel's fingertip, unable to advance even a fraction. On the top of the crescent-shaped spaceship, the little girl Celia gazed up in astonishment at Caviezel suspended in the air. Suddenly, a radiant, multicolored light, reminiscent of exquisite glass, descended from above, enveloping Caviezel in its ethereal glow. Bathed in this dreamlike luminescence, Caviezel appeared as a celestial being, drawing upon the primal energies of the universe, the greatest reliance of the Supreme Kai. How beautiful! Celia, the little girl, had seemingly emerged from the spaceship, standing beside the astonished AI, gazing up at Caviezel, who was cloaked in a divine aura. Within the vibrant beams of light, Caviezel, with a benevolent expression and a gentle smile gracing his lips, released the grip of his finger from the sword's tip and grasped the blade itself. With a delicate tug, he brought the somewhat dazed silver-haired girl before him. Striving to maintain his gaze from wandering elsewhere, he extended his other hand, lightly resting it upon the silver of Angelia's hair. Instantly, vivid scenes, some vibrant, others muted, flashed before Caviezel's eyes. A charming girl with short red hair, clad in simple attire, bore a heavy load of firewood along the path, while the setting sun painted the sky in breathtaking hues. Yet, the tranquility shattered as gruesome remnants lay scattered, the once familiar and cherished visage now fragmented upon the ground. The girl's heart seemingly exploding with despair. Her beautiful red hair and azure eyes transformed into a silvery hue in that fleeting moment. Then came the sight of skeletal remains, and in the absence of understanding her purpose, she was left to choose a purposeless slumber, awaiting the possible arrival of a divine being as foretold in prophecy. Observing the exposed maiden before him, her silver hair gradually returning to red, her silver eyes reverting to azure, Cavathir smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Join me as my companion." Chapter 17. The God of Destruction, Beerus, and the Warrior, Tapio. 2 days had passed when the crescent-shaped spaceship surged into the sky once more. At the circular window of the vessel stood a girl with striking short red hair, her enchanting sea-blue eyes gazing at the ravaged land receding beyond the glass. Fleeting memories of its former beauty haunted her, yet the terrain now lay marred by bloodshed and devastation. A gentle hand rested upon Angelia's shoulder, prompting her to don a casual outfit aboard the ship. Turning her head, she noticed Cavasil was also fixated on the distant landscape that had long lost its former glory. "Let it go. The past is destined to fade," Cavasil sighed. Suddenly taken aback, his voice a mere whisper as his gaze grew distant and unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Angelia, unaware of the subtle shift in Cavasil's demeanor, cast one last glance at her once familiar homeland, softly grasping Cavasil's hand and nodding slightly. Earlier, while Cavasil had channeled the primal forces of the universe to comfort Angelia, they had forged an unspoken bond, as if fate had intertwined their paths from the very beginning. AI reclined in a plush chair, a translucent square screen hovering before her. Yet her gaze wandered elsewhere. She was entranced by the music box nestled in her hands, its surface adorned with peculiar yet exquisite patterns. The box appeared worn, its metallic facade etched with the marks of time. "Why not open it and listen?" a voice from behind suggested. Without turning, AI recognized it as Celia's voice. She gently traced the handle of the music box, shaking her head slightly. "It won't budge." "Really?" Celia leaned closer, curiously prodding the box with her finger. "Is it broken?" "No," AI replied softly. "It seems to be sealed by some method." "Sealed?" Cavasil's voice chimed in from behind them. Celia turned to see Cavasil walking alongside the girl with the striking red hair who had joined the spaceship earlier. Cavasil shook his finger knowingly. "This music box is indeed sealed." Angelia walked quietly beside Cavasil. Once a vivacious girl, her spirit had dimmed over the years, influenced by her silver-haired counterpart. Now, she preferred silence and spoke little. AI, nestled in her chair, cast a fleeting glance at Cavasil and Angelia behind her. Increasingly intrigued by the enigmatic identity of Cavasil, AI found herself reflecting on the extraordinary events that had transpired on the planet of Angelia. The kaleidoscopic glass-like spectacle, akin to a dream, along with the mysterious art of teleportation, and the ability to create a miniature subdimensional space for storing items solely through personal willpower, all contributed to the growing aura of mystery surrounding Cavasil. With a snap of his fingers, Cavasil conjured 3 identical soft chairs that emerged from the floor in a circle around AI's chair, while a small coffee table materialized at the center, adorned with a glass of orange juice, a cup of original milk tea, a glass of milk, and a cup of coffee. Over the past few days, the super-intelligent Xiaosh had diligently recorded the dietary preferences of Cavasil and his companions, ensuring that suitable food and beverages were promptly delivered. "Please have a seat," Cavasil said, noticing the red-haired Angelia standing behind him, and he gestured for her to sit beside him. Meanwhile, Celia nonchalantly plopped down into one of the soft chairs, joyfully sipping from the cup of milk on the table, her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons in delight. Cavasil lifted the original milk tea and orange juice, handing the orange juice to Angelia. Refreshingly, he took a sip of the slightly hot milk tea, which he relished. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, he had never chilled his milk tea, preferring it warm. He adored this comforting beverage, resembling a little girl, as he placed the antique music box on his lap and raised his coffee cup, taking a delicate sip. Cavasil swiftly consumed a cup of milk tea, the slightly warm liquid flowing down his throat and swiftly being transformed into various trace energies by the divine power within him, leaving him invigorated. He set the cup down and curiously pointed at the music box on AI's lap. questioning, can it really not be opened? No matter what I do, the handle won't budge, AI replied, taking a small sip of her bitter coffee, a flavor she had grown accustomed to, as it helped maintain her clarity of mind. Ah, it seems that music box might indeed be the issue, Caviezel murmured to himself. What? AI did not comprehend. Eureka! Celia suddenly exclaimed, looking at AI and Caviezel with excitement. If we transform Sister Angelia into a sword, we could swiftly sever this stubborn handle. Then it would be usable. Just as Caviezel was about to voice a retort, a sudden interruption occurred. Who goes there? Caviezel's expression shifted as he vanished from sight, positioning himself protectively behind the three women. I wondered who it might be. A raspy, deep voice resonated, and a dark blue light materialized before Caviezel, slowly coalescing into a humanoid figure adorned with rabbit-like ears. This being possessed peculiar eye bags reminiscent of an older individual, yet his elongated eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance, captivating all who beheld them. You are Caviezel, the figure stated, and upon realization, Caviezel responded in astonishment. Is the slumbering one awake again? I never expected to encounter the esteemed god of destruction during a casual stroll. The rabbit-eared entity inclined slightly, and, with a light chuckle, introduced himself. I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this dimension. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are indeed the god of destruction of this realm, Caviezel acknowledged, lowering his guard. The god of destruction serves as a counterbalance to the Supreme Kai. However, in the myriad of parallel dimensions, there are only 5 Supreme Kais. While each parallel dimension has its own god of destruction, the Supreme Kai embodies creation, while the god of destruction represents annihilation. The Supreme Kai's positions are succeeded through generations. Whereas the god of destruction remains in slumber, their lifespan nearly infinite, rendering any comparison between the two moot. Nevertheless, the Supreme Kai is considered the orthodox authority of the universe. It was evident that the being before him, known as Beerus, was the god of destruction of this primary dimension. Supreme Kai? God of destruction? AI pondered, listening to the exchange between Caviezel and Beerus, her mind filled with confusion. Celia, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, while Angelia silently observed, remaining voiceless. It appears this lady is quite troubled by the music box, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. In AI's astonished gaze, the music box, which had been in her possession, mysteriously found its way into Beerus's hands. Beerus extended a finger, his sharp nail gently tapping the music box. Allow me to lend a hand. Hey, don't cause any trouble. Caviezel called out, but it was too late. He understood that if the music box was indeed what he suspected, it contained nothing of value. As for Tapeu, do you really think Caviezel would be interested in releasing such a handsome fellow? Amidst the astonished gazes of Celia, Angelia, and AI, the handle of the music box began to turn on its own, emanating a celestial melody. Following this, a brilliant white light illuminated the music box, revealing a tall figure within the glow. Damn it, how come this rooster-headed fellow is so striking? Caviezel grumbled in frustration. Chapter 18. The warmth of the most beautiful sunset together a day and a half later, on a stunning planet in close proximity to Caviezel's destination. The crescent-shaped spacecraft rested upon a lush green meadow. Caviezel gazed into the distance, observing AI and Tapeu, seated upon a grassy slope. Tapeu, with his eyes closed, was engrossed in playing his son, while the young girl AI sat a few meters away, hugging her knees, quietly watching the distant sunset. As the intense white light from the music box faded, a young man with peculiar attire and pink hair materialized out of thin air. Wielding a sun in one hand and a sword on his back, he exuded an aura of melancholy, as if he had traversed through time. Upon seeing Tapeu, AI's heart skipped a beat. This suddenly appeared man bore an essence she recognized all too well. Perhaps it could be termed loneliness. A soft chuckle escaped Beerus, who, with hands clasped behind his back, remarked with interest, "Ah, so a soul has been sealed within this little trinket. Hey, destroyer, what are you playing at?" Caviezel retorted, displeased. "My name is Beerus, esteemed god of destruction," Beerus replied, showing a surprising courtesy towards Caviezel. "TCH," Caviezel scoffed, approaching for a handshake. "Caviezel, a pleasure to meet you." Beerus smiled. "If I inadvertently committed any discourtesy a moment ago, I would be most willing to rectify it for your esteemed self." With that, he directed his right hand towards the bewildered Tapeu, a deep purple light igniting in his palm. An immense energy, detectable only by another deity like Caviezel, surged within that small sphere of deep purple light. "Hey, what are you doing?" The young girl Celia, although oblivious to the terror emanating from Beerus's orb, sensed a malign intent in his actions directed at the suddenly appeared handsome young man, prompting her to step forward with righteous resolve. Tapiu, too, was unaware of the dreadful nature of the deep purple sphere aimed at him, yet he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the strange long-eared figure before him, rendering him breathless. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The suffocating sensation, akin to having his heart gripped by an icy hand, was a more terrifying shadow than the nightmare brought by the fearsome illusionist Hildegard. It felt as if this peculiar long-eared being could obliterate the world at a mere whim. Just as the power of Beerus's impending strike reached its zenith, a hand grasped his wrist. Enough. Even if you are a god of destruction, please refrain from acting recklessly in my presence. Kawizel pressed his forehead in exasperation, for it seemed that the gods of destruction across every dimension were a source of great consternation for the Kais. These deities were incarnations of the very will of annihilation and destruction inherent in the cosmic essence, immortal and indestructible. Although they could not manipulate the cosmic forces as freely as the Kais, their raw power was nothing short of cataclysmic, placing them at the pinnacle of super warriors within their respective dimensions. Perhaps only the rare fusion warriors of Goku and Vegeta from the original narrative could rival their might. Thus, the temperaments of the gods of destruction tended to be exceedingly capricious. As embodiments of the universe's will for balance, they acted without restraint, resembling mischievous children who indulged in their whims, much to the chagrin of the previous Kais. Fortunately, unlike the Kais, who had lifespans of around 1 million years, each god of destruction in their respective dimensions existed in a state of agelessness, neither born nor dying. After millennia of slumber and awakening, their rebellious natures might temper slightly, for even relentless destruction could grow wearisome with time. The god of destruction of the primary dimension, Beerus, had entirely shifted his focus from destruction to the pursuit of gourmet cuisine, as evidenced by his prolonged stay aboard Kawizel's spaceship over the past day. The ultra-intelligent system, Xiao encompassed an extensive array of recipes collected from the planet Haytake and nearby celestial bodies. With Xiao's capabilities, crafting exquisite dishes was a trivial endeavor. Beerus merely grunted, seemingly indifferent, as he dissipated the energy surrounding him. Meanwhile, Tapiu, as if having narrowly escaped calamity, gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back, his heart pounding like a drum. Under the oppressive presence of the long-eared deity, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, convinced that his fate was sealed. To his astonishment, this terrifying being was halted by the presence of a seemingly delicate young boy. The overwhelming pressure vanished abruptly, nearly leaving Tapiu in a state of collapse. It was unfathomable to him what manner of existence this boy represented, for the formidable long-eared figure regarded him as an equal conversationalist. Strangely, apart from the boy, the long-eared deity appeared oblivious to the three girls present. Kawizel, taken aback by the unexpected connection between the two, shook his head, diverting his gaze from the scene involving the certain lowly enthusiast and the lowly herself. Turning around, he noticed the red-haired Angelia quietly standing beside him, which elicited an amused chuckle. "Why are you just standing there? Let us take a stroll. The scenery on this planet is quite lovely." Since awakening as a sword and enduring those grim experiences, the once lively girl Angelia had all but vanished. Even when not embodying the form of the sword seal with her silver hair and silver eyes, she consistently stands, sits, walks, eats, drinks, and speaks softly, quietly following Cavasur. However, Cavasur often perceives her as appearing rather dazed, possibly due to her long history of being sealed in the form of a sword, leading her mind to remain in a habitual state of unthinking stupor. Unexpectedly, from the pages of a chaotic tome, he discovered a girl endowed with the legendary attribute of adorably naive charm. Yet, upon transformation, she became a girl devoid of any discernible traits. Currently, Beerus is aboard the spaceship, adorned with a white napkin around his neck, drooling as he incessantly orders food from Little Shaw. Celia, having played video games all night, is still asleep, while Tarpeo and AI. Cavasur faintly hears the melodious sound emanating from behind him. Does that fellow not tire of blowing? Thus, Cavasur, feeling justified, took Angelia on an outing. The natural scenery of this planet is truly splendid, despite the absence of humanity. The lofty blue sky, wisps of white clouds, expansive green meadows, dense primordial forests, and the magnificent, roaring ocean waves, alongside the towering peaks reaching for the heavens, create a breathtaking panorama. With Cavasur's abilities, global travel poses no challenge. Noticing that Angelia's melancholic heart had brightened slightly, Cavasor smiled with delight. To his surprise, Angelia also smiled for the first time. As Cavasor guided her to witness the most beautiful sunset, the warm glow radiating from his silhouette. Chapter 19. Arrival Kakarot? In the pitch-black cosmos. A peculiar crescent-shaped spaceship soared at an astonishing speed, leaving a shimmering white trail across the dark expanse. Damn it, Beerus. I told you not to snatch my barbecue. Do you want to fight? I like pudding too. Cavasor kicked away the god of destruction, Beerus, who was attempting to sneakily pilfer from his plate. Unperturbed, Beerus transformed into a burst of colorful light, reappearing on the opposite side of Cavasor, where he eagerly devoured a plateful of delicacies made from lance-drew meat, casually retrieving a toothpick from somewhere to pick his teeth. Don't be so stingy, Cavasor. Cavasor let out a cold snort, and his gaze met Beerus's, igniting sparks between them. Meanwhile, Celia lounged against the back of her chair, observing the impending ninth battle over food between Cavasor and Beerus. Curiously, she turned to Angelia, who was seated beside her, and inquired, Sister Angelia, what are Brother Covey and Uncle Beerus doing? Unfortunately for Beerus, his peculiar appearance had led Celia to categorize him as part of the uncle recycling bin. Angelia gently shook her head, her eyes resting on Cavasor, imbued with an indescribable tenderness. It was merely a skirmish between two gourmands, commented AI, who was seated across from Tapio, sipping tea. The term gourmand was often on Cavasor's lips, and AI found it vividly descriptive, thus frequently using it to characterize him. The god of destruction? Merely a glutton, she mused. AI and Celia had come to understand Cavasor's true identity. Yet they felt little impact from this knowledge, primarily due to their limited understanding. Their realms were too low to grasp the significance of the title god of destruction within this universe. For beings from Earth in Cavasor's past life, the distance they faced was nearly insurmountable, taking thousands of years to traverse. However, their crescent-shaped spaceship was rapidly closing the gap, steadily approaching their destination, the primal planet, a world belonging to just one individual. After tiring from their games, the lights in the spaceship dimmed. Celia, clutching snacks and drooling, fell asleep on the sofa. The super-intelligent system thoughtfully provided a blanket, its mechanical arm gently draping it over her. Tapio watched the little girl, AI, who was nestled among a heap of mechanical and electronic components. His hand lightly rested on the Sun flute at his waist. Accustomed to sleeplessness, he now wished merely to observe this girl closely. Tapio had encountered this little girl long before, in his dreams. Often, while in slumber, he heard the sound of a woman weeping, her whispers and heartfelt murmurs reaching his consciousness in a dreamlike state. Upon being released from the grasp of that peculiar long-eared creature, he immediately recognized her as the woman from his dreams, her sorrowful eyes confirming his realization. With a soft sigh, Tapio felt a complex mix of emotions within him. He rubbed his temples, attempting to dispel some of his fatigue. He knew that if his self-awareness slipped into slumber or unconsciousness, the sealed demon within him, Hildur, might very well escape. Though the pressure he felt from the long-eared creature aboard the spaceship was more burdensome than that from the demon. And despite the presence of the boy who claimed to be the god of destruction, Tapio could not suppress his profound aversion to the shadows cast by the demon. Moreover, he had never truly witnessed the formidable prowess of Beerus and Cavasor, rendering him oblivious to their extraordinary abilities. He remained unaware that Beerus, with merely his innate combat strength, could effortlessly vanquish the invincible illusionary demon that resided in his mind. Likewise, although Cavasor's own combat capabilities were modest, by harnessing the primordial energies of the universe and channeling them into himself, he could obliterate the so-called illusionary demon with the ease of crushing an ant. Gazing at the inky blackness of the starry sky beyond the glass enclosure, Tapio was suddenly reminded of his brother, who was adrift in the cold, desolate expanse of the universe, rendering him momentarily speechless. Angelia continued to follow Cavasor, observing him and Beerus, both clad in white bathrobes, engrossed in a spirited card game of do-di-ju, a game that Cavasor had taught him. After a few rounds, Beerus was astounded by its brilliance and became deeply engrossed in the competition against Cavasor. However, a hint of compassion flickered in Angelia's eyes as she regarded Cavasor's silhouette. Having resolved to accompany him, she felt a subtle connection with him. Thus, despite Cavasor's seemingly carefree demeanor, Angelia understood that he was, in fact, enveloped in confusion. While she could not fathom the source of his uncertainty, she resolved to remain by his side throughout his journey of bewilderment. Possessing divine bodies, both Cavasor and Beerus had no need for constant slumber. They played cards throughout the night, engaging in spirited games of do di ju and even partaking in mahjong while singing. As the soundproofing of the spaceship was remarkably effective. 3 minutes until we reach our destination, the planet Relantis. Please prepare for landing, a mechanical voice announced. Awakening Celia from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes and regaining her senses, she suddenly sprang to the window on the wall, peering outside. What a beautiful planet! Celia exclaimed. The verdant globe before her was teeming with life, emanating a vibrant natural essence, stunningly radiant against the backdrop of the pitch-black cosmos. Beerus rested his head on one hand, using the other to scoop pudding with a spoon, savoring it thoughtfully. I see, so it is because of this fellow? He mused. No wonder. Beings of this caliber are among the highest echelons of combat strength beneath the divine entities of this entire dimension. Why has he suddenly appeared? Is that what he seeks to ascertain? Just a moment prior, Cavasil, who had been seated across from Beerus, had vanished without a trace. Indeed, this planet was breathtaking, showcasing pristine natural beauty, with jungles and grasslands where ferocious beasts roamed, exemplifying the raw law of survival inherent to this world. Cavasil materialized in midair, where a keen-eyed avian beast, soaring through the sky, suddenly darted towards its perceived prey with agile and rapid wing beats. It opened its gaping maw, ready to devour, only to discover that its mouth was empty. In a nearby forest, the remnants of a campfire lay scattered on the ground, accompanied by a colossal heap of white beast bones. On the other side, a man with spiky black hair rested his head upon his hands. A crimson band, darkened with the stains of dried blood, was tied around his forehead, exuding an unsettling aura of carnage. A scar adorned his cheek, adding a fierce and wild quality to his already striking features. Suddenly, he jolted awake, his eyes wide open. Who? He sprang up from the ground with the swiftness of a predator, instinctively releasing every ounce of his combat readiness, his body taut with tension. The realization that someone had approached him without his notice sent a chill through his heart. He glanced upwards towards the sky, where he beheld a youth with an unusual hairstyle floating above, gazing down at him. The expression on the boy's face was peculiar, twisted, and conflicted, as if he were disappointed by the absence of someone he longed to see, yet simultaneously relieved by the revelation of some unknown truth. Who are you? Bardock inquired, scrutinizing the seemingly harmless boy before him, yet remaining ever vigilant. Cubby Sir gazed intently at Bardock and finally managed to utter a phrase. Kakarot? Chapter 20. Rampage to be honest. Based on the striking aura he had learned about from his secretary, the East Kaishin, Cubby Sir was already 99% convinced that the formidable presence he sensed belonged to his idol, Sun Wukong, also known as Kakarot. It was quite evident, the long black hair, the red fur, and the tail, combined with unparalleled combat prowess. These features unmistakably pointed to the dashing and magnificent Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot? Bardock was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Internally, he pondered, isn't that the name of his newborn second son? While Bardock wrestled with his doubts, Cubby Sir in the air felt a peculiar discomfort. With his keen eyesight, he could discern that the figure below bore an uncanny resemblance to the idol he had long anticipated. Yet, the classic attire, the red scarf atop the head, and the scar upon the cheek, all these characteristics collectively indicated that this was none other than Wukong's father, Bardock. Thud. Cubby Sir landed. Although he was bewildered by the bizarre circumstances, unable to comprehend why Bardock appeared at this seemingly distant point in time from the original plot, and utterly perplexed as to why the Bardock from the original story, who was merely formidable, now seemed to embody the essence of a Super Saiyan 4th level. He understood the necessity of engaging with him. After all, Bardock was, in a sense, a character of the narrative, and it was crucial to establish a connection, even if obtaining an autograph was uncertain. Greetings. Cubby Sir endeavored to present himself as amiable, no, rather, as approachable, or perhaps, as warm and gentle as a spring breeze, something along those lines. Although Bardock did not entirely lower his guard, he sensed that this peculiar youth bore no ill intentions. Consequently, he relaxed slightly, nodding in acknowledgement while inquiring, "Who are you?" As Cavasil was about to introduce himself and inquire whether Bardock's second son had been born, a sudden burst of colorful light descended from the heavens, landing behind Bardock in the blink of an eye. Such an attitude is inappropriate, mysterious warrior, for the person before you is none other than the Supreme Kai, the arbiter of cosmic order. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a knowing smile. Bardock felt a weight in his heart. He had not even sensed the presence of this individual until he had arrived behind him. The oppressive aura emanating from this being was overwhelmingly potent, suggesting that it was impossible for one of such formidable power to approach without him being aware of it. The Supreme Kai? Bardock refrained from turning around, instead directing his gaze towards Cafficil, who wore a face of vexation. He had heard of the Supreme Kai, yet this Supreme Kai was an entity he had never encountered, even in his extensive experience. Do not mind his ramblings. I am merely one of the Supreme Kais. Cafficil remarked dismissively, greeting Bardock warmly as he introduced himself. I am Cafficil, the East Supreme Kai. The East Galaxy is essentially my domain. Upon hearing this, Bardock felt little astonishment, merely surprised. Having ascended to the 4th level of Super Saiyan, his combat prowess was unparalleled, making him a formidable adversary. In the past, Frieza had annihilated their planet, Vegeta, and obliterated their Saiyan race with a mere gesture. Yet now, Bardock's strength could effortlessly dispatch Frieza countless times over with the flick of a finger. As one's power reaches a certain zenith, so too does their perspective and state of mind, rendering them unfazed by deities. Moreover, Bardock had never encountered this Supreme Kai throughout his many lives. It bore a resemblance to the moment when Son Goku first met the East Supreme Kai in the original tale, displaying a calm demeanor upon learning of the Kai's identity. Indeed, the two shared similarities, as Bardock's late-blooming talent mirrored that of his son, a fact Cafficil would often reflect upon in the years to come. However, when Bardock heard Cafficil's name, he visibly paused, a look of recognition crossing his face as if he had heard it somewhere before. Pondering this, Bardock dismissed the thought, attributing it to mere coincidence, similar to Kakarot's earlier introduction. It was inconceivable that his son Kakarot could exist in this timeline. Nor could the Cafficil he knew possibly be present. Bardock, he finally introduced himself, his voice somewhat stiff, as if he had not spoken in quite some time. Indeed, it is him, Cafficil thought to himself. The crescent-shaped spaceship rapidly descended towards the ground, preparing to land. Honestly, why did Brother Cafficil rush out ahead? Celia gazed out at the breathtaking primordial scenery, yearning to venture outside for an adventure. Little did she know that Cavasser had impulsively teleported away, entirely self-absorbed in his own amusement, neglecting to include her. Uncle Biburus was no better. He too dashed out, leaving Celia behind, both of them truly villainous in their disregard. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Celia's bright eyes. Her mind raced with ideas as she smiled triumphantly and dashed toward the depths of the spaceship. In the main control room, the petite figure of AI engaged various operational screens, her fingers dancing across the controls with a flurry of activity, as shapes and texts flickered and leaped on the large display. Though she had the superintelligent Xiao Sha at her disposal, AI preferred to take matters into her own hands, eschewing direct commands to the AI. Tapio, seated nearby, watched AI with an amused smile, having spent most of the past few days in her company. He felt a fondness for this seemingly childlike girl whose inner maturity belied her appearance. AI, in turn, was even contemplating designing a restful chamber tailored for him, ensuring his peaceful slumber. Their connection was not born of mere chance. It had been forged the moment AI's fingers first brushed against the antiquated music box within the manufactured 3287. There was an undeniable magnetism between them, a shared yearning for light amidst the oppressive darkness of their existence. Gently, Tapio removed his Sun flute from his waist and began to play a soft melody. Suddenly, AI paused in her tasks, glancing out the window to see a white Mark 7 super robot streaking away from the spacecraft in a flash of light. Tapio, too, turned his gaze outside, feeling a fondness for the somewhat dazed yet endearing little girl. He chuckled as he witnessed her impatience propel her outside. However, without warning, a violent surge of tearing sensation crashed into Tapio's mind, chest, and abdomen, overwhelming him with an acute feeling of fullness, as if he were on the brink of explosion. Despite his indomitable spirit as a valiant warrior, even Tapio could not stifle a low cry of anguish. Clutching his head, his face drained of color, beads of sweat pouring down, and his teeth clenched as if to shatter. His eyes turned a fierce red, akin to a beast ready to bleed. AI, sensing something was amiss, turned to look and was instantly startled by Tapio's horrific visage. Gone was his usual calm demeanor. He was now enveloped in an aura of terror, his features twisted in anguish, resembling a fiend from the depths of hell, yet there remained a glimmer of clarity in his eyes. Run! Tapio bellowed with the last remnants of his strength and will, Then without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, propelled by sheer determination. Caviezel was just about to extract some intriguing information from Bardock when he sensed Celia's presence slipping away. Reluctantly, he turned back to observe a white robot hurtling through the sky. What could that be? Bardock also caught sight of it. Celia's energy signature was unmistakable to his senses. However, he was baffled. Despite the feeble nature of that energy, how could it possess such incredible speed? With such a level of combat prowess, such velocity seemed utterly unattainable. At that moment, both Caviezel and the trailing Beerus were taken aback. Beerus glanced curiously towards the descending spaceship, remarking with intrigue, "It appears something interesting has emerged." The sinister and ominous aura was palpable. Could it be? Caviezel too looked towards that direction. Boom. A colossal shadow suddenly materialized in that vicinity, a body of a monstrous creature devoid of a torso. Caviezel's expression suddenly shifted. Not good. AI is still here. Chapter 21. Super Scion Bardock Bang. A deafening explosion reverberated from behind, startling Celia inside the white super robot Mark 7. Turning around, she beheld an enormous and bizarre creature on two legs that had mysteriously appeared near their spacecraft. What is that? Celia's mind was flooded with astonishment, despite the distance. She could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the colossal half-figure. On the ground, Caviezel soared into the air, glancing toward the direction of that half-figure, which was none other than the phantom demon Hildurg. With his keen eyesight, he immediately spotted Tapio, who was half-kneeling beside the giant foot of Hildurg. Sensing that AI's presence remained within the spacecraft and had neither weakened nor vanished, Caviezel felt a slight sense of relief. A powerful force surged forth from Hildurg's lower half, sweeping through the area like a tidal wave, uprooting massive trees and sending clouds of yellow dust swirling into the air. Ugh, how annoying, Caviezel muttered, slightly displeased, and called out to Beerus, who was engaged in conversation with Bardock below. "Hey, Beerus, don't interfere." "Huh." Beerus looked up, seemingly still waking from slumber. "What's happening?" Ignoring the playful antics of this character, Caviezel turned to Bardock, who was gazing at Hildurg's lower half, and offered a faint smile. "So, can you handle this?" Bardock raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and let out a cold snort. Then it settled. In an instant, Caviezel flew to Celia's side, wrapped his arms around her waist, and with a blink, they vanished. Meanwhile, Bardock shot forth with a resounding bang, transforming into a streak of red light aimed at the distant half-figure. Boom. The red streak erupted into a dazzling golden glow, its speed surging once more. Consider it a post-meal exercise. Damn it, Hildurg. How dare you escape? Tapio was filled with regret and self-reproach as he summoned the strength to rise from his weary form. Gazing upon the familiar and terrifying giant demon before him, Tapio felt a bitter pang in his heart. He never anticipated it would manage to escape. Indeed, he should have remained obediently sealed within the music box. Being released had been a grave mistake. With Hildurg's terrifying presence, this planet would soon face annihilation, followed by the destruction of the entire universe. In truth, Tapio had held a certain respect for this so-called phantom demon. In this era, beings of a somewhat formidable nature, such as demons and monsters, frequently boast of their ambitions to annihilate the universe and dominate it. However, in the eyes of the five supreme deities who govern the cosmos, these entities are merely slightly more robust and hopelessly arrogant grasshoppers, regardless of how terrifying one may be. As long as they can communicate with the primordial forces of the universe and summon the resplendent, multi-hued radiance to enhance their own power, the supreme deities can crush and seal any existence with ease. Typically, these physically demanding tasks are delegated to the gods of destruction of their respective dimensions, as the supreme deities prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unbeknownst to Tapio, who was engulfed in despair, he instinctively reached for his waist, intending to sound his sun, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, in hopes of resealing the illusionary demon Hildurgon. However, as if sensing Tapio's intentions, Hildurgon's immense tail lashed out like a whip. The sound of air being torn apart echoed ominously. "This is bad." Tapio's pupils dilated in alarm as the colossal tail rapidly loomed larger before him. A golden figure descended from the heavens. With a resounding crash, it was Bardock, the godlike warrior enveloped in golden flames, who firmly grasped Hildurgon's tail and coldly declared, "Your opponent is me." With that, he exerted tremendous force, his muscular arms like steel cables, and hurled Hildurgon's massive lower body away with ease. Tapio stared in astonishment at the golden-haired figure before him. Who is this person? How can he possibly wield such strength against the illusionary demon Hildragon? Hey! Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Tapio turned to find Cowiziel supporting a small girl, along with the red-haired, blue-eyed maiden, Angelia. Nearby, a white super robot, Mark 7, floated effortlessly, its feet barely touching the ground, revealing Celia. Considering you managed to escape and prevent my ship from being crushed, I shall spare your life, Cowiziel said with a slight smile. Instantly, the four of them vanished without a trace, along with the enormous crescent-shaped spacecraft behind them. Bardock launched a punch aimed at the creature's abdomen, but struck nothing but air as the monster's form suddenly vanished. Not again. Bardock scoffed inwardly, swiftly analyzing the creature's abilities and potential threats. With a whoosh, Hildragon's tail came hurtling toward Bardock's face. Unperturbed, Bardock deftly tilted his head, evading the strike with finesse. Ah, I see. It appears this creature can only transform into an illusion at the moment of attack, Bardock discerned with clarity. What's wrong, Bardock? Can't you handle such scum? Beerus shouted from the ground, his tone laced with provocation and a desire for a fight. Enough chatter, Bardock retorted as he swiftly propelled himself backward, coming to a steady halt. Then, with unwavering focus, he observed the approaching half-body monster. The tail lashed out. In a fraction of a second, something extraordinary occurred. Bardock assumed a battle stance and roared, suddenly igniting with an aura that seemed to engulf him in flames. His golden hair, standing upright, transformed into a cascade of dark locks, while red fur sprouted from his body, and the brown tail coiled around his waist turned crimson. In an instant, he ascended to the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. The tail struck Bardock fiercely. It was merely an afterimage. Bardock suddenly appeared directly above the half-body monster, his right fist glowing with a brilliant golden light. He unleashed a powerful punch. The dazzling golden radiance cascaded down like a river from the heavens, crashing with immense, terrifying force upon the lower half of Hildegarn. Chapter 22. Bardock vs. Beerus. How terrifying is Bardock's full-powered punch in his fourth stage of Super Saiyan? If it were to strike the surface of this planet, equivalent to 100 times the size of Earth from Caviezel's previous life, it would leave not a single trace behind. Even Hildegarn in its complete form was defeated in the original tale by Goku, who was merely in his third stage of Super Saiyan with a single dragon fist. What chance does the half-body version stand against Bardock, whose strength far surpasses that of original Goku's Super Saiyan 3? Although Bardock's punch, honed through countless battles and bloodshed, may not match the intricacy of his son Goku's dragon fist, which is a culmination of a lifetime of martial arts mastery, Bardock's own might is earth-shattering, making his punch capable of shattering any obstacle with sheer force. However, seizing the fleeting moment, Bardock's figure descended from above, his right fist erupting with a resplendent golden light, shooting skyward and forming a golden pillar that pierced the heavens. The sheer momentum of this punch sent tremors through the colossal planet. Despite Hildegarn possessing only its lower half, it seemed to sense the impending threat of death, and the lower half of Hildegarn, less than 10 meters beneath Bardock's fist, began to roar. On a high slope, Caviezel, Angelia, White Mark 7, Celia, AI, and Tapio appeared out of thin air. Upon witnessing Bardock's figure in the distance, preparing to unleash a world-ending punch, Tapio was nearly breathless, unable to fathom that a human could wield such power. Ugh, Caviezel grimaced, feeling a headache coming on. Does this guy intend to obliterate the planet with such an attack? Beerus had appeared behind Bardock in midair, shaking his head and clicking his tongue, yet showing no intention of intervening. In truth, the events from Bardock's leap to now transpired in the blink of an eye. In the throes of battle, Bardock, or rather the Scion warrior, exuded an aura of cold ruthlessness, bathed in a golden radiance that rendered him akin to a merciless deity draped in divine armor, presiding from on high and pronouncing death. What a formidable punch it was! The sky itself seemed to dim beneath the weight of that blow, and all of creation fell into a profound silence. As if rendered extinct by this unparalleled strike, a golden beam pierced the heavens and the earth. Boom! A silent tremor reverberated through every nook and cranny. Then came a ferocious tempest, swiftly sweeping outward from the point of impact where Hildegarn stood, uprooting countless trees, grass, stones, and river waters, casting them skyward as if a cataclysm of nature had unfolded. Yet, this disaster arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, as the earth soon regained its tranquility. Even the perpetually lively and loquacious Celia was left utterly stunned, a sentiment mirrored by the little girl AI beside her. This raw display of personal valor and palpable violence was an overwhelming stimulus for someone engaged in scientific pursuits, leaving her speechless as she gazed at the devastation around her. A scene reminiscent of a super typhoon's wrath. In contrast, the more stoic Angelia maintained her composure, seemingly indifferent to all matters save for those concerning Cavasur. As Bardock lingered in the air, Tapio found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the astonishing might of this man's punch, which shattered all conventional understanding. Hildgarn's lower body had vanished without a trace. In the sky, Bardock cast a glance downward, watching as a vibrant, multicolored whirlpool gradually dissipated. He briefly regarded Cavasur on a distant hill, whose displeasure was palpable, prompting a soft huff from Bardock. Meanwhile, hovering gracefully behind Bardock, Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Ah, truly, the Supreme Kai is remarkable," he remarked with a light chuckle, observing Cavasur and his companions, who remained unscathed amidst the devastation surrounding them. Beerus shook his head. To wield the forces of the universe with such ease is indeed enviable. Yet, his demeanor remained languid, betraying no genuine envy. Had it not been for Cavasur's timely intervention in harnessing the primordial power of the universe to defuse Bardock's strike, this planet would likely have been reduced to mere cosmic dust by now. Bardock's golden aura faded, returning to his usual dark-haired form. "Hey, I must say, even in combat, why not to exercise some restraint? Must the commotion be so great? Our ship was nearly obliterated thanks to you." Cavasur's disgruntled voice broke the tension. Bardock glanced over to find Cavasur had somehow floated beside him. However, Bardock had grown somewhat accustomed to his sudden appearances and disappearances, finding them less surprising. Just as Bardock was about to utter a word, a foot struck his cheek with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away at lightning speed. In the distance, he beheld a range of majestic mountains collapsing one after another, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed the devastation. Dust filled the air. "What on earth are you doing?" Cavasil questioned, speechless, as he observed Beerus retracting his foot. "What is an airplane?" Beerus inquired, bewildered. Suddenly, he swung his arm, and with a resounding crack, he batted away a glowing orb of energy that had appeared before him, sending it crashing onto a distant island, which erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, vanishing into oblivion. Amidst the shattered mountains, brilliant golden light burst forth from the crevices of the rubble, only to be violently expelled, turning to dust in the air. The black-haired, red-clad Bardock shot forth like a laser from the ground, soaring towards Beerus, who stood before Cavasil, 12 kilometers away. With a thunderous impact, the two clashed in midair, akin to two meteors colliding with ferocity, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. Their eyes locked. Beerus's elongated gaze met Bardock's cold stare, and both recognized the fierce desire for battle reflected in each other's eyes, sharing a knowing smile. Then, the dazzling and frenetic combat began, fists and legs flying, shadows of their strikes transforming into a meteor shower. The very air crackled with the intensity of their exchanges, as they fought in the sky before suddenly reappearing on the ground, creating fissures in the earth. They vanished again, surfacing on the ocean, where waves surged and whirlpools formed beneath them. Bardock deflected one of Beerus's punches, using the momentum to retreat swiftly, and launched an energy wave towards him. Beerus smirked disdainfully, flicking his left hand as if playing with a ball, redirecting Bardock's attack back at him. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted, as Bardock faced the incoming strike without flinching, a confident smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a fierce golden aura erupted from Bardock's body as he caught the incoming energy ball, spinning around to dissipate its force before hurling it back at Beerus with renewed speed. In the next instant, radiant golden light blazed from both of Bardock's hands. "Prepare to receive," he declared. Bardock laughed heartily, his hands transforming into countless fleeting shadows, relentlessly striking. Instantly, waves of golden shockwaves followed the third energy sphere directed at Beerus, hurtling towards him. The shockwaves unleashed by Bardock in that fleeting moment were so densely packed that, from a distance, the myriad golden rays resembled an enormous net, sprawling across the sky towards Beerus. Moreover, Bardock's movements did not cease. In a frenzied state, he continued to unleash shockwaves with abandon. Chapter 23, Standing Firm in Time, Second Update. It has been 4 days since the confrontation between Bardock and Beerus concluded. Following that fateful day, Bardock, utterly exhausted and covered in wounds, plummeted from the heights and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Beerus, having landed on a nearby hill, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Bardock with evident satisfaction, a look of contentment adorning his face. It had likely been an eternity since he had engaged in such a spirited battle, albeit not entirely without restraint. Aside from Caviezel, the others were completely stunned by the cataclysmic clash that had unfolded that day, left in awe by the raw aesthetic of violence exhibited by Bardock and Beerus. For the little girl, although her knowledge and data stemmed from the Haytake planet, which had conquered and invaded numerous worlds, extending its reach across the vast universe, she could not possess the naive belief that the universe was thoroughly understood by her kin. Yet, there lingered a misconception of a comprehensive awareness of the cosmos. No matter how she envisioned it, she had never fathomed that the power of an individual being could be so terrifying, capable of delivering a single punch that rivaled the destructive force of dozens of super neutron bombs, utterly shattering her worldview. As for Celia, who had grown up on a planet replete with magic, she too had never witnessed such a frightening display of destructive power in battle. Her face had gone pale with fear, hiding within the confines of Mark 7 for an extended period, too terrified to emerge. And what of Angelia? She remained unperturbed, her indifference stemming from a combination of reasons. Her own formidable strength was one, and after transforming into the Divine Sword, although she could not match Bardock's Super Scion 4, she was still incredibly powerful. As for Tapio, the realization that he had dispatched Hilda with a single punch filled him with disbelief. He confirmed once more that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. His grip on the aged music box trembled slightly. A pair of cool little hands clasped his, startling Tapio. Looking down, he saw the little girl on her toes, placing her hand atop the one holding the music box, her expression serene, perhaps even adorned with a faint smile. In that instant, they shared an unspoken understanding. For days after the confrontation, as dusk began to settle, the spaceship rested in a valley. Encouraged by Celia, Tapio set up a grill outside the ship, embarking on a barbecue endeavor. The little girl AI was assisting nearby. The air vibrated intermittently with the sound of booming clashes, yet neither the roasted tapioca nor AI seemed to notice. Celia, however, was transfixed, drooling with anticipation as she gazed at the succulent meat sizzling on the grill. Those sounds heralded a battle. It was the clash between Caviezel and Bardock. Ever since that fateful day, Caviezel had sought out Bardock for a duel. Naturally, the outcome was one of utter domination, as Caviezel was ruthlessly overwhelmed by Bardock, who was fighting with utmost caution without resorting to the powers of the universe's essence. Although Caviezel possessed a wealth of divine energy within him, he struggled to efficiently harness it for combat, and thus, he found himself decisively overpowered. Bardock was taken aback. He had presumed Caviezel could withstand his full-strength punch, equating him to the formidable Beerus. To his astonishment, Caviezel was considerably weaker than anticipated. Nevertheless, Caviezel persisted in his efforts to engage Bardock and Beerus in sparring matches, eager to refine his combat skills and unlock the offensive potential of his divine energy. Initially reluctant, Bardock believed that significant improvements in battle prowess could not be achieved in such a short span. Yet, the developments over the next few days left him utterly astonished. In a mere 4 days, Caviezel, who could barely exchange 10 blows in his base form, experienced a meteoric rise in combat capability. He was now able to contend evenly with Bardock in his Super Scion first form. Only by transforming into Super Scion second form or beyond could Bardock maintain a firm upper hand. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect was that Caviezel showed no signs of fatigue. Not only did he possess far more divine energy than he could display as combat-oriented divine energy, but he could also manipulate the universe's essence at will. Thus, even when fatigued and expending significant energy, he could fully recover with a single breath, appearing unfazed as he threw punches with abandon. Boom. After a prolonged exchange, Caviezel and Bardock in his Super Scion first form separated abruptly. As Caviezel was propelled backward, he recalled Bardock's earlier words, realizing with exasperation that Beerus had not unleashed his full power during their previous confrontation. Suddenly, Caviezel froze, staring in dismay at the sight of Bardock charging towards him in Super Scion fourth form. He exclaimed in frustration, "Hey, if you're not going to fight, then don't scare me like that." With that, he quickly descended to the ground, exhaling deeply as he retracted his surging divine energy. Previously, whenever Bardock wished to cease fighting at sunset, he would transform into Super Scion fourth form, decisively overpowering Caviezel to conclude their skirmish. Bardock, floating in the sky, also let out a sigh, reflecting on Cavasser's astonishing pace of improvement. Fortunately, Bardock had gleaned some insight from Cavasser, coming to understand that Cavasser was merely unlocking the latent power that resided within him all along. Otherwise, it would indeed have been quite terrifying. Hey, I must inquire, Beerus. During your clash with Bardock, how much of your strength did you actually employ? Cavasser turned to ask Beerus, who was perched leisurely on a tree while savoring an apple. Beerus paused momentarily, took another bite of the juicy fruit, and nonchalantly replied, I suppose I exerted about 50% of my power, which is already quite remarkable. 50%? Cavasser experienced a slight toothache. As night fell, the sky became a deep shade of darkness, and the celestial expanse, vastly different from that of Earth, appeared even more magnificent and resplendent, captivating all who beheld it. Cowizel, Bardock, Beerus, Tapio, Celia, and the little girl AI encircled the campfire, indulging in a sumptuous feast of roasted meat. On this primitive planet, an abundance of meat was the least of their concerns. Bardock had ventured out for a flight and returned with a mountain of ingredients. Indeed, he was quite the gourmand. At this moment, however, a true Epicurean was unabashedly devouring the meat. Bardock, a member of the Scion race renowned for their prodigious appetites. Observing Bardock's voracious consumption, Celia found it astonishing, no matter how many times she witnessed it. This uncle was not only formidable in combat, but also astonishingly gluttonous. Was it possible for a normal person to eat with such reckless abandon? Surely, anyone else would have perished from such indulgence. Meanwhile, Cowizel remained unfazed. Having read the original tale and understood the Scion's nature, which could only be described as the progenitors of gluttony, even the dragon's feast could not satiate their insatiable appetites. By the way, I haven't yet inquired about your origins, Bardock. Cowizel discarded a bone, wiped his mouth, and turned to Bardock, who continued to stuff his face with meat. Bardock looked up, his chewing unabated, his gaze directed at Cowizel with a hint of confusion. Beside them, Beerus elegantly wielded his knife and fork, savoring the morsels on his plate. As you know, I am the Kaioshin. My subordinates discovered a sudden surge of immense energy emanating from this planet, prompting my long journey here, Cowizel explained with an open gesture. Bardock fell silent, swallowing the food in his mouth with a soft gulp. The silence lingered. The somewhat slow-witted Celia was perplexed by the turn of events, a tuft of hair sticking out from her head as was customary. AI, who was handing meat to Tapio, remarked lightly, if it's inconvenient to share, you need not speak. Bardock lowered his head slightly, remaining silent. I do not actually belong to this world. To elucidate the essence of not belonging to this era, one must delve into my lineage and my homeland. Bardock's voice resonated deep and somber as he gradually unveiled his identity as a Scion. Blood and fire, fury and destruction flowed forth from his narrative. Thus, dispatched to the planet Kanassa to execute a conquest, I encountered the last warrior of that world, who, before his demise, struck me with a fist he referred to as the Phantom Fist. It was thereafter that I acquired a semblance of the ability to foresee the future, Bardock's voice echoed, recounting the enmity between the Scions and Frisia, the clashes and bloodshed reverberating in the ears of Cavasser. Strangely, I found myself surviving an explosion that seemed destined to end my life. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that I had seemingly returned to the primordial time of planet Vegeta, a time when we Scions had yet to arrive on that planet, even before the indigenous Zafroans made their appearance. Fueled by my indignation at my own weakness, I transformed into a Super Scion of the first degree and effortlessly vanquished the being who appeared to be an ancestor of Frisia, named Chilled. I commandeered Chilled's spacecraft and drifted through the northern galaxy, yearning to encounter my kin. However, unexpectedly, after a bout of slumber, I found myself awakening once more in an even more ancient epoch. This cycle of awakening and sleeping continued, with the unpredictable passage of time leading me to awaken repeatedly in earlier temporal realms. Even colliding with a star would merely result in awakening, rather than perishing. In the 2 years and 5 months following my third awakening, I attained the second level of Super Scion. During the 3 months after my 6th awakening, I reached the 3rd level, and in the 5 years following my last, the 8th awakening, I achieved the 4th level of Super Scion on a planet in the northern galaxy. By the seaside, the rising sun appeared as a fiery orb, bright yet gentle, slowly ascending from the horizon. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending forth white splashes. Bardock stood alone upon a rock, steadfast and unmoving. Coezier stood by the shore, Gazing at Bardak's retreating figure, his mind incessantly dwelling on Bardak's words from the previous night. This marked the 9th time, and I remain uncertain when this ordeal will find its conclusion. However, we Scions have never been daunted by any challenge. Thus, even if it means perpetually traversing the path of the past, even if I must journey back to the very genesis of the universe and meet my demise, I hold no regrets. For in that initial moment, before all of this unfolded, I beheld the vision of my son, Kakarot, vanquishing that scoundrel, Frisia. Therefore, even if I am to exist in this manner, it matters not. Cavathiel gazed silently at the resolute silhouette of Bardak, feeling an indescribable sense of desolation emanating from that figure. In that moment, he reaffirmed to himself that he was indeed millennia ahead of the timeline of the original narrative. Despite his status as a Kaioshin, he realized he might never witness the original characters in their prime. Bardak's figure evoked an unutterable reverence. Chapter 24, Return Journey. Kaioshin Realm, 3rd update. In the realm where the fortunes, destinies, and essence of the entire universe converge, the Kaioshin Realm was born. This realm transcends countless dimensions and serves as the source and nexus of countless timelines, exalted above all realms and dimensions, sacred and noble, vast and enigmatic. Within it, the primordial essence of the universe has nurtured 5 supreme deities known as the Kaioshin. They govern the cosmos, lofty and omnipotent, gazing down upon all living beings. Yet, above all beings, there exists the universe. A few weeks later, after traversing several planets and relentlessly disrupting the ecology and geography of this star region, Cavathiel's combat prowess had successfully reached a level comparable to that of Bardak in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage at full power. However, further advancement proved to be exceedingly arduous. Bordering on impossible, Cavathiel, indifferent as he was, had nearly exhausted his motivation. After all, his current form was devoid of flesh and blood. He could scarcely appreciate the euphoric comfort that came from resting after extreme fatigue, a sensation he had once relished in his past life. Thus, despite an increase in combat prowess, it bore little significance to him. His strength had remained constant, merely manifesting in a new form. Moreover, Cavathiel believed that the full power of Super Saiyan 3 was sufficient for some ostentatious display during idle moments. Perhaps it was time to return. As the group prepared for departure, Celia naturally followed Cavathiel wherever he went. Tapio also intended to visit the Supreme Kai realm, seeking assistance from other Kais to locate his brother, who had been wandering in the far corners of the universe. He hoped to rescue his sibling from the clutches of Hildak. Meanwhile, AI, intrigued by the inexplicable phenomena of science, decided to accompany Tapio. As for Angelia, her intentions were clear. However, as Cavathiel was about to board the crescent-shaped spacecraft, he noticed that Beerus had not joined them, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Beerus simply shook his head, stretching lazily and yawning. I think I shall remain behind. There are countless gods of destruction across innumerable dimensions, and it is not as simple as choosing to go. You all may proceed. I shall return to my slumber. Cavathiel paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he extended his arm and gave a thumbs up, while the spacecraft's hatch slowly closed. Until we meet again. The Supreme Kai Realm, a place where no language could adequately convey its splendor and sanctity, was a nexus of all glory, a reservoir of tranquility, and a birthplace of hope. At that moment, on a high slope of the Grand Kai's planet, a corpulent figure stood quietly with hands clasped behind his back. Flanking him were 3 other Supreme Kais, the meticulous North Kai, the combative South Kai, and the alluringly mature West Kai. Their expressions were gravely serious. What are your thoughts? Inquired West Kai Jakika, her voice imbued with feminine magnetism, now tinged with profound concern. The Grand Kai, standing before them, remained silent, his half-closed eyes sparkling with radiant light, reminiscent of resplendent glass. His gaze was penetrating, like a blade piercing through countless realms, delving into the very depths of existence. After a prolonged silence, the Grand Kai withdrew his gaze, reverting to his ordinary, rotund appearance, and sighed softly. Time is running short. The 3 Supreme Kais behind him wore heavy expressions, their brows furrowed. I did not anticipate that Kashi would decide to return so soon, murmured West Kai Jakika. The muscular South Kai disagreed, stating, it should be the same anywhere, shouldn't it? This is the entirety of the universe. Suddenly, the North Kai interjected, a hint of confusion in his tone. Do you not find this peculiar? In the vastness of the inky universe, a white streak of light darted through the void, resembling a crescent-shaped spacecraft. After nearly a month of companionship, Bardak had grown accustomed to the advanced technology aboard this vessel. Celia joyfully dashed to the bathroom, inviting the little girls AI and Angelia to indulge in a soothing hot bath. Following their refreshing soak, they all ventured to the entertainment room to skate, play video games, and watch films. Eventually, Cavasser, Celia, AI, and Angelia found themselves resting on lounge chairs, surrounded by an incredibly realistic simulation of a beach environment complete with artificial sunlight, a gentle sea breeze, sandy shores, and shimmering waters. It felt entirely natural for Celia, AI, and Angelia to be lounging in their swimsuits. Meanwhile, Tapia sat cross-legged, the legendary sword resting on his lap, deep in contemplation, while Bardock had retreated to the training room, activating the gravity apparatus with great delight, pushing himself under an impressive weight of 800 times Earth's gravity. AI, casually perusing a book while reclining, suddenly noticed Cavasser's unusual demeanor. "What's the matter?" she inquired. Cavasser, gazing at the ceiling with a distant look in his eyes, shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." He then rose and made his way toward the corridor, stating, "I'm heading back to my room." Angelia followed suit, asking, "What's wrong with Brother Covey?" Celia, perplexed, questioned, "Is he perhaps feeling homesick?" AI, equally puzzled, nodded. "It seems like he might be longing for home." Celia chuckled, "Aren't we on our way to Brother Covey's home right now?" In the bedroom, Cavasser lay on his bed, contemplating. After a moment, he buried his head beneath the covers, letting out a sigh. He missed home, his home from a previous life. Initially, he had approached this new existence with a carefree mindset, akin to a vacation. Yet, he could no longer deceive himself. The weight of reality pressed heavily upon him. How could it not matter? He could never return, never see his parents again. Although he was relieved not to attend classes, he lamented the loss of his classmates, the girl he had secretly admired, and the comforting meals prepared by his mother. A sense of melancholy enveloped him as he pondered what he had become in their eyes. Was he dead, or merely lost? After all, he had essentially soul transcended, leaving his former body behind. In the midst of his turbulent thoughts, a warm, soft presence nestled beside him. A gentle smile graced Cavasser's lips as he instinctively wrapped his arms around the tender form, gazing into Angelia's beautiful sea-blue eyes, filled with affection and compassion. "Don't be sad," Angelia whispered, gently smoothing the furrowed brow of Cavasser. Cavasser pressed a gentle kiss upon Angelia's skin, akin to jade, instantly awakening a captivating blush. He tenderly kissed her arm, glided his lips along her swan-like neck, and caressed her cheeks, the tip of her nose, her forehead, her hair, and the soft petals of her lips. Immersed in the fragrant allure of the maiden's exquisite bosom, Cavasser felt a portion of his melancholy dissipate. Angelia's voice, as delicate as a kitten's, was irresistibly enchanting. Her head nestled against his chest, her breath warm and fervent, rendering him weak. Angelia blushed, twisting her body shyly. Cavasser smiled softly as he pulled up the blanket. Chapter 25, Return Journey. Realm of the King of Gods, 4th update. Cavasser opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. In his arms lay the bare-skinned maiden, Angelia, her supple form reminiscent of clouds and flowing water. Her skin was as smooth as ice, cool to the touch, providing an exquisite comfort. The room was dimly lit, the bedding haphazardly strewn, barely concealing most of their skin. On the floor lay Angelia's swimsuit and Cavasser's clothing, carelessly discarded. As Angelia slowly awakened, she resembled a newly emerged sprite, her azure eyes meeting Cavasser's calm gaze, a smile unconsciously blossoming within her. She extended her hand, allowing the covers to slip from her smooth arm, revealing her alabaster skin. Gently, she touched the tip of Cavasser's nose, then traced the contours of his brow, her eyes shimmering with tender affection. "Shall we rise?" Cavasser chuckled softly, his left hand caressing Angelia's sleek back beneath the covers, while his right hand grasped her delicate form, gently kneading it. Angelia acquiesced to his touch, her gaze fixed upon his captivating eyes. Kawizzle gently touched Angelia's delicate nose with his own, whispering, "Once we arrive at the realm of the Supreme Kai, shall we perform the ceremony, and have you become my divine attendant?" A faint smile graced the corners of Angelia's lips as she nodded in agreement. The two fell into a comfortable silence, embracing tightly, as if they were merging into one. The sensation of their embrace was truly enchanting, as if they could feel each other's hearts intertwining. This serene intimacy left them both utterly entranced. Although Cavasser's divine form bears a striking resemblance to that of an ordinary human, devoid only of internal organs, and possesses both appetites and desires, these are mere superficialities. As long as he chooses not to be swayed by such cravings, abstaining from food, drink, and carnal pleasures. These aspects impose no disturbance upon him. Otherwise, it would be laughable for a deity of his stature to be ensnared by the trivialities of mortal existence. Similarly, Angelia, while capable of indulging in sustenance and sharing intimate moments with her beloved, underwent a profound transformation when her sword physique awakened, rendering her impervious to the burdens of an ordinary corporeal form. She, too, has traversed decades without the need for nourishment or drink, much like her existence prior to encountering Cavasur. Thus, for these two beings, the physical pleasures they may share are but byproducts of their mutual affection. Their true ecstasy lies in the mere sight of one another. Legend has it that many years ago, a great realm king, who forged a pact with a maiden of the ancient sword clan, unified the languages of the cosmos, and quelled the upheavals of the universe, was also an Eastern realm king, in a training chamber under an astonishing gravity of 800 times that of Earth. The very air appeared to transmute into a dark crimson hue, exuding an aura both terrifying and otherworldly, as the atmosphere was subtly distorted by the overwhelming force. Bardak, supporting himself with one hand, was in an inverted position, with a hefty block of blue-white metal resting upon his feet, an exceedingly rare ultra-dense material, rendered almost impossibly heavy in this environment. His body glistened with sweat, forming a small pool on the ground beneath him, and ominous veins protruded alarmingly across his skin. Yet, amidst the extreme physical exertion, Bardak's mind remained remarkably calm and lucid. During nearly a month of combat against Cavasur, Bardak had witnessed the kaleidoscopic power emanating from him on multiple occasions and had even experienced it firsthand. It was vast, profound, and noble. Its grandeur defied all descriptions. Was this the essence of divinity? A fleeting spark illuminated his thoughts as Bardak, despite his overwhelming fatigue, found his mind sharpened to an extraordinary clarity. Unbeknownst to him, the spiky tips of his hair began to take on a faint crimson hue. Cavasur and Angelia stepped out of the room. They happened upon Ai and Celia, who were seated on the soft chairs engaged in conversation, with Celia's chatter flowing incessantly while Ai responded intermittently. Cavasur, in a jovial mood, greeted them with a smile and plopped down beside Ai, seizing a piece of fruit from the coffee table to munch on, casually tossing another to Angelia, who deftly caught it. "How is your time machine coming along?" Cavasur inquired through a mouthful of fruit, his words somewhat garbled. Ai replied nonchalantly, "You merely provided a name, didn't you? It's just a slight lead for now. A lead is sufficient." Cavasur chuckled, reasoning that if Bulma could create such inventions, surely their own prodigious young scientist could manage it. Little did he realize that, unlike Bulma, Ai had no prior reference. Bulma's invention of the time machine stemmed from a moment of desperation in a future world overrun by androids 17 and 18, when Mr. Popo, a servant of the lookout, approached her in the West City shelter, showing her the ancient time machine and requesting her assistance in creating a new one to return to the past and save their world. Thus, Bulma succeeded in constructing such an extraordinary device within a few years. In contrast, Ai was left with nothing more than a fleeting whim from Cavasur. The progress she had made in such a short time was a testament to her remarkable intellect. Tapiro emerged from the room, his complexion alarmingly pale. He approached Cavasur and the others, and upon seeing him, Ai gasped, "What happened to you?" Tapiro shook his head, his face contorted in distress as he looked toward Cavasur, exclaiming, "Hildigan has not perished." "What?" Ai exclaimed, sitting up in shock. At this, Cavasur furrowed his brow. "Not perished? Someone like Hildigan should not have survived a blow from Bardak." He added, "If he has returned, then we shall simply eliminate him once more." Bardak's voice resonated as he entered, now clad in battle attire, appearing as though he had just emerged from a shower. Ignoring the aggressive scion, Cavasur contemplated for a moment before stating, "I will inquire with the Supreme Kai once we reach the Kaioshin realm. Perhaps he has a solution." However, at that moment, Celia timidly interjected, raising her hand, "But how do we get to that Kaioshin realm?" The others turned their attention to Cavasur simultaneously. Suddenly, they realized that Cavasur had never mentioned where the Kaioshin realm was located. Could they simply sit aboard the spaceship and fly endlessly until they reached it? "Why are you all staring at me?" Cavasur's hand, poised in midair as he reached for the fruit, innocently remarked, "You never asked me." Subsequently, the crescent-shaped spacecraft, hurtling through the vast, dark cosmos, was enveloped in a dazzling array of colorful luminescence, vanishing into the void of space as if it had never existed. Chapter 26. The Divine Maiden, Z-Sword. Fifth update. In the wake of a sudden transformation of the world, the scene before everyone shifted dramatically. A crescent-shaped vessel materialized in the pale lavender sky, advancing a short distance before gently decelerating, descending, and finally landing upon a grassy expanse beside a serene lake. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, Celia burst forth, exclaiming in awe, "How beautiful!" She gazed at the boundless, breathtaking landscape, where it seemed that all the wonders of the world coalesced in this singular place. The air was imbued with a refreshing essence that uplifted the spirit. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms filled the atmosphere with an ethereal aura, creating a scene that inspired wonder in all who beheld it. Who would have thought such a spectacle existed in the mortal realm? Cavasir mused, astonished. "Ah, but this is no mere mortal realm," he continued, scratching his head as he approached from behind. "This is the sanctuary. Little Cavasir, knowing this is the sanctuary, why would you so carelessly bring outsiders here?" A voice, half laughing and half serious, echoed from above. The group looked up to see a woman with a hairstyle reminiscent of Cavasir's floating gracefully in the air. Under the imposing gaze of the West Supreme Kai, Cavasir obediently donned the attire of the Supreme Kai, expressing his resignation. "Sister, bringing friends for a visit shouldn't be a problem, right?" Bardock and Tapio also emerged from the spacecraft, glancing at the West Supreme Kai, Jishika, and nodding in agreement. Recognizing the similar aura and demeanor she shared with Cavasir, they understood that this woman was undoubtedly another Supreme Kai. "Humph," Jishika huffed lightly, not overly concerned, casually surveying Cavasir's companions. However, upon catching sight of Bardock, her gaze momentarily flickered with curiosity. "Isn't this the super warrior who suddenly appeared in the main dimension a while back?" Bardock, clearly perplexed by Jishika's words, responded, "Huh? You know about this, Jishika?" To him, Bardock was powerful but still belonged to the realm of mortals. "Of course, I am aware," Jishika replied, shaking her head. "In a single cosmic dimension, there are only about a dozen individuals of his caliber. Since the main dimension is where we primarily operate, we couldn't possibly overlook the sudden appearance of someone like him. It's just you, little one, who seems to be perpetually languid, lost in your thoughts. How troublesome." "A dozen?" Bardock's heart skipped a beat, believing himself formidable after all. Beerus was a deity, only to realize there were indeed more than 10 others of his ilk existing within this universe. Cavathiel was equally astonished. There are dozens in each dimension? His surprise was understandable, for in his previous life, the ultimate Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was renowned as the mightiest warrior across all dimensions. Yet, if each dimension harbored around 10 Super Saiyan 4 level warriors, what did this imply? Is this the divine attendant you have chosen? Suddenly, the Supreme Kai of the West, Jishika, floated before Angelia, examining her closely. She paused, taken aback, and after scrutinizing further, exclaimed in disbelief, "Is she truly a descendant of the ancient Sword Clan?" "Now it is the Brerablab clan," Cavathiel corrected her. However, Jishika paid him no heed, continuing to gaze at Angelia in astonishment. "I never anticipated that the bloodline of the ancient Sword Clan still endures. Could it be that the great Kai's prophecy might indeed come to fruition?" Stealing a glance at Celia, who was being led away, and at AI, who wore an anti-gravity watch, albeit ineffective here, forcing AI to be carried by Tapio, as well as Bardock and Tapio soaring into the sky, Jishika sighed inwardly. "Little Cavathiel, must you truly bear all of this? Great Kai, the future you foresee, is it genuine? If a ritual is to take place, it would be wise to commence it now. We shall entertain your friends in the meantime," Jishika instructed, gathering her composure as she waved at Cavathiel, who was beckoning Angelia from the sky. In the sky, the group flew side by side. "You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Angelia and I have some matters to attend to," Cavathiel addressed the others. Suddenly recalling something, he moved closer to AI and whispered, "Regarding the time machine, our elder brother, the Great Kai, has conducted some research on time. Later, I will take you to meet him. Perhaps we can glean some insights. What I seek is a time-traveling machine, not a dimensional one." AI, cradled by Tapio, rolled her eyes in response. "I know, stop being so verbose." Cavasir, unperturbed, turned to the silent Bardock and remarked, "By the way, Bardock, your situation is no different. Perhaps the Grand Kaioshin could assist you. You cannot perpetually live in the past, can you?" Bardock hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded. If this could resolve his troubling predicament, he would certainly welcome it. "Very well, we shall take our leave then." Cavasir chuckled heartily as he embraced the flying Angelia beside him, accelerating swiftly in another direction. "This fellow." The West Kaioshin shook his head. The Grand Kaioshin gazed upward, his eyes traversing the soft lavender sky. "What is it?" inquired the North Kaioshin from behind him. "The rift in the fabric of causality is widening. It is likely to shatter soon," the Grand Kaioshin replied, withdrawing his gaze and sighing heavily. The North Kaioshin remained silent, burdened, and stole a glance upwards, lost in thought. After a long pause, he withdrew his gaze and suddenly exclaimed, "Cavasier has returned." "Yes, I am aware." The Grand Kaioshin nodded, having noticed immediately. "Are we truly going to entrust everything to him?" The North Kaioshin questioned hesitantly. "He is exceptional," the Grand Kaioshin replied, unwilling to elaborate further. "Brother, what exactly have you seen?" The North Kaioshin asked this question more than once. "He is exceptional," was the Grand Kaioshin's consistent response. "But that burden is too great. It is both a responsibility and a destiny," he sighed wistfully. On the Grand Kaioshin's planet, there exists a well known as the Well of the Mother Goddess. This well connects to the very core and essence of the universe. It is a realm of resplendent, multicolored crystal, resembling a grand crucible that encompasses worlds, countless timelines, and the infinite cosmos, capable of nurturing all things. Each strand of the crystal's primal energy bears the weight of mighty mountains. Cavathiel gazed upon Angelia, bathed in the resplendent hues of the prismatic divine light. He observed as her crimson locks gradually transformed into a regal auburn, and as a violet diamond mark emerged upon her forehead. He beheld the radiant colors of the luminescent glass flowing over her pure, unblemished form, and watched as she slowly opened her amethyst golden eyes, revealing a hint of a smile directed at him. Then, he witnessed her sudden metamorphosis into a figure of chilling ruthlessness, silver-haired and silver-eyed. In an instant, she morphed into a gleaming silver longsword, only to further evolve under the baptism of the prismatic light into a divine sword radiating with the brilliance of myriad colors. Cavasier extended his hand, and immediately, the sword, radiating a powerful and divine aura, gently soared into his grasp. As he held the blade, a warm and familiar sensation enveloped him, reminiscent of holding a beloved maiden's hand. Gazing upon the resplendent body of the sword, he noticed an intricate pattern etched near the hilt, which upon closer inspection revealed a letter that resembled Z. "Is that another name for you?" "Very well. From now on, this form shall be known as Z." Cavasier raised the divine sword, enveloped in the resplendent hues of the kaleidoscopic light, resembling a celestial being. Chapter 27. The Music Box and the Gem, 6th Update. Some things, the more they are used, the more they become sealed. Bardock was struck by Kanasa's final warrior, acquiring the ability to foresee the future, but the cost was that he could never reach the future he envisioned. He would be perpetually sent back to the past, rendered a being incapable of ever experiencing the future. Amidst the currents of time, he gazed downstream at the scenery, yet could only swim upstream, destined perhaps to perish in the relentless waters or to ascend indefinitely, only to be consumed by the black hole at its source. No one could alter this. Such was the power of the rules. This was the message conveyed to Bardock by the great king of all. Upon hearing this, Bardock merely smiled faintly, showing little concern. For from the very beginning, he had harbored little expectation. For him, these matters held little significance. Seeking a formidable opponent to engage in battle was likely to become his sole desire. "By the way, dear brother," Cavasier suddenly inquired, scratching his head, "how many years has it been since we last glimpsed Bardock's earliest era?" Cowizel remains deeply troubled by the passage of years since the original timeline diverged from his current reality, feeling an insatiable need to uncover the truth. The Grand Kaioshin gazes at Cowizel in confusion, perplexed by his fixation. Bardock also regards Cowizel with a hint of bewilderment. Is it merely a matter of curiosity? Is the power of those Kanashan warriors truly that formidable? Cowizel deflects the inquiry, yet the earnest desire for knowledge is unmistakably etched upon his face. One must not underestimate the will of sentient beings. The Grand Kaioshin shakes his head. Even the weakest among them, when their resolve reaches unparalleled heights and becomes concentrated, can resonate with the very fabric of the universe, stirring unseen forces to yield astonishing results. I surmise that the last warrior of planet Kanasha must have carried the collective hatred and will of his entire race into that singular punch. Infused with an overwhelming multitude of intentions, Cowizel was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reminded of the first boss from the GT saga, Baby, a manifestation of the Zenkai race's grievances. Nevertheless, I shall give it a try. The great King Kai smiled gently, his plump visage exuding warmth. He addressed Bardock, saying, "Young man, Would you be so kind as to open your mind a little? Allow me a glimpse into your experiences. Bardock hesitated for a fleeting moment before responding with composure. Very well. In truth, he was quite curious about how far removed he was from the era he knew. The great King Kai smiled faintly, levitated, and placed his hand atop Bardock's head. Closing his eyes, the divine essence within the great King Kai radiated brilliance, and the vibrant, godly energy coursed through him. Scenes unfolded. A cascade of memories and sensations streamed from Bardock's consciousness into that of the great King Kai. In an instant, the great King Kai activated his abilities, keenly perceiving the weight of time and history embedded within Bardock's memories. His thoughts transformed into luminous hands, delicately sifting through this profound sense of antiquity, striving to clarify it. After a considerable time, he concluded. The great King Kai opened his eyes, and Bardock jolted awake, gasping as if reliving the experience. Akin to a vivid dream. What did you find? Kawizel inquired eagerly. The great King Kai pondered before arriving at a rough estimation, approximately 75 million years. How much? Kawizel was taken aback. The final flicker of hope extinguished mercilessly, shattering his wish to greet Goku. By a lakeside, Celia curiously circled Angelia, inspecting her from top to bottom, exclaiming, Angelia, why do I feel like you've changed so much all of a sudden? At that moment, Angelia's once red hair and blue eyes had transformed into short, burgundy locks and violet eyes, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. She smiled softly in response, maintaining her tranquil demeanor without uttering a word. Not far from their idle chatter, AI and Tapio were strolling together. What do you intend to do? AI inquired, gazing at her toes as she calmly posed the question. If possible, Tapio remained somewhat silent, conceding, never mind. AI fell silent. Sometimes, words were unnecessary. They could sense each other's feelings without them. Just as they succumbed to this quietude, Kawizel suddenly flew in from a distance, landing before them with a thud. Come on, Tapio. Let us see if the great King Kai has a solution for the phantom demon. Upon hearing this, the great King Kai furrowed his brow and murmured. I have indeed heard of this. Really? Tapio replied, do you have a way to deal with Hildergang? According to Kawizel, this so-called phantom demon was not particularly formidable. With the strength of the warrior named Bardock from earlier, it could surely be vanquished. The Grand Kai shook his head and remarked, however, since its lower half continues to manifest within you after its destruction, could we surmise that the phantom demon can only be truly vanquished when it is eradicated in its entirety? Cavasser articulated his thoughts. Indeed, that is precisely my line of reasoning, the Grand Kai acknowledged with a nod. Then, can you assist me in locating my brethren within the cosmos? Tapio inquired eagerly. The Grand Kai was momentarily at a loss for words. Cavasser shook his head, expressing his dissent. Firstly, the universe is immensely vast. Even you are unaware of your brother's whereabouts. This endeavor is 1,000,000,000 times more challenging than searching for a needle in a haystack. Even we, the Supreme Kai, cannot hope to locate such a diminutive music box within this boundless expanse of space. Secondly, when the Hilda within you initially emerged, it was evident that you suffered greatly, and your body exhibited signs of immense strain from being sealed within the music box. The passage of time exerts a negligible effect on you. You have mentioned that your brother was merely a youth when he was sealed away. Even if we were to discover the music box that contains him, we cannot guarantee that when the Hilda within him emerges, he will not succumb to the unbearable strain. After all, the priest who sealed the Hilda within you two brothers likely never considered the possibility of it breaking free. Tapio fell silent. The Supreme Kai also remained quiet, his serene gaze fixed upon the valiant young man before him. After a considerable pause, Tapio exhaled deeply and glanced back at the little girl, AI, observing her intently as she regarded the Supreme Kai with earnest eyes. Please, can you seal me within this music box once more? He implored. He retrieved the aged music box from his bosom, its surface marred with rust, reminiscent of tear stains. Cavasser sighed softly as he watched the Supreme Kai accept the music box from Tapio's hands. Tapio stood at ease, the familiar old music box beneath his feet. In the moments when one contemplates relinquishing something dear, a sense of lightness often accompanies that decision, intertwined with a subtle, poignant loss. This was the sentiment that enveloped Tapio's heart at that moment. Come now, he whispered gently. Subsequently, he became enveloped in a brilliant radiance, flowing towards the music box below him. Oh, how I longed to see her one last time. Tapio sighed within the light, but suddenly, to his astonishment, he truly beheld the figure of the little girl. She was clad in familiar attire, tears streaming from her eyes. Yet her lips curved into an unprecedented smile as she dashed forward without hesitation. The golden light dissipated. Cavasser gazed at the aged music box, its appearance unchanged, yet adorned now with a delicate azure gemstone, teardrop-shaped, as if a sorrowful tear had fallen upon it. He approached and picked up the music box, sighing inwardly. Since you have chosen this path, I shall assist you. The condition under which I once sought your aid was, in essence, to grant you freedom, this moment when you felt most liberated, is it not? Chapter 28. Celia's hometown, 7th update. The crescent-shaped spacecraft set forth once more. In the pitch-black expanse of the universe, a streak of light akin to a shooting star appeared, though this time, 2 souls were absent from the vessel. Celia cradled the music box, tears welling in her large eyes. Sister AI, brother Tapio. Celia, with her innocent heart, cherished a pure bond with both AI and Tapio. Now, with AI and Tapio sealed within the music box, it felt as if they had perished, and Celia's sorrow was immeasurable. Bardak observed the music box in Celia's hands, reflecting upon the commendable bravery of Tapio, who had selflessly sacrificed himself to quell the demons. His thoughts drifted to AI, the equally devoted girl. Bardak's gaze lingered on the weathered surface of the music box, particularly the azure teardrop gem, stirring memories of his beloved wife, Hanasia. Even his cold heart quivered involuntarily. Silently, Bardak walked away, fastening a crimson cloth band around his arm before re-entering the training room of the spacecraft, where he set the gravity to a staggering 900 times. Cuvey gazed for a moment at the departing figure of Bardak, then turned his attention to Celia, who was sorrowfully mourning for AI and Tapio. With a gentle sigh, he tousled his hair and approached, taking the music box from her hands and pulling Celia towards the corridor leading to the spaceship. Brother Caxi, where are you taking me? Celia exclaimed, nearly losing her balance as Covey suddenly tugged her along. To rest, he replied without looking back. Angelia, return to our quarters and wait for me. Angelia, who had been by Covey's side all along, nodded in understanding. Cavasser, with Celia in tow, navigated through a labyrinth of corridors until they finally arrived at the entrance of the storage room aboard the spacecraft. Welcome, Mr. Cavasser, intoned the voice of the superintelligent AI, Xiao, as the automatic doors of the storage room slid open. Celia was perplexed by Cavasser's abrupt decision to bring her to this location. Cavasser walked directly to a small glass cabinet against the wall of the room and opened it. He spoke softly, and as his words fell, the glass cover automatically lifted away. Cavasser placed the music box on the base, which then activated several mechanisms that secured the music box firmly in place, while the glass cover slowly returned to its original position. Since they had chosen to remain in slumber, it was best to let them rest in peace. Cavasser stood quietly in front of the music box for a moment before pulling the ever-glancing Celia out of the room. Truth be told, he was reluctant to see AI sealed away like this. A super genius of science capable of crafting anything was truly convenient. He was counting on AI to help him with the time machine he so desperately desired. Nevertheless, he had no intention of viewing AI merely as a tool. The notion of the time machine, and even the ship beneath his feet, were merely whims that he had whimsically pursued and acquired. By the way, Celia, didn't you mention wanting to return home? Where's your home? Really? Zishia had risen early that morning, washed up, and hurried to the courtyard to recite magical incantations, endlessly repeating them until they rolled off her tongue with effortless fluency, bypassing the control of her mind and allowing her lips to memorize the intricate combinations of syllables. As the sole practitioner from her village, and one of the few from the surrounding settlements who could train in this legendary mountain range, Zishia cherished each day immensely. This renowned mountain range was called the Podora Mountains, also known as the Magic Mountains. The name Podora belonged to an ancient sorcerer revered as the progenitor of magic. Currently, Zishia was a female magician, or witch. After completing her daily recitation of magical spells, she commenced practice of the simple spells she had already learned, continually honing her skills to perfection. Time always seemed to flow swiftly when one was diligent in their efforts. I wonder if the junior sister has been found yet? Zishia felt a pang of worry for their somewhat absent-minded junior sister, Celia. Though her magical prowess was impressive, her thoughts were even more innocent than those of this country girl. It had been some time since her mysterious disappearance, and Zishia couldn't help but wonder how their junior sister was faring. It is essential to recognize that the magical prodigy, the little apprentice, has long been the aspiration of Zishia. The Magic Mountains stand as a sanctuary for all who yearn for magic, gathering the most exceptional sorcerers from around the globe. With an abundance of mages, it is customary for them to descend annually to take on disciples and impart their arcane knowledge. Amongst this mountainous realm resides a grand sorceress, whose status is unparalleled. She possesses the authority to guide the apprentices of other magicians, who regard it as an honor rather than a source of indignation or discomfort. This revered figure is none other than ago.While, the acknowledged master of the entire mountain range, celebrated as the one closest to the legendary Podora. To receive even the slightest guidance from ago.While is the collective aspiration of all apprentices in this region. Thus, when news of the mysterious disappearance of ago.While's sole disciple, Celia, reached their ears, sorcerers and apprentices alike embarked on a quest to uncover her whereabouts. Yearning for the esteemed recognition and potential guidance from the great ago.While, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable. After completing her morning lessons, Zizha gathered her recent queries and confusions. Preparing to seek her mentor, she mused on how delightful it would be to master the art of flight, sparing her the daily hassle of running about. Within a profound cavern, illuminated by magical lamps that rendered the interior as bright as day, an elderly woman donned in a pointed wizard hat meticulously examined a colossal hexagram magical array on the ground, sighing repeatedly, "My dear disciple, it is I who have brought you this misfortune." At that moment, a hidden magical array on the cavern wall suddenly erupted in brilliance. The old woman gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Visitors from beyond the stars." Ancient texts, along with the woman's own research, had long indicated that their world was a vast celestial body, with other intelligent civilizations existing beyond their realm. On a narrow path within the mountains, Zizha stood in awe as a massive object plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the nearby canyon and stirring up winds fierce enough to nearly whisk her garments away. What could that be? Zizha's mind struggled to comprehend the sight before her, and as she looked down, she was struck with astonishment. 3 figures were gradually ascending from the canyon's depths, and one of them bore an uncanny resemblance to the long-lost little apprentice, Celia. In the 29th chapter, a young boy remarked, "Your earrings are quite lovely." After Ollie followed Tapita into the confines of a music box, Kavshir suddenly found himself lacking interest and recalled his promise to return the little girl Celia to her homeland. Thus, he boarded the crescent-shaped spacecraft and instructed the superintelligent AI, Xiaosha, to display the interstellar map. Throughout their cosmic journey, Xiaosha continuously intercepted all forms of electromagnetic waves, radio signals, and pulses within a comprehensible range, augmenting her vast database with a myriad of information-bearing waves that Kavshir could not comprehend. Although Xiaosha's database is already quite extensive, having been directly copied from the ultimate database of the super-technological planet Haitaiku, it is of little consequence since Xiaosha's memory is nearly infinite. Subsequently, Kavshir summoned the star domain where Haitaiku is located, magnified it, and filtered for planets that are suitable for human habitation and reproduction, adorned with picturesque landscapes. He then called Celia over to identify them one by one, ultimately pinpointing a planet named by the scientists of Haitaiku with an elaborate string of numbers. The crescent-shaped spaceship rippled with a spectrum of colors in the realm of the supreme, Kai, before vanishing into the sacred domain. Xixia gazed in disbelief at the 3 individuals soaring up from the profound and bottomless canyon, her heart brimming with astonishment, for these peculiar figures appeared remarkably youthful. She had only heard of their prodigious little senior sister, Celia, who could wield such high-level magic of flight at such a tender age. To the far left stood a young man with a red cloth tied around his forehead, a scar etched across his face, his gaze cold and fierce, crossing his arms as he floated upwards, exuding an air that was somewhat intimidating. In the center was another youth, clad in peculiar attire and sporting an eccentric hairstyle, Kavshir decisively noted, with a long sword strapped to his back that appeared both substantial and antiquated, leaving one to question its purpose as Xixia had seldom encountered sword-wielders. As for the third individual, Xixia rubbed her eyes and stared intently, wiping them again in disbelief until Celia, feeling somewhat bashful under her scrutinizing gaze, elicited Xixia's incredulous exclamation, "Senior Sister Celia? Is that truly you?" Celia, who had been diligently studying magic under her master ago.While, seldom ventured beyond the confines of their dwelling and was unaware of such a moniker. I do not recognize her," Celia replied innocently, for she rarely left her master's cave and had not encountered many in the surrounding mountains. In fact, she was oblivious to the direction of her master's mountain gate, yet she felt assured that as long as she remained within 100 laws' distance from her master, he would sense her presence and come to retrieve her. Bardak, uninterested in the conversation, floated idly while surveying the endless mountains around them, where many distant peaks were shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of mystery. It truly is senior sister Celia, Shishao thought, astonished that her long-absent senior sister had suddenly descended before her. Curiously, she turned to Cavasir and Bardak, inquiring, "Are you friends of senior sister? I am Shishao, a disciple of Master Leonardo. It is a pleasure to meet you." With that, she courteously bowed to Celia and the others. Cavasir and his companions floated along the mountain path, their feet gracing the ground. With a gentle smile, Cavasir patted Celia on the shoulder, remarking that the little junior sister she referred to was someone he had unwittingly found by the roadside. Ignoring Celia's discontented glare and Zija's astonished expression, Cavasir gestured to the long sword slung across his back, stating, "This is my companion, named Angelia, who is currently in slumber." A sword with a name? Angelia seems like a name for a girl. Does a sword really sleep? Zija pondered, feeling her mind overwhelmed. Moreover, what did he mean by having found a junior sister by the roadside? She then turned her gaze towards Badak, who had withdrawn his eyes from surveying the surroundings, and replied coldly, "Badak." Zija found Badak's penetrating gaze unsettling, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Her attention was suddenly drawn to the pair of Portala earrings that Cavasir consistently wore. Curiously, she inquired, "Cavasir, why do you wear earrings?" Having never encountered a boy adorned with earrings, she found it exceedingly peculiar to see such a large man sporting them. Kawizel was quietly inquiring of Celia how to reach her master when he heard Zija's words. A faint smile graced his lips as he gently flicked the earring dangling from his earlobe, remarking, "Ah, this is a custom from our land." Indeed, every generation of the seems to bear such a pair of earrings, akin to clothing, gifted by the mother goddess as a sort of small accessory. It struck Zija as peculiar that a boy wearing earrings appeared so odd to her, and she could not help but ponder how it would look if she adorned herself with such earrings, as they were truly exquisite. Celia, however, was unfazed. Although she once found it strange that her brother Kashi, being a boy, wore earrings daily, her extensive travels across the cosmos alongside Kawizel, visiting numerous planets and encountering a myriad of races, had dulled her sense of wonder. As they continued their walk, suddenly, the miniature chip embedded in the back of Kawizel's earlobe emitted a signal, and a mechanical voice, that of Shishah, resonated in his ear. An unidentified life form is approaching rapidly at a speed of 200 meters per second. Cavasir, however, wore an expression devoid of surprise, for his keen perception had long since alerted him. Bardak abruptly lifted his head, only to behold an elderly woman clad in a magical robe, adorned with a pointed wizard's hat, floating gracefully in midair, staff in hand. "Master!" Celia exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the hovering sorceress. Upon seeing Celia safe and sound, the ancient sorceress Utuya allowed a smile to grace her weathered face. On the grassy ground, Utuya expressed her gratitude to the young man for his care of her cherished apprentice. After listening to Cavasir recount the tale of how he had discovered Celia, Utuya took a sip of tea, her expression transforming into one of relief. As for Cavasir, he found amusement in recalling how Utuya effortlessly conjured a tablecloth from thin air with a mere flick of her wrist, followed by an array of steaming dishes appearing upon it with a few casual gestures. Although he possessed the divine power to achieve similar feats, his background from a technologically advanced Earth instilled in him a peculiar fondness and curiosity for the notion of magic. Thus, in the ensuing days, he engaged in discussions about magic with the elderly woman named Utuya. He refrained from disclosing his true identity as a deity, as it mattered little to him. Bardak, having long deemed the situation tedious, returned to the spaceship to continue his training. On yet another radiant afternoon, Cavasir and the elderly witch sat upon the grass, engaged in conversation, with Cavasir primarily seeking her wisdom on magical matters. Grateful for the young man's rescue of her beloved apprentice, Utuya welcomed him warmly, patiently addressing his inquiries. Just as Cavasir was lost in thought, Utuya could no longer contain her curiosity, her gaze fixated on the exquisite earrings adorning his ears. Unable to resist, she reached out, exclaiming, "What business does a man have wearing earrings? Allow me to try one." With that, she removed the earring from Cavasir's right ear. Cavasir was lost in thought, oblivious to the removal of her earrings, yet a profound sense of impending danger surged within her subconscious. It felt as though a dreadful situation, reminiscent of something she had encountered before, was on the verge of unfolding. Cavasir suddenly raised his head, only to see that the old hag ago.While was about to adorn herself with his earring on her right ear. Chapter 30. Run. Do you know the feeling of a thunderclap on a clear day? Do you grasp what it feels like when 100 million alpacas stampede through your heart? Witnessing the grotesque visage of this elderly woman, grotesquely clutching his precious earring, and realizing it was mere nanometers from her shriveled earlobe, Cavasser felt as if the sky were collapsing. In an instant, a flash of insight struck the back of his mind. The earring has been donned, now resting upon that old crone's ear. So this is how it is. I am indeed the illustrious, valiant, and captivating god of the old realm from 15 generations ago. Yet I now find myself in the form of a withered old man, with bags under my eyes that rival the grotesqueness of Master Rashi. This mundane world seems devoid of any further significance. A tidal wave of despair, akin to the end of the world, surged through Cavasser's heart, leaving him desolate, as if all fertile fields lay ruined and barren. What is the purpose of human existence? Though I have long ceased to be human, who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I destined to go? Living solely for oneself, for one's own sake. Is this it? Am I to become the man who seeks to be Hokage? Or perhaps this, the pirate king I shall become? Could it be this? No, no, no. I am but an ordinary youth, inexplicably transported here due to my fondness for Dragon Ball, and though I have not transformed into my beloved scion. Why? Oh why, in the style of Qiangyao, why must I become such a gaudy old man, despite my tenacity in surviving up to this point? Wait, please, give me a moment. What on earth is this sudden carousel of memories? Explain this to me. Covey, my brother. Oh, that voice, it seems to belong to the little girl Celia. You've been naughty, you ought to address me as master now. What troubles you, Covey? By the way, what am I now? Am I male or female? Or does one no longer need to concern themselves with such trivialities at the age of decrepit old men and women? Covey, please don't frighten me. What's wrong? Should I ask master to return the earring to you? Please wake up. Little girl, have you not realized yet? Your master resides within me now. Master, please return the earring to Covey. It is truly a waste to have nurtured you. Is it merely an earring? Must the youth be so affected? Is that not the voice of that deceased old woman? Indeed. It must be because she resides within me that I can hear her words. Yet it seems as though she is conversing with Celia. How exceedingly strange. Wait. Hold on a moment. Cavasile abruptly opened his eyes. The elderly woman, whose face resembled a chrysanthemum, muttered. Cavasile struggled to swallow, inquiring about the unfolding events. Utuya retracted his hand, which had been poised to assist Cavasile in adorning an earring. You are awake, he remarked, casually tossing the earring back to Cavasile. You can put it on yourself. Cavasile, are you all right? Celia leapt forward from behind Utuya, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at Cavasile. What on earth is happening? Cavasile felt slightly disoriented, yet it appeared that he had not merged harmoniously with the elderly woman before him. What is going on? The old witch, Utuya, chuckled coldly, though her tone bore a hint of confusion. Just now, you suddenly yanked off the other earring, tearing your earlobe in the process. Have you lost your mind? Yanked off. Cavasser instinctively reached for his left ear, only to discover that his earlobe had mysteriously vanished. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a vibrant, iridescent barrier that served as a mirror, revealing a clearly torn wound where his earlobe once was, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, yet devoid of any blood. On the ground lay another earring. Indeed, Cavasser, you were quite alarming just now, Celia expressed her concern. Upon witnessing her master wearing an earring, she had swiftly yanked the other earring from her own ear, her movements so rapid that they were barely perceptible, leaving her with a vacant, haunting gaze. Did such a thing truly happen? Cavasser scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. How peculiar. Was it perhaps a stomach ache? He sighed in relief, realizing his subconscious was rather astute, understanding that while he could not reclaim the lost earring, he could at least remove his own. What was that old man's thinking in the original story? Foolish as a pig. Wait, am I chastising myself? The following day, beside the crescent-shaped spacecraft, Celia lamented, Cavasser, are you leaving already? Big brother is departing. Her sparkling eyes brimmed with reluctance. Cavasser's lips twitched as he cast a glance at the old witch, ago.While, standing behind Celia, feeling a creeping unease. If he lingered any longer, the inertia of the plot might become inescapable, leading to unforeseen troubles. Cavasser was desperate to escape this terrifying planet. He had no intention of staying. Not that I'm afraid. No. May I bid farewell to Sister Angelia? Celia pointed towards the long sword on Cavusser's back. Oh, that? Of course, that's no problem, Cavusser replied, patting the sword, which instantly glimmered with a rainbow hue. As the light faded, the tall and graceful figure of Angelia appeared. The old witch, ago.While, looked on with wide eyes, intrigued. Farewell, Sister Angelia. Goodbye, Uncle Bedak. Goodbye. Cavusser. Celia, the microchip behind your earlobe is still functional. After the final adjustments, it can now transmit signals over vast distances. Should anything arise, just call, and we shall come immediately. Understood. Farewell. With a swift motion, the Crescent spacecraft vanished into the sky, plunging into the inky void of space. Amidst an endless expanse of stars. Perhaps it would never return. Perhaps they would meet again. Who could say? In the realm of the Supreme Kai? The Grand Supreme Kai had sat alone for nearly half a year. His profound gaze pierced through the void, reaching the deepest recesses of the universe. As the deity of all gods, he had always stood atop the highest peaks, witnessing the farthest and most breathtaking vistas or the most tragic scenes. In the void's depths, cracks incessantly widened, and the great king of the universe gazed upon them with profound compassion. Was this moment finally upon us? From those fissures, streams of inky darkness, subtly infused with an eerie violet glow, seeped forth, reminiscent of the sanguine essence of malevolent spirits. Cassio, his corpulent form, let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 1, The Spirit Tree. How vast is the cosmos? Amidst the resplendent stars, where lies the boundary? The lifeblood of the Ganges flows as countless races perpetually propagate, thrive, contend, perish, and reincarnate within this seemingly infinite universe, embodying both humility and grandeur. The most magnificent of all is life itself. As we turn the pages of history, we encounter prodigious talents, radiant as the sun at zenith, possessing unparalleled combat prowess, traversing epochs and ascending to the pinnacle of existence, unmatched across all dimensions. The heaviest burden rests within the human heart. A single thought may lead to enlightenment or descent into darkness. Even the most insignificant life forms possess the potential to unleash profound power, coalescing into an unstoppable torrent that could overturn the annals of time. Yet, all of this has always existed within the cosmos. Dorala was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming hunger, laboriously opening his eyes to find the sky still shrouded in darkness. As he looked up, the starry expanse, devoid of any haze, appeared strikingly beautiful, as if nothing remained. Indeed, nothing remained. How many days had passed since that colossal tree had abruptly emerged in the distant north? A fortnight? A month? Perhaps even a year? Ultimately, such details had become inconsequential. What mattered was that since the appearance of that immense tree, the world had been gradually succumbing to decay. Crops in the fields perished overnight, and the once boundless greenery and forest vanished at a terrifying pace. The earth cracked, resembling the parched palm of an elder on the brink of death. Water from the ground evaporated bit by bit, and even the air grew increasingly inhospitable. The once blue sky was transformed into a stark gray expanse. Rumor had it that even the seas had recently run dry, as if a chunk of flesh had been forcibly extracted from the earth, leaving behind a vast depression. The seabed, too, lay in desolation. This world was dying. Once robust and stout, Dorala had now withered to a mere skeleton, his form resembling a mere framework draped in pale, grayish skin. His sunken eye sockets held murky eyes as he painstakingly shifted his body to the nearby stone on the ground, trembling as he collapsed beside it. He parted his lips, cracked and scarred as if sliced by countless blades, extending a tongue resembling a desiccated twig to lick the cold stone. The stone was slightly damp. After laboriously licking the exposed portion of the stone, Dorala fell helplessly to the ground, utterly drained. He could endure no more. His vacant gaze fixed upon the starry sky above. The night sky is so breathtakingly beautiful that it compels one to forget the grim reality of existing in this hellish world. Am I the last person alive? I recall the last time I perused the Kingdom newspaper, which reported that witnesses claimed several beings from beyond had cast the seeds of that tree. How amusing, I pondered. Have we been reduced to mere fertilizer for a tree? Dorala felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, and in a daze. He beheld the pitch-black sky suddenly illuminated by a multitude of white beams of light. A meteor shower, he mused, as he watched these shooting stars swiftly dart toward the north, leaving behind faint, elongated trails. Dorala perished. Beside him lay thousands of emaciated corpses, piled haphazardly in this cracked seabed, resembling a graveyard. Zalt, laughing heartily with over 20 companions, soared into the sky, heedless of the notification indicating the disappearance of the last living entity on this planet. They transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward their destination. The northern region of this planet remained exceedingly frigid. Even with an energy shield during flight, the cold seeped through, chilling to the bone. Yet Zalt's heart burned with fervor. The holy tree seeds had not disappointed them. Witnessing the once lush and vibrant planet in its current desolation, Zalt realized that the holy tree must have matured once more, bearing another batch of sacred fruits. He wondered how many of these sacred fruits Lord Saint would bestow upon them this time. The thought of consuming the sacred fruit evoked a euphoric sensation within Zalt, although he had only tasted it thrice. The overwhelming surge of power that coursed through him was an intoxicating experience, unmatched by any earthly delight. Suddenly, a companion shouted in excitement, pulling Zalt from his reverie. He turned to look, and his heart raced with exhilaration as he beheld a towering tree, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky. This colossal tree was vibrant and flourishing, laden with bountiful fruits, standing in stark contrast to the ravaged landscape of the planet. As Zalt and his companions desperately accelerated toward the tree laden with sacred fruits, a blurred figure descended like lightning, obstructing their path to the holy tree. "Who are you? Do not block our way," Zalt exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury at the sudden intruder. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled a crimson energy sphere toward the oblivious fool. The other 20 companions merely paused momentarily, then displayed cruel smiles as they prepared to surge forward once more. Little did they expect, bang. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Turning its back to them, a shadow darted behind, akin to a whip, yanking back the crimson energy sphere launched by Zart with a speed tenfold. Colliding with the bewildered Zart. Bang! Zart was struck by his own furious assault, letting out a scream as he plummeted downwards. "You wretched being!" The others were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the figure turned around, revealing a red cloth band on his forehead and his cold, merciless gaze. A blinding white light flashed, engulfing all consciousness. As Zart descended, he beheld the unfolding scene above, disbelief etched on his face, murmuring, spare me," before he could finish. He saw a beam of light shoot towards him from the terrifying figure with a tail. Having effortlessly dealt with a few insignificant foes, Bardak's expression remained unchanged. He turned to regard the enormous tree that seemed to defy reason, frowning slightly. "Is this the spirit tree that Kavshir spoke of? Truly domineering." Chapter 2. The seal. This was a desolate planet, as if it had already withered away. Yet, in its northern expanse, an enormous tree stood eerily tall, brimming with vibrant life. The tree's verdant foliage pulsated with the essence of life, while its roots sprawled in all directions, thick and robust, akin to leeches draining the planet of its nutrients. Viewed from the endless starry sky, this planet, parasitized by the formidable tree, resembled a sorrowful speck of dust. Approximately 1 million miles away in space, a crescent-shaped colossal spaceship floated silently. On the desolate planet, the already cracked and fragile ground had been struck, creating over 20 deep craters, each housing a spherical flying craft with its hatches wide open. Among these craters, one spaceship, its size 40 to 50 times greater than the standard combat spherical vehicle, lay firmly on the surface. Within the vast spaceship, in the main chamber, a massive seat occupied the center, flanked by 3 aliens clad in uniform battle attire. Their appearances varied greatly, even appearing grotesque, yet all bore serious expressions, harboring an innate fear and a hint of fervent admiration for the being seated upon the immense chair. In that central seat, a coldly beautiful alien rested his face on one hand, gazing intently out at the expanse beyond the spaceship. Beyond the visual window lies a vast expanse of desolation. The sky is seemingly endless shroud of gray. The sovereign of this star domain, the Holy King, Druli, gazes coldly out at the horizon with his chilling violet-green eyes. His fingers tap rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, betraying an impatience that simmers within. As moments stretch on, the flames of wrath within him intensify, narrowing his eyes. A glimmer of icy light flickers within his mesmerizing gaze. The 6 alien warriors flanking Druli feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, akin to a tsunami. Their sweat pouring forth as they stifle their breaths in fear. Master Holy King, Zart, and the others should be returning shortly. Please, exercise your patience a little longer." One of the warriors finally dares to stammer, unable to contain his dread towards Druli's fury, inwardly cursing the 20 or so individuals sent to harvest the holy fruits. Suddenly, his eyes catch a glimmer of white light approaching from the horizon. With a swift gesture, he exclaims, "Ah, They have returned. In response, Drully narrows his eyes once more. A dangerous light flickering within their elongated depths as he coldly retorts, "Who permitted you to speak in such a manner before me?" The warrior who shouted is immediately struck by terror, his face paling and pupils constricting in fright. With a disdainful snort, Drully opens his violet-green eyes, glancing back. In an instant, two brilliant beams of light erupt from his gaze, slicing through the neck of the offending warrior like lasers. A spray of green blood erupting forth as the alien collapses lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 5 warriors are rendered mute with fear. This all transpires in the blink of an eye, yet it is well known that the Holy King Drully is notoriously capricious, often executing subordinates with a mere wave of his hand. As he turns his attention back to the approaching white, a sense of foreboding washes over him. Is there only one? Just then, the distant white point suddenly draws closer, as if transported instantaneously, expanding in size and clarity until a figure materializes with a sharp pop. Suspended outside their window at a diagonal distance of approximately 50 meters. Inside the spacecraft, Drully and his meticulously selected alien warriors possess keen eyesight, allowing them to discern the newcomer's features with clarity. The figure is a young man clad in peculiar battle attire, sporting spiky black hair. A red cloth band around his forehead, and a cross-shaped scar on his bronze cheek, staring coldly at them as he hovers mid-air. Oh, an unfamiliar presence has emerged. Drully muses with a slight smile, though his violet-green eyes reveal nothing but indifference and a palpable sense of murderous intent, his mood decidedly sour. Who are you? One of the 5 cosmic warriors stepped forward, questioning with an air of authority. The dark-haired youth, seemingly oblivious to the inquiry, maintained his icy demeanor. Has this peculiar individual caught sight of my subordinates? Drully squinted, directing his gaze toward the dark-haired youth suspended in the air, his expression betraying a condescending superiority despite being positioned below. Bardock regarded the strange-looking alien with an impassive countenance. The chilling ruthlessness emanating from this being was reminiscent of that scoundrel Frisia, igniting a surge of murderous intent within Bardock. With a nonchalant gesture of his thumb pointing backward, Bardock coldly inquired, "Is that tree you're doing?" The warriors, incensed by the dark-haired youth's blatant disregard for the inquiry directed by their lord, soared into the sky, radiant bursts of blue, green, and purple light illuminating their hands. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Bardock vanished from their sight, reappearing behind them. Then, with a series of explosive sounds, the 5 cosmic warriors plummeted to the ground, their momentum propelling them downward. "I am inquiring." Bardock's expression was as frigid as ice as he regarded the being before him, whose battle power was merely in the tens of millions, yet who had been wielding authority in this starry domain. "Is that tree indeed yours?" The color drained from Drully's face, his voice dripping with menace. "You ignorant fool. Do you even realize who you are addressing?" Before he could finish, Bardock raised a hand, effortlessly unleashing a wave of energy directed at the colossal spacecraft below. With a resounding explosion, a crater emerged, far larger than the numerous surrounding pits. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Drully, arms crossed defensively, his battle attire obliterated to mere remnants. "You wretched creature." Drully's veins bulged with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You are as good as dead." Unfortunately, his threat was cut short as Bardock, seemingly having lost all patience and interest, cast a cold glance in his direction. With a flick of his fingers, a beam of energy, trailing a faint crimson glow, struck the so-called Saint King Drully at an astonishing speed. In the midst of the fiery explosion, Bardock pivoted and swiftly soared towards the immense spirit tree. At this juncture, he found it unnecessary to transform into a super scion to contend with such a foe whose battle power barely grazed the tens of millions. In contrast, the Frisia of yore, with his insufficient battle power of less than 1 million, had been an insurmountable adversary. The author muses, Bardock likely remained unaware of Frisia's ability to transform. Bardock could extinguish him dozens, if not hundreds, of times over with a mere wave of his hand. Yet, what purpose did such power serve? Planet Vegeta had long since been reduced to cosmic dust. As Bardock soared resolutely through the void of space, his expression remained calm, concealing the tumult of thoughts within. In the depths of the pitch-black cosmos, the crescent-shaped spacecraft loomed. Caviezel stood beside the quietly composed Angelia, surveying the 18 glass coffins that housed countless mechanical arms incessantly at work, manipulating both visible and invisible beams across the formidable super robots. Caviezel stroked his chin and casually inquired, "How much longer until completion?" 29 minutes and 42 seconds, Mr. Caviezel, came the timely response from the mechanical voice of Shasha. Very well, we shall return later. With that, Caviezel departed with Angelia, and the doors of the chamber gradually closed, locking with an intricate array of mechanisms that permitted entry solely to those possessing the requisite authority aboard the vessel. Suddenly, Bardak materialized in the lounge, and with a resounding thud, an array of exotic, vividly colored fruits cascaded onto the floor, forming a mound that towered to about 1.5 times the height of a person. The technique of instantaneous movement had been imparted to Bardak by Caviezel, a deity among kings, and he had mastered it in mere days. Unlike the rudimentary teleportation learned by Sun Wukong on the planet Adrat, Caviezel's method allowed for instantaneous travel without the need for spatial awareness of the destination. Of course, if one wished to sense the aura of someone far away before teleporting, it was entirely feasible. Caviezel's gaze swept across the peculiar fruits, each the size of a human head, and he swiftly counted them. There were 177. Impressive, he mused. Angelia, intrigued by these strange fruits, listened intently as Caviezel explained that they could only be produced by a tree that had drained the life force of an entire planet, capable of enhancing a person's combat prowess or energy without adverse effects. These are the seeds of the tree's apex. Bardak produced a green seed, approximately the size of half a palm, and tossed it to Caviezel. You've worked hard. Caviezel nodded as he accepted the seed of the spiritual tree. Bardak waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the room for some much-needed rest. Caviezel casually weighed the seeds in his hand, glancing at the fruits of the spirit tree scattered on the ground. Smacking his lips, he succumbed to the curiosity that lingered from his past life and took a bite of one, discovering its flavor to be quite delightful. Unable to resist, he devoured 3 more and tossed 2 to Angelia, who only partook of 1. Sighing with a hint of regret as he wiped his mouth, Caviezel lamented that, with his current divine form, such indulgences merely served to satisfy his cravings, completely devoid of the exhilarating sensation of burgeoning power. As his divine attendant, Angelia, having undergone transformation by the primordial forces of the universe, shared his sentiments. Shaking his head, Caviezel straightened himself and extended his hand toward Angelia. She immediately understood, her entire being radiating with a spectrum of luminous colors as she transformed into a resplendent divine sword, which Caviezel grasped firmly. Caviezel wielded his long sword and, with a mere casual stroke through the air, effortlessly summoned a dimensional rift beneath the blade. Ever since the arrival of Angelia, Caviezel appeared increasingly inclined to utilize her for various tasks. After all, who could resist the remarkable utility of my beloved Angelia? With a graceful wave of his hand, Caviezel summoned a multitude of over 100 spirit tree fruits, which swiftly soared into the dimensional rift. Subsequently, he examined the verdant seed in his palm, tossing it into the air. As his hands moved in a fluid dance, a resplendent array of colors emanated from his fingertips, weaving ethereal illusions. An ancient character inscribed with a sealing spell struck the green spirit tree seed, causing all its distinctive aura to retract, rendering it an unremarkable object. Thereafter, Caviezel cast it into the rift as well. The dimensional rift gradually sealed shut. Caviezel resolved, barring any extraordinary circumstances, to refrain from unveiling this peculiar object during his tenure. In his previous life, he had perceived the spirit tree as a significant threat. Not only was it addictive, but the cost of using an entire planet as sustenance was also quite intolerable. After all, he was a deity of the realm. Was this entity in opposition to him? Did it presume itself to be a destroyer? Nevertheless, the fruits it bore could still be consumed without consequence, for he would not succumb to addiction. Chapter 3, Planet Vegeta? In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, the crescent-shaped spacecraft hovered. The mechanical voice of the super-intelligent Xiao Xiao resonated. Countdown for the optimization update of the Mark series super robots. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, completed. With a soft hiss, 18 coffin-like containers were revealed from the walls of the room, gradually opening. 18 magnificent super robots emerged, revitalized, their Iron Man-like exteriors exuding an aura of cold ferocity. Caviezel surveyed these 18 newly crafted super robots, arguably the pinnacle of technology in the universe, with profound admiration. Based on data acquired through consultation with Bardak and his own analysis, these super robots, prior to optimization, possessed power comparable to Bardak's Super Scion second level, and post-optimization, they undoubtedly reached the prowess of a Super Scion third level. As for the reason behind such a remarkable leap in capability from a single optimization, Cavasser snapped his fingers and commanded, "Activate the receivers." "Yes, Mr. Cavasser," came the mechanical response from within the 18 super robots, whose intelligent systems were subsystems of Xiaosha. With a series of clicks, the mechanical components at the chest of each super robot shifted seamlessly, ultimately extending a transparent, crystal-like tubular object simultaneously. Cavasser extended his right hand, and at that moment, vibrant, glass-like threads of myriad colors flowed and entwined between his fingers, resembling serpents in graceful motion. Precisely 18 strands. With a flick of his fingers, the 18 radiant threads shot forth like shooting stars, penetrating the crystalline tubes embedded in the chests of 18 super robots. The tubes gradually retracted, and the structural configuration of the robots' chests transformed once more, ultimately revealing a diamond-shaped, luminous crystal within which the colorful threads danced subtly. This was the Divine Power Conversion Device, a culmination of the genius girl's research before her departure, documented in blueprints, and recently crafted by the super-intelligent Xiaosha. Although the super robots were originally equipped with an extraordinarily advanced eternal reactor, providing a continuous energy supply, this energy was finite. Cavasser's extraordinary combat power rating served as evidence of this limitation. Conventional scientific methods had reached a plateau, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance these robots' combat capabilities further. Yet, Cavasser's divine power addressed this dilemma by retaining the original eternal reactor as a backup energy source. The ingenious girl envisioned miniaturizing the divine power conversion device and embedding it within the super robots, swiftly bringing her idea to fruition. It is quite normal that the divine power utilization device, crafted by the prodigious girl, could enable the combat robots to unleash the strength of a super scion at its third level, while our Lord Cavasser could only manifest up to the second level. This fact reiterates the notion that divinity, in essence, holds no extraordinary merit. However, Cavasser harbored doubts, suspecting that the South Kaishan, with his grotesquely bulging form, might possess combat power surpassing even that of the current Super Scion 4 Bardock. Do not inquire why Cavasser's divine power infused within the robots appeared so scant. Firstly, while it seemed mere wisps, they were, in fact, compressed versions. Secondly, divine power is remarkably durable. For instance, if Mark I were to operate at maximum output, at the third level, mind you, it could likely sustain its energy output for several hundred to 1,000 years uninterrupted. Cavasser has yet to perceive any diminishing of the divine power within him, even during his rigorous training sessions with Bardock. Given that these advanced robots are equipped with divine power conversion devices, it is only natural that this spacecraft has not lagged behind. It has long since upgraded its primary propulsion system to utilize energy derived from divine power, resulting in a remarkable increase in the speed of the crescent-shaped vessel. Akin to a surge of adrenaline, and this velocity proves to be remarkably sustained. However, certain internal amenities such as lighting, environmental control systems, and training rooms continue to draw energy from the eternal reactor. The last point, unrelated to Cavasser, concerns the young girl's legacy, a substantial stack of unfinished blueprints pertaining to theories of time and space, which leave Cavasser utterly bewildered. In terms of practical application, these theories are currently primarily utilized in communication. While interdimensional conversations remain elusive, long-distance communication across the cosmos is certainly feasible, a fact Cavasser mentioned when bidding farewell to Celia. Nevertheless, Cavasser harbors a belief that, according to the narrative arc of the film, the girl AI and Tapio may yet have the opportunity to see the light of day again. Tapio, in particular, may find a way to liberate himself entirely from the shadows of the Phantom Men. Concurrently, the scientific prodigies Bulma and AI are likely to devise a cross-dimensional communication device in the not-too-distant future. Yet, he fears he may not live to witness such advancements. After all, 75 million years is a daunting span. As for the deceased old man from the original work, his presence during the narrative era is attributed to his being sealed within the Z-Sword. Each time Cavasser gazes upon the serene and beautiful profile of Angelia, he dismisses such thoughts. He could never allow his actions to lead to Angelia's demise. Neither he nor she could possibly endure for such an eternity. Upon the death of an awakened member of the ancient Sword clan, their essence persists in the form of the sword. This explains the Z-Sword's perceived weakness in the original narrative. Of course, Cavasser is uncertain whether the Z-Sword from the original tale and the tranquil girl by his side are indeed one and the same. However, The old man from the original story claimed to have been sealed within the Z sword by a malevolent entity, a notion that deeply unsettles Caviezel. As he nearly became that very old man himself, a sense of unease lingers as he approaches the lounge. Master, Angelia greets him. Mr. Bardock seems to wish to speak with you. Initially, Caviezel felt compelled to uphold the principles of equality and freedom from his Red Flag Society origins. But hearing a strikingly beautiful young woman address him as master, even though Angelia's demeanor is quiet and somewhat aloof, her gentle voice carries a hint of feminine magnetism. Thus, Caviezel resolutely refrains from correcting Angelia's form of address. But I digress. Bardock seeks me. Cavalier found himself in a peculiar situation, as Bardock epitomized the quintessential scion, perpetually engrossed in training and combat. What? You claim to be well acquainted with this star region? The very vicinity of your planet, Vegeta? Cavalier was genuinely astonished. He had always believed that currently, the galaxy is devoid of any significant entities. So how could the planet Vegeta suddenly emerge? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Cavalier's mind. 7.5 million years? Surely that span of time was sufficient for humanity to shed its primal characteristics. It barely accounted for a fraction of Earth's history, let alone the vastness of the galaxy. No wonder he felt an inexplicable dissonance upon learning of this 7.5 million year timeline. Indeed, it was profoundly unsettling. Are you certain? Cavalier inquired earnestly, gazing intently at Bardock. Bardock gestured toward a swiftly passing, resplendent planet outside and calmly remarked, "That planet is the one my team is tasked with conquering." Cavalier fell silent for a moment before suddenly raising his head and inquiring, "Do you know where Vegeta is?" "Well, let us head to the control room and pull up the star map." Moments later, the crescent-shaped spacecraft, traversing the pitch-black cosmos at an astonishing speed, vanished amidst a dazzling array of colorful luminescence. Chapter 4. The Azure Planet. Human beings are, perhaps, creatures subtly molded by their surroundings and subconscious. For Cavalier, distances of light years, whether a few, several, hundreds, or even thousands, could be traversed in the blink of an eye. The barriers of planets, star rivers, star fields, and galaxies were mere distances on a chessboard to one endowed with the monumental power of the Kaishan. For instance, the North Kaishan, whom Cavalier had previously tasked with searching for Earth in the North Universe, conveyed that even he would require several pauses to fully scan the entirety of the North Universe with his divine consciousness. It is important to note that he was referring to scanning the entire North Universe. What, then, is the concept of the North Universe? It encompasses an infinite multitude of parallel dimensions. Countless northern parallel dimensions fall within the realm of the North Universe. As for the East Kaishan, who exists on the same level, Cavalier's hesitance was merely a manifestation of a mortal's resistance to the bewilderment of suddenly becoming a deity. Awakening to find himself inexplicably elevated to a position of divine authority, Cavalier felt an inner turmoil, a sense of disquietude. Thus, he endeavored to overlook the extraordinary abilities he now possessed. To be candid, he initially felt a bit lost and frantic, unsure of what had transpired, utterly at a loss. The notion of suddenly becoming great and omnipotent was hard for him to fathom. However, through the experiences of recent days, having traversed for so long in the divine form of the Kaishan and immersed in the overwhelming power of divinity, Cavalier began to gradually acclimate to his newfound status as a magnificent deity. Consequently, the journey to the planet indicated by Bardock took but the merest blink of an eye. Outside the splendid, colossal planet, a crescent-shaped spacecraft materialized in a burst of colorful brilliance, swiftly plunging into the atmosphere, generating a searing wave of heat as it hurtled toward the surface like a fierce dragon. With a tremendous shockwave buffering the impact, clouds of dust billowed, and the crescent spacecraft landed steadily upon a rocky highland. The hatch opened. Cavalier, sword slung across his back, gazed at the distant scenery, the evening casting a captivating allure as a colossal crimson sun adorned the horizon. He inquired, "Is this planet Vegeta?" As they departed, Angelia transformed once more into her sword form, resting upon Cavalier's back. Being a sword, she naturally required a wielder to nurture her existence. Communicating with the divine power within Cavalier was undoubtedly the most effective means to cultivate Angelia. Bardock, silent and resolute, ventured outside, leaping into the sky hundreds of meters above, hovering with tranquil eyes surveying his surroundings. He then tilted his head back, gazing up at the expanse of the sky, where the faint stars of the evening began to emerge. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Bardock accelerated, transforming into a streak of white light as he descended towards the earth. With a soft thud, Bardock landed gracefully on the ground. Caviezel, with a hint of curiosity, gracefully leapt forward, effortlessly crossing several dozen meters to land beside Bedak. There, he observed Bedak bending down to pick up a stone approximately the size of a head. With an expression unchanged, Bedak's hands glimmered with a radiant light, and the stone immediately emitted a series of grinding sounds akin to teeth being sharpened. As he released the energy from his hands, the stone, once the size of a head, was compressed to half the size of a fist, its color deepening significantly. Caviezel stroked his chin thoughtfully. Observing Bardock's actions with a sense of intrigue, Bardock lifted a stone, roughly the size of half a fist, and deftly tossed it in his hand before gripping it firmly. With a flick of his wrist, the stone transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards the ground. Strangely, it produced little sound upon impact, leaving behind a dark void the size of a half fist, an abyss that appeared ominously deep and unfathomable. As Kakarot cast the stone, he slightly closed his eyes, attuning his senses to something beyond the immediate. Upon reopening them, he inquired, "Is there any particular significance to the distance of approximately 1,000 meters?" Bardock, with a measured breath, closed his eyes once more before responding, his tone as unwavering and somewhat austere as ever. "During my previous journey, specifically, the 7th occasion, when I traversed back to an earlier timeline, I had once returned to planet Vegeta. I resolved that in the next opportunity, and the one thereafter, should I find myself back in this place, I would replicate the very action I just undertook. Consequently, it was at that depth of 1,000 meters that I discovered the stone we just discussed." Bardock's expression remained unchanged. Caviezel stood in stunned silence, realizing that Bardock was indeed validating his own continuous return to the past. Caviezel suddenly inquired, "How did you manage to find such a small stone?" Bardock cast a fleeting glance at Caviezel as he turned to walk back, casually responding, "It's merely a little trick. I left a fragment of my own energy within that stone, making it easily perceptible." In the control room of the Crescent Moon spaceship, Caviezel addressed Bardock. "You previously mentioned that you had a young son sent to another planet. Could you tell me the coordinates of that planet?" As he spoke, Caviezel unfurled a star map. The room's lighting dimmed automatically, and the star chart transformed into a holographic projection, immersing them in a cosmic ambience. He playfully held the central planet, Vegeta, in his hand. Gazing at Bardock as he asked, "Do you still remember the coordinates where he was sent?" Bardock crossed his arms in silence. Had he been the version of himself prior to traversing time, he would have coldly dismissed such trivial information with a sarcastic remark. However, after all he had experienced, his perspective had undergone a subtle transformation. At this moment, he remained unresponsive to Caviezel's inquiry. "Not sure?" Caviezel felt a twinge of disappointment. Regardless of whether the emergence of the Milky Way stemmed from a later name change or some other unforeseen reason, Caviezel now understood that the temporal distance from the original storyline was merely 75 million years. Thus, from a logical standpoint, a planet like Earth, which normally evolves, should not require such an extensive period to develop from its origin to maturity. This implied that even now, the terrestrial conglomerate known as Earth must indeed exist. Just as Caviezel succumbed to his disappointment, Bardock suddenly placed his hands down and walked toward one end of the holographic star map. As he proceeded, he spread his arms and performed a gesture of pressing his palms together, causing the entire star map to shrink dramatically. Caviezel was taken aback. Bardock nonchalantly manipulated the star map, which responded to his hand as if it were a virtual spacecraft soaring through the cosmos. Soon, under Bardock's adept guidance, a virtual pale blue planet materialized before him. With a swift motion, Bardock seized the pale blue sphere with his right hand and proclaimed to the visibly elated Caviezel, "Our cosmic coordinate system back then differs from the one aboard your vessel, but this should be the one. Indeed, this is it. This is it." Caviezel's voice betrayed his excitement. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the impassive Bardock, pondering, Old Bardock, you are indeed a man of contradiction. You profess disdain for that underachieving son, yet have meticulously memorized the coordinates of the planet to which he was dispatched. TSK. Shao. Relay the coordinates of this planet to me," Caviezel commanded with an air of calm, pointing at the pale blue virtual sphere in Bardock's grasp. "Understood, Mr. Caviezel." Shao's mechanical voice promptly reported the current coordinates of Earth. Caviezel promptly closed his eyes, momentarily calculating the coordinates provided by Shao in his mind. With a snap of his fingers, a resplendent array of colorful light enveloped the crescent-shaped spacecraft that soared like a meteor through the pitch-black void of space. In the next instant, a serene blue planet, quietly spinning in the dark cosmos, came into view. Chapter 5. The Namekians? Whether due to his impressions of Earth from his previous life or those depicted in comics, Cavasser had never contemplated the notion of Earth being a hub of interstellar civilization. Yet, reality proved him mistaken. Observing the diverse array of extraterrestrial beings bustling along the streets filled him with awe. However, since Bardock had unequivocally confirmed that this was indeed the planet assigned to his second son, Cavasser harbored no doubts that this would be the future sanctuary of the Dragon Ball warriors. Moreover, from his vantage point in outer space, the very first glimpse of this azure planet resonated deeply within him. It was undoubtedly the one. To his astonishment, the planet, once deemed inferior and backward in the North Galaxy, boasted such advanced civilization in this era. Even Bardock, typically reserved and sparing with words, felt the infectious energy of this remarkably modern city atmosphere. After all, the Scion tradition dictated that infants with insufficient battle power at birth were dispatched to planets devoid of advanced combat capabilities and cutting-edge technology. Though the Scions were fierce, they were not so frivolous as to send their young to worlds brimming with formidable forces. It was not out of compassion. Rather, such actions would be deemed a waste. It was far more pragmatic to assign these underprivileged infants to conquer lesser planets. Throughout the long stretch of time, the rise and fall of civilizations was a commonplace occurrence. Cavasser waved his hand dismissively, feeling slightly perturbed by Bardock's dismissive attitude toward their Earth. Speaking of the North Galaxy, Cavasser suddenly felt a surge of curiosity and inquired of Bardock, "Do you know, Bardock, that in this era, there is no such place as the Milky Way? I am curious if, in your past experiences, there was ever a time when the universe lacked the Milky Way?" "No Milky Way?" Bardock furrowed his brow slightly. "As I mentioned before, during my previous encounter, I broke through to the 4th level on a planet in the North Galaxy." "Oh, I see," Cavasser mused. Stroking his chin in contemplation, he gazed upward at the sky, a sense of oppression settling within him, as if shrouded in a fine veil of gray. Currently, Cavasser and his companions find themselves in the 87th District of the United Government, situated in the city of West City on this planet, aptly named Blue Star. The technological civilization of Blue Star is remarkably advanced. It made a significant leap into the interstellar era several centuries ago. Fortuitously, within the nearby star regions, there exists no planet whose technological prowess far surpasses that of Blue Star, nor are there tyrants like Druli or Frisia, who dominate their respective star domains through overwhelming personal strength. As a result, Blue Star has thrived and navigated the interstellar era with remarkable success. Furthermore, due to its favorable planetary environment, Blue Star has gradually become a favored destination for many distinguished extraterrestrials seeking respite, often witnessing an array of peculiar spacecraft traversing its atmosphere. Naturally, while extraterrestrial vessels are permitted to enter Blue Star, they must do so under the vigilant oversight of the planetary government's security system, landing only at designated docking areas for interstellar visitors. Friendly spacecraft from allied planets typically establish a connection with Blue Star's governmental systems, allowing for prearranged landings. Upon entering the atmosphere, they undergo a brief inspection by the global security apparatus, enabling them to dock at any designated point across the planet. The crescent-shaped spacecraft belonging to Cavasser and his companions remained docked at the western docking square of District 87. Its impressive design, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance, made it strikingly conspicuous among the various spacecraft in the docking area, akin to a colossal titan. It was unmistakably the vehicle of a distinguished cosmic figure, and consequently, the demeanor of the official reception staff was exceedingly courteous. As for casually leaving their crescent spacecraft, an embodiment of the brilliance of one of the universe's foremost scientists, a young girl at the spaceport, Cavasser felt no pressure whatsoever, not to mention the security forces of Blue Star. It was also irrelevant that Little Shah would never allow any being other than Cavasser, Celia, Angelia, or Bardock aboard the vessel. The 18 Super Scion Iron Men stationed on the ship were far from mere embellishments. Thus, Cavasser cheerfully slung his sword over his shoulder and ventured out for a stroll with Bardock. It must be said that the civilization of Blue Star, known as Earth, is remarkably advanced, reminiscent of the future world of Earth from Cavasser's previous life, with towering skyscrapers and streets teeming with transportation modes he had never encountered. Suspended in the air were intricate networks of tubular structures, within which spherical objects darted swiftly, likely serving as public transportation. In the lofty skies above, an array of peculiar yet seemingly luxurious aircraft flitted to and fro, likely the conveyances of influential magnates and affluent individuals. The atmosphere was bustling, with a plethora of opulent shops lining the streets, offering an extensive assortment of goods, everything necessary for life, study, and leisure. From items that traverse the ground to those that soar through the heavens, the streets were teeming with extraterrestrial beings, clad in hues of red, yellow, blue, and black, featuring singular eyes, multiple limbs, and elongated horns. Cavasser even observed a being of both genders gracefully gliding past him. As Cavasser was absorbed in this spectacle, he suddenly noticed a gathering at the roadside, marveling at the unexpected sight. Who would have thought such a scene would unfold here? He mused, pondering that since he had no pressing engagements, his mere stop being a brief resupply, he might as well meander over. Bardak, having been dragged out by Cavasser under the pretense of balancing work and leisure, had no particular agenda either. Though lacking enthusiasm, he followed along, as there was no imminent conflict to engage in. Upon arriving at the crowd, Cavasser observed a circle of onlookers, and he decided to elevate himself to gain a clearer view of the focal point of their attention. At the center lay a middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, presumably a local from Blue Star, bloodied and battered, curled in pain and moaning. Beside him knelt a small boy, his face streaked with tears, silently weeping in a state of shock. Bardak, disinterested, lingered at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed and countenance as perpetually stoic as ever. Occasionally, he cast a fleeting glance skyward, fingers lightly tapping against his arm, as though lost in contemplation of unspoken thoughts. Cavasser possessed an exceptional sense of hearing, and in no time, he gleaned the essence of the unfolding events from the hushed whispers of the onlookers. In a nutshell, reminiscent of the oppressed characters in One Piece who suffer at the hands of the celestial nobles. This unfortunate middle-aged man from Blue Star had merely encountered the ill-tempered scion of an extraterrestrial overlord, becoming an unwitting scapegoat. It appeared that a neat stack of banknotes lay atop him, presumably compensation bestowed by the privileged youth after venting his frustrations. However, the middle-aged man clearly seemed to be on the brink of collapse, teetering precariously close to death. Meanwhile, a young boy, having ventured out with his father for a pleasant day of shopping, was on the verge of a breakdown upon witnessing such an incident, trembling and lost in a daze. Cavasser, reflecting on how this child's misfortune eclipsed even that of protagonists in tales, contemplated withdrawing. Just then, a diminutive figure emerged from the crowd, offering a friendly smile to the bewildered boy before kneeling down. With small hands gently pressed against the injured man, an extraordinary radiance emanated from the figure's palms. After a few breaths, the middle-aged man's wounds astonishingly healed. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Cavasser stood transfixed, his gaze locked onto the entity that had rendered aid. The green skin, peculiar antennae adorning the forehead, and distinctive attire, was this an Namekian? Chapter 6. The creator of Dragon Ball, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. The middle-aged man exclaimed, having fully recovered from the brink of death. After a moment of shock, he promptly knelt before the green-skinned extraterrestrial child, his voice brimming with gratitude. The previously terrified boy, who had been inconsolably weeping, quickly regained his composure, crawling to block the green-skinned benefactor from slipping away, struggling to articulate his thoughts. His face a blend of tears and smiles, ultimately resorting to repeatedly bowing in thanks. The crowd murmured and pointed, marveling at the miraculous abilities of the suddenly appeared alien child. Yet, in these times, who hadn't he encountered a strange or extraordinary extraterrestrial? Thus, while astonished, they didn't linger too long on the spectacle. The green-skinned child waved dismissively, indicating that such assistance was but a trifle and that there was no need for prostration. Eventually, after persistent refusals, the middle-aged man and his son reluctantly departed, glancing back with lingering reluctance. As the excitement dissipated, the crowd naturally dispersed. Excuse me, might you be an Namekian? Just as the green-skinned child exhaled a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard someone speaking to him from behind. Startled, he turned around to see a human with an unusual hairstyle, someone reminiscent of a certain character, bearing a sword, his eyes gleaming with what seemed to be excitement. Little Green Skin shivered slightly, yet, embodying the innate simplicity of his kind, did not deny it. He nodded and, with a fluent and melodious universal language, introduced himself. I am Deba, hailing from Namek. Indeed, Cavasser felt a surge of joy. Initially, he thought that since the Scions had not appeared, the Namekians would likely be elusive as well. After all, the Namekians were the creators of the Dragon Balls, an extraordinary tool of immense power. Of course, Cavasser was aware that the Scions were not the original inhabitants of planet Vegeta. They might still be in their monkey forms, hiding in some obscure corner of the universe. However, the Namekian before him was undeniably real, and even a mere pat on the head would suffice. "What are you doing?" Little Namekian Deba exclaimed, swatting away the strange hand that had reached for his head, visibly annoyed. "Oh." Cavasser sheepishly withdrew his hand, which he had extended without realizing, feeling a faint chuckle emanating from the sword on his back, causing his face to flush with embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. Deba regarded Cavasser with a puzzled expression, finding the situation perplexing. As an Namekian, he had some degree of communication with the inhabitants of Blue Star, having assisted in solving several interstellar navigation dilemmas. Therefore, he did not find it particularly strange that Cavasser recognized him. In fact, Deba had sneaked out to accompany his tribe on a mission to Blue Star. Reflecting on this, he felt that his kin must be searching for him by now. As he had anticipated, a group of 3 or 4 green-skinned, antennaed adults descended from the sky towards him. Passers-by had grown accustomed to aerial beings and merely glanced curiously before averting their gaze. Among the arriving Namekians, one who appeared to be the leader looked at Deba, who was bowing his head in contrition, his expression one of exasperation. For this prodigious child of the Dragon Clan, he found it difficult to impose any significant punishment. The Namekian Dragon Clan was generally categorized into 3 types based on their abilities. The first, combat; the second, reproduction; and the third, healing. Yet, this child before him was a rare genius, possessing all 3 abilities in a single form, a marvel that emerged only once in many years. Most of the elders in the clan, including the esteemed Grand Elder, harbored great expectations for the future of this child. However, the trouble lies in the fact that this prodigious little rascal is exceedingly mischievous, often causing chaos within the clan. In a bold act of audacity, he has managed to sneak aboard a spaceship bound for Blue Star while everyone was preoccupied. As the unexpected arrival of several adult Namekians, who exhibit a demeanor reminiscent of the stoic Piccolo, prepared to disregard him and depart, Cavasser could no longer contain his curiosity. He earnestly gazed at the young Deba and posed the question that had been weighing on his mind. "Are you familiar with the Dragon Balls?" "Dragon Balls?" The young Deba, momentarily halting his departure, found himself inexplicably intrigued, perhaps drawn in by the mere mention of the word dragon. "There are 7 orbs, and when gathered together, they summon a divine dragon capable of granting any wish," Cavasser stated gravely. "It is the Dragon of Dreams." Observing the expressions of Deba and the other Namekians upon hearing the term Dragon Balls, Cavasser surmised that, at this juncture, the concept of such artifacts had yet to materialize on Namek. Suddenly, he was struck by the realization of the absence of the galaxy as well. How could I make such associations? Cavasser chuckled inwardly, deeming it a fanciful notion. One of the burly Namekians standing behind the leader shook his head, evidently dismissing Cavasser's assertion that these orbs capable of fulfilling wishes were anything but a figment of imagination. Such a thing could not possibly exist. Even the most creative and imaginative Namekians could not fathom the existence of orbs that could grant any wish. The notion defies the laws of nature, rendering it impossible in this universe. Capable of fulfilling any wish? Deba's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, revealing a glimmer of profound ambition lurking within his innocent gaze. Cavasser distinctly sensed that the diminutive being from Namek before him not only possessed considerable combat prowess, but also seemed to harbor a rather restless spirit. Indeed, this prodigious child of the Dragon Clan, endowed with the remarkable abilities of the 3 principal branches of Namekian power, would undoubtedly become formidable once his restlessness took hold. According to accounts from later generations of Namekians, the great sage, Elder Dend, who created the mystical Dragon Balls, lamented until his final breath one thing: he could never again meet the person who had first mentioned Dragon Balls to him during his childhood. However, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 7. Is my treasure truly there? Have you already decided to leave? Cavasser glanced at Bardock, swaying his wine glass, the emerald liquid within it shimmering delicately in the exquisite crystal. Bardock nodded, downing a hearty gulp of crimson liquor before carelessly wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The young girl with crimson hair, Angelia, akin to a maid, sat beside Cavasser and promptly filled his glass from an ornate wine jug. Unlike Cavasser, Bardock was unencumbered by such formalities. He poured himself another drink and continued to devour the mountainous feast before him, entirely indifferent to appearances. At this moment, they were residing in a hotel suspended above a vast expanse of ocean. The tranquil sea, adorned with rippling waves, cradled a chic and upscale hotel resembling a resort, floating serenely in midair. The gentle breeze was warm, and white seagulls, along with other splendid seabirds, flitted about, while the surface of the sea occasionally erupted in frothy white caps, with fish frolicking beneath. What a splendid vista! Most patrons frequented such high-end establishments to indulge in the luxurious ambience of this picturesque setting. Yet, amidst this serene scene, there were abrupt sounds of chopsticks snapping. The diners surrounding Caviezel were clearly startled by Bardak's ferocious appetite. Although the expenses here were substantial, for Caviezel, wealth had long ceased to be a concern. Suddenly, a nearby table erupted in anger as a red-skinned alien struck a blue-skinned youth, sending him sprawling. With a cacophony of crashes, the blue youth, an ordinary person, was hurled backward like a projectile, colliding with numerous tables and chairs before crashing against the wall, momentarily adhering to it like a poster before sliding down to the floor. Ah, this blue youth, possessing the frailty of an ordinary human, stood no chance against the might of a warrior from that planet. At this moment, I feel as though my internal organs have been shattered. My nostrils are filled with a metallic scent of blood. After a fit of suffocating discomfort, I am seized by a violent cough, tears streaming down my face, and my entire body trembles and writhes on the ground, my limbs feeling as if they are being torn apart. In truth, had the walls of this hotel not been constructed from exceptionally hard stone, they would have long since given way to a gaping hole shaped like a person. How foolish! The crimson-skinned warrior from the Corna Star scoffed derisively. This blue planet inhabitant is utterly blind to danger, daring to provoke him, a blatant invitation to demise. It seems this is not the first encounter with the Corna Star. Do they intend to wage war against us of the blue planet? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, casting furtive glances at the red-skinned warrior while whispering in hushed tones. What are they muttering about? The Corna warrior, hearing the faint whispers of the crowd, became incensed. His primitive instincts flared, and he glared with his bulbous green eyes, bellowing, "Are you tired of living?" The crowd fell silent in an instant. Although some inhabitants of the blue planet practice martial arts and pursue physical cultivation, the majority value technology above all. Thus, despite their disdain for this brutish red-skinned figure, they obediently fell silent, as they knew they could not match his strength. Furthermore, these savage beings often travel in packs. To offend one is to invite a swarm of fierce, menacing brutes to bear down upon you with sinister smiles. Hence, the wise denizens of the blue planet chose to remain quiet. The sound of clinking glasses rang out, initially a modest noise, yet in this tense atmosphere, it became startlingly pronounced. All eyes swiftly turned towards a white square table, where a youth with an eccentric hairstyle and a young man with a spiky black coiffure clinked their glasses together, tilting their heads back to drain their drinks. Wiping their mouths, a girl with red short hair promptly refilled their glasses. The Corna warrior's murderous gaze immediately fell upon Caviezel and Bardak, his expression darkening. In this vast universe, who knows if we shall ever meet again? Here's to the last drink. Caviezel raised his goblet, feigning ignorance of the warrior's furious shout. Bardak mirrored the gesture, silently clinking his glass, tilting his head back to finish his drink, and stated, "Until we meet again." The veins on the Corna warrior's forehead throbbed violently. He was now seething with rage. These three had the audacity to act as though they were completely oblivious to his presence. Sheer folly. "It seems that you three harbor discontent towards me, Lord Ani." The warrior of the crimson skin flashed a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with a macabre bloodlust, as he cracked his enormous fists with a series of ominous sounds. In the background, the blue-skinned youth, who had managed to regain a semblance of composure, knelt on the ground, grimacing in pain and gasping for breath. Particularly affected by the swelling on the left side of his face, which had been ruthlessly struck by the warrior Ani, now bruised and bleeding. The youth glared at the grotesque back of the savage warrior, his eyes flickering with venomous hatred, his entire body trembling as if he would uncontrollably lunge forward to rend flesh and spill blood. Yet, beneath this fervor lay a profound sense of helplessness. For the crimson-skinned barbarian before him was undeniably formidable. Bardak rose to his feet, gazing up at the transparent ceiling that revealed the azure sky beyond. "You brat!" The warrior Ani hurled a punch directly at Bardak's face, his fist ablaze with searing white light. Bardak swiftly unwrapped the red cloth from his arm and bound it around his forehead, securing it at the back of his head. as the force of the punch ruffled his hair. In a flash, Ani's punch missed its mark, his balance faltering as astonishment etched across his features. Bardak's silhouette materialized behind Ani, executing a casual spinning kick that sent Ani hurtling out of the room at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the distant horizon. In an instant, Bardak himself disappeared from view. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, finally grasping the magnitude of what had just transpired. My goodness, what just happened? That powerful warrior from the Crimson Planet was so easily defeated? Where did he get sent flying to? Surely he isn't circling around the blue planet, is he? And that person, where has he gone? The encounter had been so fleeting that many were still processing its abrupt conclusion. The blue-skinned youth shakily rose to his feet, his eyes wide with incredulity. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the previous trio of 2 males and 1 female, now left with only the girl with crimson hair and the boy with an unusual hairstyle. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that not only did the girl possess an alluring charm, but even the boy, with his peculiar locks, exuded a regal and enigmatic aura with every movement, captivating those who beheld him. Suddenly, the blue-skinned youth noticed the mysterious boy casting his gaze in his direction. His heart raced, tension coiling within him at the mere glance from the stranger. The enigmatic youth placed his hand on the shoulder of the girl beside him, and the blue-skinned youth could only watch as a gleam of light, akin to a sword's edge, seemed to slice through the air, creating a rift that appeared from nowhere. The mysterious youth pointed at him with his right hand, and a shadow surged forth from the fissure, rolling to a stop at his feet. It was a peculiar fruit. The earlier crimson-skinned figure was not yet dead. Did he not desire to finish him off himself? Perhaps he should try consuming this fruit and see what transpires. The voice of the enigmatic youth floated through the air, and in an instant, he wrapped his arms around the waist of the girl with the crimson short hair, and they vanished into thin air. The young man from Blue Star stood in a daze, gazing at the fruit lying on the ground, before extending a trembling hand towards it. Crunch. He took a bite. Crunch. Another bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He devoured it voraciously. A radiant blue-white light emanated from his entire being as he savagely gnawed at the fruit of the spiritual tree, his face contorted in a grotesque expression, while he laughed maniacally. Chapter 8. Go and Seek. Cavasser Ling gazed down from the lofty heights, surveying the azure planet below. The blue sphere, silently rotating in the depths of the darkened cosmos, emanated a soft cerulean glow, resembling crystal, akin to exquisite jade, radiating such beauty. Cavasser suddenly felt a sense of despondency. Was there truly no way to partake in the unfolding narrative? For someone like Cavasser, a devoted aficionado of Dragon Ball in a past life, to find oneself in such a dreamlike realm yet be unable to witness firsthand the exhilarating history that once stirred his very soul must indeed be the greatest of regrets. Cavasser gently rubbed his temples, bearing an expression of resignation. Angelia floated beside him, as serene as ever, sharing a divine covenant with Cavasser. She could faintly perceive the undercurrent of frustration within him at that moment. The two of them hovered in the atmosphere outside the blue planet, one embodying a divine essence and the other a mystical sword, rendering the vacuum of space no obstacle for them. Although the blue planet boasted an extensive satellite surveillance and defense system enveloping its atmosphere, under the shroud of Cavasser's seemingly omniscient divine power, no means could unveil the presence of Cavasser and Angelia unless another deity approached. At that moment, an extraordinarily advanced miniature satellite drifted past them. Had one the capability to observe, they would witness a continuous stream of detection waves emanating from the satellite, scanning a vast sector of the starry expanse before it. Yet, as it neared Cavasser and Angelia, the waves bizarrely veered away from them, as if possessing a life of their own, only to return to their original path behind them. In the eyes of Cavasser, a kaleidoscopic mist swirled, his gaze piercing through layers of atmosphere to behold the beauty of this planet, its oceans, forests, lands, soaring birds, roaming beasts, cities, towering edifices, and intricate networks of roads. What visage would this planet present 7.5 million years hence? The Earth of the original narrative certainly did not boast the technological advancements we possess today. Indeed, 7.5 million years is an eternity. Even the esteemed god of this realm cannot endure such a span, merely a fleeting moment in the vast continuum of history, sufficient for civilizations to rise and fall multiple times. Suddenly, Cavasser's gaze fixed upon a vast docking bay housing a colossal spacecraft, crescent-shaped. A spark ignited in his eyes as he stroked his chin, recalling a novel from his past life entitled One Piece, I Am the Devil. After a moment of contemplation, A realization dawned upon him, prompting a mischievous chuckle. Blue Star, headquarters of the Alliance government. Here stood 3 towering, white edifices, 2 slightly shorter flanking a central tower. The highest of them all. The upper section of this white spire featured a spherical protrusion, housing the office of the federal president, offering a panoramic view of the entire Blue Star through its windows. These 3 structures epitomize the pinnacle of authority on Blue Star, representing the most fortified segment of the planet's defense system, constructed from rare, ultra-dense cosmic minerals, specifically designed to deter violent cosmic warriors. Even the most potent energy shockwaves would not mar these towers in the slightest. Not a single hair would be disturbed. Moreover, while the internal environment of the White Tower mirrored that of other governmental buildings on the planet, albeit with a touch more opulence, every inch of flooring, every wall, and every corner remained under the vigilant surveillance of a monitoring system. Should any anomalies arise, humanoid mechas would suddenly emerge from the ceilings, walls, or floors, security robots with combat prowess second only to that of the federal president's elite guards, programmed with the most stringent and comprehensive data and directives. No one could hope to deceive the system. Any deviation would result in immediate subjugation and capture. Countless cosmic thieves and interstellar assassins had previously met their demise here. Yet today, whoosh bang, a blue figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the entrance of the White Tower with a resounding impact, creating a vast circular crater and causing the ground to collapse. Those entering and exiting were momentarily stunned by the fierce winds stirred by the descent, and upon witnessing the daunting crater, their shock intensified. Debris flew, striking some luxurious airborne vehicles with a resounding clatter. What on earth was that? Those who are able to enter and exit this place are not ordinary individuals. They are either high-ranking officials or colossal merchants, or perhaps titans of the universe. Suddenly, a wave of fury swept through the crowd. All gazes turned toward the center of the deep pit, where a blue humanoid robot gradually ascended. It possessed sleek contours, a frigid metallic exterior, and elongated blue luminescent eyes. Below its feet and in the palms of its hands, imperceptible jets of compressed heat were expelled downward. Moreover, on its back rested a blue longsword adorned with a kaleidoscope of glass-like patterns. As the onlookers remained bewildered, a row of miniature thrusters emerged from the robot's back, and, with a resounding boom, it transformed into a streak of blue light, darting into the White Tower building. What is happening? Stop it. Enemy attack. As the blue robot burst into the lobby, it startled numerous individuals within. Simultaneously, a cacophony of alarm bells reverberated throughout the hall. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown life form invading headquarters. Unknown life form invading headquarters. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown life form invading headquarters. Unknown life form invading headquarters. Crimson beams of light swept over the blue robot, which had abruptly halted in the center of the lobby. One by one, humanoid mechs emerged from the floors and walls, encircling the blue robot. Warning red text illuminated on their heads, and various weapons emerged from their bodies, countless dark gun barrels aimed at the intruder. Warning! Cease resistance. Surrender immediately. The humanoid security mech spoke in a collective, cold, mechanical tone. However, the blue robot paid them no heed. Raising its head as the narrow blue light flickered, optimal route determined, no life forms detected. A radiant white glow enveloped the blue robot, as waves of white light precisely shot toward each of the security mechs present, while beneath its feet and palms, propulsion surged upward. The sound of rapid detonations echoed throughout the hall. From a distance, one would observe that the blue robot ascended from the first floor of the White Tower to several hundred floors above in an instant, smashing through the ultra-durable flooring crafted from cosmic minerals. Miraculously, it evaded all individuals in its path, avoiding any fatal collisions. With a crash, the blue figure burst through the floor, appearing outside the door of the federal president's office. At the entrance stood 4 rigorously trained super soldiers, the president's elite guards, poised for action. Halt! One of the guards commanded, his face a mask of cold determination as he lunged forward. The blue robot spread its arms wide, and the thrusters on its back unleashed a powerful blast. Boom! The blue entity directly collided with the 4 guards, crashing against the specially designed super door of the office, shattering it to pieces. Chapter 9. The beginning of legends. The door of the federal president's office was forcefully blown open. In the office, several high-ranking government officials, clad in formal attire, lamented as they were struck by the flying debris from the shattered doors, blood flowing profusely, leaving them in a state of disarray. The 4 presidential guards were sent sprawling, rolling across the ground like tumbling gourds, ultimately crashing into a corner with a series of thuds, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. The federal president set aside a document regarding the colossal meteor approaching Blue Star and calmly regarded the blue mech that was gradually advancing through the doorway. He was acutely aware of the intrusion. As the most fortified location within the Blue Star defense system, the federal headquarters was enveloped by a vast hemispherical early warning network, which would immediately report any anomalies detected. He had initially presumed that the intruder was merely a minor player, yet he was taken aback by the remarkable speed with which they had arrived. How infuriating. The technical department's boastful claims about the humanoid security mesh seemed utterly hollow now, and the ease with which these guards had been dispatched was profoundly disappointing. Despite his inner fury, the president maintained an outward calm, observing the approaching blue mech with composure and inquiring, "Who exactly are you?" The defense network had promptly identified the presence of an unidentified life form, affirming the president's suspicion that the mech before him was indeed sentient. Furthermore, this unexpected individual had traversed from the lowest levels of the White Tower to this upper echelons without inflicting harm upon anyone in the hundreds of floors in between, indicating that their intentions were likely not destructive. A pale-faced minister beside the president attempted to speak, but was silenced by a sharp glance from the president. It seemed everyone was cooperating quite well. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the blue mech, a youthful tone tinged with a nonchalant, almost irreverent demeanor. The front components of the blue mech began to shift and rearrange, akin to garments being shed, revealing the inner workings of the mech. A young man with an unusual hairstyle stepped forth with a smile. "Clearly, you are not a native of our Blue Star," the president remarked, his expression shifting slightly in surprise, though he remained composed. "Oh, you can tell?" Cavazir replied, glancing at himself, somewhat perplexed. After all, in terms of appearance, he resembled Earthlings, or what are now referred to as Blue Star inhabitants. The president shook his head, lightly tapping the surface of the table with his fingers. "It is your demeanor. Each planet's denizens possess their unique aura. Regardless of appearances, none of our Blue Star's residents embody the essence you possess. Although the esteemed Cavazir does not intentionally reveal himself, individuals of such high stature as the president of this blue planet possess a discerning eye, capable of perceiving the unique aura that lies beneath Cavazir's seemingly ordinary facade, a sensation that evokes an unattainable sense of superiority. You are indeed an intriguing individual." Cavazir glanced around at the others present, noting that beneath the president's imposing presence, none dared to interject. "It appears the president has trained them well." To be succinct, Cavazir paused briefly, then smiled, stating, "Due to certain personal reasons, I suddenly felt an urge to leave something behind on this planet before my departure, something that would endure for many years to come. After much contemplation, I concluded that only legends could fulfill this desire." He winked at the president and shrugged. The president stared at him, struggling to formulate a response until he finally managed to utter, "Huh?" Cavazir scratched his head, realizing that mere words would not suffice. "Well, let us do this properly," he said. "Very well, Mr. Cavazir." In the distance, beneath the surface, a colossal crescent-shaped spaceship had mysteriously been positioned. Suddenly, an immense signal network radiated from the vessel, enveloping the entire blue planet in an intangible shroud in the blink of an eye. All inhabitants of the blue planet bore witness to this astonishing moment. As they continued their daily routines, the screens of all visible instruments abruptly shifted, revealing a young man with an unusual hairstyle. "Greetings, people of the blue planet," he said with a courteous smile, though he was surprised to see the president beside him. "Now, under the witness of Mr. President, I wish to leave a small gift for all of you who are caught up in the mundane. First, allow me to introduce the humanoid robot standing behind me. Oh, please believe me when I say it is a super robot crafted with the most advanced technology known in the universe, primarily designed for combat. Now, to lend more credence to my words, let us have our delightful super robot present a brief performance. Are you aware of the massive meteorite approaching this planet? Yes, the very one appearing on the screen right now. Rest assured, you are not dreaming. This footage is a direct and credible extraction from the Federation's database. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. President? Now, let us allow our magnificent robot to commence its performance. At this moment, all the inhabitants of the blue planet, including the esteemed president, as well as the extraterrestrial beings still residing on Blue Planet, were rendered almost speechless, witnessing an astonishing spectacle. The blue super robot surged forth from the federal White Tower, ascending into the heavens, and plunging into the inky void of space, transforming into a radiant light, traveling at a velocity akin to that of light itself, and colliding head-on with an enormous meteorite, nearly half the size of the blue planet. In an instant, everyone experienced the overwhelming sensation of the Earth shattering, as the distant explosion from the cosmos seemed to reverberate through their very being. Yet, remarkably, the blue super robot returned unscathed. Throughout the entire episode, not a single camera angle was altered on screens across the globe, leaving everyone in disbelief. Yet compelled to accept the reality, for even their president bore a countenance of bewilderment akin to theirs. Truth be told, Cavasier himself harbored some doubts, pondering whether his actions were perhaps too grandiose for these naive ancestors of Earth. Furthermore, he wished to share a segment of video. Instantly, the global screens transitioned to a clip featuring the earlier encounter between Cavasier and Bedak at the seaside restaurant. The ferocious extraterrestrial warriors, the oppressed youth of the blue planet, and a rolling fruit from the spirit tree. The entire world watched intently as the blue planet compatriot, having consumed the peculiar fruit, exhibited pulsating muscles and an overwhelming aura. His face contorted in a wild, fervent expression. The scene shifted to the shoreline, where the youth, now consumed by laughter, summoned a blazing orb of light atop his right fist, unleashing a tempestuous wind, with his fist transforming into a shooting star, obliterating the crimson-skinned warrior of the Quitna with a single blow. The crowd was left in shock. Just moments ago, he had been an ordinary individual, no different from any of them, but after consuming that strange fruit, he possessed the power to vanquish a formidable Quitna warrior with a mere punch. Many gazed fixedly at the screens, wide-eyed and gasping for breath. Suddenly, the youth reappeared, grinning as he conjured a plethora of those peculiar fruits, eerily levitating above his palm. Thus, I shall leave behind this super robot and these fruits, whose effects you have already witnessed on this planet. If fortune smiles upon you, life shall become quite intriguing. Would it not? Ah, indeed, these two items are merely inconspicuous trinkets within a massive crescent-shaped spacecraft. If ambition stirs within you, then seek them out. I have left everything there for you to discover. Find this super robot and the fruits, or perhaps, locate that colossal spaceship and attain what you desire. Meanwhile, the Namekian, little baddie, who was preparing to depart from the blue planet, gazed in astonishment at the spaceship's display, murmuring in surprise, "Isn't that the very person?" Chapter 10 Help. The Grand Kaioshin gazed into the depths of the void for an extended period, eventually releasing a long, profound sigh. It is finally about to commence. From the abyss, a chain, marked by ever-increasing fissures, suddenly shattered into countless fragments, revealing a pitch-black, ominous opening. At the far side of this profound chasm, a colossal, dark, swirling, terrifying demonic eye opened. Leaving the Crescent Moon spaceship on Blue Star, and having entrusted some essential matters to Xiao Sha, Cavasier intended to hitch a ride with Angelia to leisurely explore the present Namek. The Crescent Moon spaceship had been a spontaneous creation, and thus, parting with it did not evoke much sorrow. Moreover, by leaving the vessel behind and making a few subtle adjustments, he aimed not only to assist the beloved characters of Dragon Ball, whom he cherished, but also to express his goodwill. In a rather mischievous manner, he devised a means to tantalize the protagonists across the annals of time, to infuse a touch of novelty into the future of Earth. Cavasier deliberately documented the exploits of the super robot and the fruits of the Tree of Spirit, intending to ensure their enduring legacy on this cerulean planet. Approximately 75 million years hence, Xiao Sha would actively deactivate the self-shielding system of the Crescent Moon spaceship, lifting the powerful magnetic fields that enveloped it, awaiting the arrival of the most restless souls of that future Earth. Of course, throughout these 75 million years, Cavasier would not be stingy with his secrets. He permitted a portion of the super robot and some of the Tree of Spirit's fruits to be scattered across the planet, destined to be discovered by fortunate individuals. Even some other high-tech artifacts from the spaceship could circulate, albeit all items originating from the Crescent Moon would bear its emblem, affirming the ancient legend from many years past. Just imagine the expressions on the faces of Raditz, Vegeta, and Nappa when they arrive on Earth only to find that Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo are clad in battle attire far superior to their own. It would surely be a sight to behold. Certainly, Cavasier is acutely aware that it is highly improbable for Sun Wukong and Piccolo to don those battle outfits. At the very least, when Sun Wukong and his former idols engage with the holographic recordings he deliberately preserved, viewing their ostentatious and divine moments, their expressions are bound to be quite remarkable. Well, Caviezel, who has nearly resigned himself to the idea of being disconnected from the original narrative, indeed finds himself seeking trivial pursuits. Moreover, Caviezel has emphatically instructed Xiao Sha to ensure that 7.5 million years hence, Earth does not remain at an extraordinarily advanced technological stage, at the very least. It must not transition into an interstellar era, for if that were to happen, the Scions, or rather the cosmic colonizers, would undoubtedly cease to regard Earth as a primitive and easily conquerable realm. How then would His Highness Kakarot have the opportunity to be cast upon Earth? It is essential to note that it was precisely because Earth was deemed a low-level planet devoid of conquest difficulty that the Scions felt at ease sending their less gifted infants there. If Kakarot had not been dispatched to Earth, how would he have been discovered by Son Gohan? If Kakarot had not been found by Son Gohan, how would he have tumbled into the ravine and struck the back of his head? If Kakarot had not struck his head, how could he have transformed from a fierce and ruthless scion into the kind-hearted and sagacious martial arts master, Sun Wukong? If this world were devoid of such a Sun Wukong, how could it rightfully be called the Dragon Ball universe? Thus, such an occurrence is absolutely intolerable to Caviezel. Even if he himself is not granted the chance to witness the unfolding of this legend, Caviezel will never permit any misalignment of events due to his negligence. Those vivid scenes from the black and white manga once bestowed upon him the purest emotional resonance. The entirety of Dragon Ball unfolds like a magnificent symphony, vibrant and invigorating. For instance, each time Caviezel listens to the theme song of Dragon Ball Kai, he is reminded of the sentiments he experienced while watching Dragon Ball. Especially during his viewing of Dragon Ball GT, although he scoffed and dismissed the storyline, the grand finale captivated him profoundly. As Sun Wukong, who was supposed to perish, emerged from the depths, cradling that colossal blue and white energy sphere, his weary yet resolute gaze breaking the horizon once more. He was gradually ensnared by the ensuing piano melody of the theme song. Caviezel was profoundly moved at that moment, although he could never fully comprehend the conclusion of GT. He watched it through tears. Particularly poignant was the scene where Sun Wukong returned to the Kame house, sparring with Krillin, only to be ultimately defeated. Krillin, astonished, turned to Master Roshi and laughed heartily. But upon turning back, Sun Wukong had vanished, the waves erasing his footprints from the sandy shore. The atmosphere, as if Sun Wukong's existence had been wiped from this world, stirred a tremor within Caviezel, leaving him with a bittersweet ache in his nose. He confessed to being quite sentimental. After Sun Wukong soared away on the back of the divine dragon, Xiao Fang discovered the tattered blue martial arts uniform lying on the ground. This outfit bore the scars and glory of its owner's battles, and as Xiao Fang held it in confusion, Caviezel shared her bewilderment. Wasn't Wukong supposed to have eloped with the dragon? Though he struggled to grasp the official meaning behind it all, those scenes and fragments transformed into strands of melancholy. A sense of loss and deep sighs that lingered in Caviezel's heart, making it difficult to let go. How had he come to reminisce about such sorrowful things? Shaking his head, Caviezel elegantly picked up a piece of pink pastry and savored it. Angelia gently poured him a cup of hot beverage, and he accepted it with a natural grace, taking a sip with a nonchalant demeanor. If one were to view this picnic-like scene of Caviezel and Angelia from a broader perspective, they would see them outside the cockpit of a rapidly flying spaceship, the vessel of the returning Namekians. Protected by Caviezel's extraordinary divine power, they rode along with an ease that might seem astonishing to outsiders. It appeared that Caviezel was naturally inclined to indulge in leisure, living off the benefits of life without a care. In terms of utilizing his divine abilities for combat, he could barely scrape a passing grade. Caviezel always emphasized that the East Kaishin was not particularly adept at fighting, leaving that to the South Kaishin. Yet when it came to the enjoyment of life, he would undoubtedly earn a perfect score, an SSS grade that soared beyond the ordinary. Caviezel, in his own leisurely manner, was gradually embracing his newfound circumstances. After all, who could blame him for relishing the fact that he had traversed dimensions to become a nearly invincible deity of the universe? He, too, felt a sense of innocence in this journey. All he desired was to blend in with the Scions, engaging in thrilling battles and accumulating experience. Occasionally unleashing a burst of power, and perhaps even donning a striking golden mane in the process. Just as Caviezel was about to reflect on the intricacies of life, a mechanical voice emanated from the microchip nestled behind his earlobe. Mr. Caviezel, a signal from 30 million light-years away has been received just 1 second ago. Caviezel was momentarily taken aback as he deftly consumed the delicacy offered by Angelia, intentionally placing a segment of her delicate finger in his mouth, flashing a playful wink at the quiet girl with crimson short hair. Analyzing the situation, the superintelligent AI, Xiao, promptly relayed a message from the far reaches of another universe. "Brother Cassie, please come to our rescue." Cavathor's expression suddenly shifted. "Celia." The author is primarily a supporter of the original work and has only a slight acknowledgement of GT due to its conclusion. However, they largely disagree with most of the theatrical releases, especially the Broly films. Taking the Broly movies as an example, the official narrative evidently derived the legendary Super Saiyan from the statement in the original work about the once-in-a-millennium legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, in the recent chapter concerning Bardock, it was stated that the legend of the Super Saiyan originated from Bardock's time travel to the past. Isn't this a contradiction? Therefore, if Broly were to appear in this book, he would merely be attributed as a variant of a Super Saiyan, as the legendary Super Saiyan in this narrative aligns with Bardock's chapter. Chapter 11. The despairing world. Cavathor's pupils constricted sharply, transforming into needle-like points, revealing his profound shock. Beside him, the red-haired Angelia gazed down at the planet beneath them, her expression marked by confusion and concern. At that moment, they were floating outside the atmosphere of a colossal planet, observing it from above. Upon receiving Celia's distress signal transmitted by the crescent-shaped spaceship from the distant blue planet, Cavathor, without a moment's hesitation, summoned his divine power, expending energy to execute an instantaneous teleportation across star systems to arrive at this location. Due to personal habit, Cavathor typically chose to teleport outside the planetary atmosphere when traveling to another planet, taking a moment to admire the breathtaking panorama of a planet against the backdrop of the dark universe before leisurely descending into the atmosphere. However, this time, what lay before them was not the planet he had anticipated. In fact, the place that once thrived with beauty and vitality, Celia's homeland, now appeared shrouded in a dark shadow, utterly transformed. Waves of decay, madness, and negative energy emanated from the black shadow enveloping the planet. Cavathor felt a profound weight upon his heart. What had transpired? Rarely did Angelina inquire, for she could genuinely sense the subtle unease lurking within Cavathor's soul. Cavathor raised his hand, shaking his head slightly, his expression grave. The profound divine power within him surged. Cavathor's gaze widened, and his eyes suddenly erupted with a dazzling spectrum of radiant colors, two beams of light transforming into divine swords that pierced through the shadows enveloping the planet's surface. Sweeping across the continent, the unease that had been stirring within him for many days finally surged forth. After traversing the cosmos and gradually accepting his identity as the god of worlds, for the first time, Cavathor felt the weight of responsibility that those three words entailed. Thus, he wielded his powers and divine authority without hesitation. Although he was somewhat inexperienced in combat, his abilities in other areas had been steadily mastered. Moreover, when the time for battle came, he could simply descend and unleash the primordial force of the universe to crush his foes. Celia, weary and despondent, sat beside the campfire, its glow illuminating the pallor and melancholy on her delicate features. The shadows of her and Zizha flickered against the stone wall of the cave, dancing in the gentle breeze. The crackling firewood echoed in the stillness, stirring the heart. Celia turned her gaze toward Zizha, whose eyes were vacant and devoid of life. She faintly recalled the vibrant expression on that lovely face when they once discussed magic. Yet now, all that remained was a hollow gaze, terror, helplessness, and an undercurrent of despair. "Zizha," Celia whispered softly, but Zizha merely shifted her eyes slightly and stiffly turned her head to face Celia. Taking a few deep breaths, Celia fought against the overwhelming anxiety and panic within her, stifling the acidity in her nose and the urge to weep. She silently urged herself to be strong. Biting her pale lips, she reassured the still-dazed Zizha, "It's all right. There is still hope. This world still holds hope. I have already conveyed the message to Brother Kashi. He will surely come. He will come to save me, to save us, to save this world. He is formidable. He is a god." Celia trembled as she spoke. Outside the cave, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt split the air, illuminating the cave for a fleeting moment, revealing Zizha's increasingly frantic gaze. "Hope." Zizha's expression twisted into madness. Her once melodious voice now sounded grating. "This entire world has gone mad. And you dare speak of hope? Everyone seems possessed by demons, driven to insanity, wreaking havoc, slaughtering one another, devouring each other, and you still utter the word hope? The air is thick with the cold, terrifying breath of demons, and everywhere, dark, fearsome entities roam, and you still dare to speak of hope? Even your master, the esteemed master Ithawaya, perished today from the anxiety that consumed him, And you still dare to speak of hope? Celia's face turned pale at Zizha's sharp rebuke. Her mouth opened, but no words came forth. Tears brimmed in her eyes as golden thunder cracked outside. Celia began to tremble. The magical barrier left by her master in the cave seemed powerless to shield her from the dreadful black aura that enveloped them. A chill crept over her, as if the breath of a demon wafted in through the cave's mouth. Zizha's face contorted, displaying a grotesque semblance of laughter and weeping, her mouth twitching nervously. In her once beautiful eyes, swirling tendrils of black mist churned ominously as she fixed her gaze upon Celia. Celia, there is no longer any hope in this world. It is crumbling. Despair has taken hold. Celia, this world is sinking beneath the breath of demons. The sky is withering. The earth is desiccating. The forests are decaying. The seas are tainted. This world has been sullied by the black, toxic breath of demons. Everyone is transforming into brutal, grotesque, irrational monsters, like putrid, rotting flesh. Zizha laughed maniacally, tears streaming down her face, growing more intense as the swirling black mist and gray despair in her eyes deepened. There is no hope left, Celia. Do you understand? Hope has vanished. Even Master ago.While's cave cannot shield us from those terrifying beings. We will become like those outside. We will. It is inevitable. This world is already dead, Celia. No one can save a world such as this. Even the gods are powerless. There is no hope left. Celia, seated on the ground, slowly inched backward, her face pale as she murmured, "Do not speak of it. Do not say such things." At that moment, Zizha's voice abruptly ceased, the black mist in her eyes reaching a fever pitch before it poured forth like black ichor from her eye sockets. A chilling wind swept into the cave, and shadows of darkness surged forth. Terror flickered in Celia's eyes, her face drained of color. Zizha was enveloped by the black shadows, her form swallowed by the spherical black mist, her hands weakly struggling against the engulfing darkness. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the black mist, originating from Zizha. Celia's heart trembled violently. No matter how resolute she had become, an overwhelming tide of despair surged within her at this moment. She could only instinctively wallow in regret and self-reproach. Regardless of her previous panic, helplessness, and sorrowful yearning to weep, she absolutely should not have emitted that signal for help. Nor should she have entangled Brother Cassie in this calamity. Celia's spirit felt as though it were being torn apart. On one hand, she believed Brother Cassie could save her. On the other, she was engulfed by a profound terror of this world that had turned foreign and hopeless, fearing that her cry for help would only endanger him. At that moment, the black mist contracted and surged forth, forming a shadowy figure. 2 points of blood-red light glimmered in its head, pulsating with a frenzied glow. The creature emitted a chilling, eerie laugh, devoid of language, which sent shivers down Celia's spine. Merely gazing at this monstrosity left her disoriented, her heart churning with chaotic emotions and unfamiliar, savage sentiments bubbling to the surface. These alien feelings instilled in Celia a profound fear. Am I done for? Celia whispered within, truly despairing at last. Time appeared to slow, as she murmured in her heart, "Master, Celia is coming. Please do not blame her. She has not practiced magic for several days, as she wished to be lazy. Brother Cassie, how fortunate you were not to arrive in time. Now, I long to send you another message, to tell you that the previous one was merely a prank, that I am doing well. Master taught some fascinating magic today, and I finally made friends beyond you, Sister Ai, Sister Angelia, and Uncle Bedak. Her name is Zizha. Do you remember Zizha? She was the girl we encountered when we visited Celia's homeland. She has been so kind to me and possesses great insights into magic. We often discuss it together. Brother Cassie." The black mist drew nearer, its chilling, frenzied gaze icy with malice. Celia wondered if her eyes had turned black as well. And then scalding tears cascaded down her cheeks. "You must not come." Celia gradually closed her eyes, tears falling. But just then, a radiant, multicolored light descended from the heavens. This brilliance arrived so suddenly, without warning, its grandeur so vast, so fierce, so sacred, and so resplendent. She beheld it. Truly, she beheld it. That familiar, warm figure, akin to a celestial being. In a distant, pitch-black corner of the universe, countless layers of dimensions intertwined and overlapped, with innumerable fragments of space drifting and colliding. How many years had passed? Hundreds, thousands? Or perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years? No one knows. Nor can any creature venture into this realm. This space-time is exceedingly unstable. Suddenly, a glimmer of light gradually emerges from this abyss-like darkness. A faint, multi-hued brilliance. reminiscent of the ethereal auroras at the edge of the heavens, dazzles with its splendor. It sways uncertainly in this tumultuous expanse, akin to a solitary vessel tossed amidst tempestuous waves, flickering in and out of visibility within the tidal currents of this black hole-like void. Cavasser stood there in a daze. Had I not been following the leader and the others to fill the hole? Why am I still alive? A flickering fragment of divinity meandered through the tumultuous tides of space-time, beset by a whirlwind of emotions, confusion, bewilderment, utter disorientation. Where are you, leader, Jessica, Old South, Old North? Are you alive? Bardak, are you still among the living? If I were capable of shedding tears, my face would surely be drenched by now. And you, Angelia, how have you fared? It has been an eternity. In the underworld, the yellow clouds rolled ominously. At the entrance of the King of Hell's hall, a long line of souls stretched far beyond the threshold. Horn blue and red-skinned specters, clad in formal attire, busily maintained order, occasionally reprimanding unruly souls attempting to cut in line. It was a relentless task when an entire dimension's beings perished. Their souls would invariably drift to this realm of shadows, although they were no longer corporeal and thus felt no fatigue. The monotony of their daily duties still bred a sense of vexation. Suddenly, a red-skinned specter, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, noticed a vibrant, multicolored soul hovering in the middle of the line. A soul with color? How remarkable! Why does it lack a physical form? The red specter felt a jolt of surprise. Hey you. Yes you. Didn't you know you were supposed to wait in line? The blue specter beside him exclaimed, pointing directly at the suddenly materializing soul. Though the blue specter found the colorful apparition intriguing, he did not perceive it as particularly alarming. After all, the underlings of the King of Hell knew well those who were connected to their lord and the various realm kings. For instance, if the one known as Pork Rib Rice from the Western King's domain were to appear, they would certainly not dare to impede his passage. However, the being before them was undeniably unfamiliar. As the blue specter finished his inquiry, the vibrant soul abruptly manifested before them, coalescing into a youth with an unusual hairstyle. The youth cast a dispassionate glance at the red and blue specters, and in that fleeting moment, they felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their very souls frozen in terror, their ethereal forms trembling violently. Just as they sensed their existence teetering on the brink of collapse, the overwhelming pressure vanished. When they dared to look up, they discovered the youth had vanished without a trace. The red and blue specters exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the shock and disbelief that gripped them. A mere glance from that being had nearly sent them spiraling into oblivion. The King of Hell diligently toiled away, perusing the biographical records of the souls awaiting judgment, swiftly stamping them with the seal of the underworld as he proclaimed, "Your transgressions are too great. You shall descend to hell. You have once saved an entire nation. You may ascend to heaven. Throughout your life, you have taken the lives of 9,633. Thus, you are condemned to hell." Such was the nature of his judgments. Just as the king relished in his adjudications, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "You are the current King of Hell, are you not?" Startled, the King of Hell abruptly looked up to find a young man levitating before him, arms crossed, gazing at him with an enigmatic expression. Kawizel furrowed his brow slightly, pondering in silence. How is it that the current King of Hell and the specters of the underworld fail to recognize even the attire of the Supreme Kai? Nevertheless, he refrained from revealing his true identity and continued to inquire of the King of Hell, "Pray tell, how many years have passed since the great upheaval in the realm of the Supreme Kai?" Cavasser was acutely aware that a fragment of his divinity, or rather his soul, was adrift in the crevices of dimensional shards, and that an extensive amount of time must have elapsed outside. Moreover, as he scrutinized the figure of the King of Hell before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. The Supreme Kai? The Great Cataclysm? The King of Hell appeared utterly bewildered. Unaware, Cavasser furrowed his brow in frustration. That grand battle had stirred such a commotion, uniting countless warriors from across the universe, including Bardak, who had finally ascended to become a super scion god, nearly causing the entire primary dimension to tremble and annihilating numerous nascent dimensions at their fringes. The 5 Supreme Kais, standing at the pinnacle of countless dimensions, had all perished in that cataclysmic confrontation. It was an event so earth-shattering, so tragically heroic, that it shattered the very sanctity of the Supreme Kai realm, dispersing it into innumerable fragments scattered across parallel dimensions. How could subsequent generations remain oblivious to such a monumental event? Who are you truly? If you are a departed soul, you should respectfully await judgment from the King of Hell, who has countless souls to assess. Who is this individual, unaware of the king's pressing duties? Just then, an overwhelming pressure surged toward the King of Hell. His crimson visage turned ashen, a chilling sensation enveloping him. As if an unfathomably majestic force descended upon him with an undeniable and unyielding presence. This oppressive aura surpassed even that of the great Supreme Kai. The King of Hell raged internally. Cavasir narrowed his eyes, suddenly recognizing that the figure before him was none other than the King of Hell from the original Dragon Ball series. In that case, what could possibly be happening on the planet Ziflu in the North Galaxy? The King of Hell felt a chill coursing through him, trembling involuntarily. Upon hearing the youth's inquiry, a torrent of expletives raced through his mind. What on earth was that planet? I am the King of Hell, not the Supreme Kai. How could I possibly be expected to know the situation on every single planet? Even the Supreme Kai would hardly have the leisure to monitor every celestial body. Kawizir seemed to have come to the same realization. His brow furrowed as he commanded directly, examine the death records and investigate if there have been any recent developments concerning planet Ziflu. Have any Scion souls reported to the underworld? What about the Zifluans? Oh, understood. The King of Hell paused momentarily, then, perspiring profusely, began to sift through the records. Aware that the individual before him was someone he could not afford to provoke, the king worked with remarkable efficiency, quickly reporting back. Indeed, in the past few years, primarily Zifluan and Scion souls have been reporting to the underworld. However, 2 years ago, there was a sudden influx of Zifluan souls, as if all of them had come to report at once. It seems that the Scions had established a foothold on planet Ziflu years prior and seized the opportunity during the full moon 2 years ago to annihilate the Zifluans. Speaking of which, that entity known as Baby must have been released 2 years ago as well, correct? Cavasir nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable. Just as Yin Wang thought this esteemed individual had further instructions, the young man suddenly vanished, akin to his arrival, without a trace of energy fluctuation. Though fearsome, his aura did not seem malevolent. Rather, it inexplicably inspired a desire for submission. Yin Wang pondered this, unable to suppress the cold sweat that trickled down his brow. In another realm, the East Kaishin, Xian, floated through the air with his attendant, Jebet. A look of deep concern etched across Xian's face. He was vexed by the uncertainty surrounding the whereabouts of the sealed Majin Bu's egg, cunningly hidden by the devious Babidi. The thought that Majin Bu might resurface sent shivers down his spine, for such a fearful being could obliterate the entire universe. Expressing his worries, Xian felt the weight of his responsibilities as a Kaishin. The thought of Majin Bu's return haunted him, leaving him restless. Yet, should Majin Bu indeed reappear, the young Kaishin would likely be even more tormented by anxiety. Jebet accompanied Xian in silence, as was his nature, lost in contemplation of the ancient era described in historical records, a time when the Kaishins truly governed the cosmos. A wistful expression crossed Xian's face, though he shook his head. Even the Kaishins of that era might not have triumphed over Majin Bu, given that even the mightiest Grand Kaishin had been defeated by that wretched fiend. Reflecting on those harrowing memories, Xian felt a pang of sorrow. He sighed, wishing for the emergence of more formidable warriors in the universe. Jebet informed the Grand Kai to keep a vigilant eye on promising fighters within their jurisdictions. Understood, Jebet replied. As Xian and Jebet soared into the distance, a radiant, multicolored luminescence materialized in the air, coalescing into the form of a young man, Cavasir. His expression darkened as he gazed at the retreating figures of Xian and Jebet. Though he was aware of the character traits of his junior, he could not help but feel a wave of disappointment. Had the Kaishins truly fallen to such depths? A mere Majin Bu, a character easily outmatched by Super Saiyan Goku, was capable of vanquishing all the Kaishins? A wave of sorrow washed over Cavasir as he shifted his gaze to another part of the current Kaishin realm. The site that once housed the Mother Goddess Well now stood as a lofty peak. In the days before the full-scale invasion of the negative universe, under the leadership of the Great Kaishin, the Kaishins united to seal the Mother Goddess Well, the conduit to the source of the positive universe. In a bid to safeguard it from the encroaching darkness, a majestic mountain now guarded the well, its summit revealing an ancient sword hilt protruding from the mountainside. The sword, embedded in the peak, had remained there for many years. The hazy silhouette of Cavasir appeared beside the hilt of the sword, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he crouched down, silently gazing at the familiar hilt, adorned with its intricate patterns. Angelina, why does your sword hilt bear the letter Z? I am not certain. It seems that in the legends recounted by my grandmother, one of our ancestors who followed the ancient deity was also marked with AK. Ah. So it is indeed a distinctive trait of your lineage. Cavasir slowly extended his hand, yearning to caress the familiar hilt of the sword once more. However, His hand seemed to pass through without any resistance, leaving him momentarily stunned. Caviezel gazed at his hand, adorned with a shimmering, iridescent glow, reminiscent of ethereal smoke. Ha. Caviezel felt that he ought to shed silent tears at that moment. However, inexplicably, he burst into laughter. How could I possibly cry when I am already half dead? The tears simply won't come, damn it. Just wait, Angelia, I will surely extract you. Caviezel gently spoke to the hilt of the sword. In the past, to prevent Angelia from following him to her doom, Caviezel resolutely sealed her within this mountain. The condition for breaking the seal was that the sword-bearer must possess the blood, or rather, the lineage of Bardak. Caviezel straightened his posture and surveyed his surroundings. The realm of the Kayashin was no more. It had lost its former integrity. This was a splendid planet, once thriving in a beauty that was almost beyond compare. Encircled by 3 unsetting stars, this celestial body was perpetually bathed in daylight, with nary a night, save for the fleeting moments when that emblem of dreams appeared. It was, many years prior, that very phenomenon which had plunged this planet into a near-catastrophic crisis. The atmosphere was serene and radiant. The ethereal figure of Caviezel appeared above the horizon, untouched by the crashing waves or ruffled by the sea breeze. In truth, he possessed no physical form. This visage was merely an illusion conjured by his divine power. Without lingering, Caviezel had come to Namek for a purpose. Sensing an extraordinary life force on this planet, his figure abruptly vanished. The waves continued to crash, as they always did. The Grand Elder sat solemnly in his expansive white chair, gazing at the youthful member of his kin, Neru, filled with profound pride. Neru was an exceptional warrior, brimming with potential. The Grand Elder planned to harness his own abilities to unlock Neru's power when the time came, ensuring that the Namekians would possess a formidable super warrior. Even if malicious extraterrestrials were to invade Namek, Neru would be more than capable of defending their home. However, in recent years, the Grand Elder had often glimpsed harrowing visions of the future in his dreams. These were scenes of devastation. With Namek engulfed in an apocalyptic aura, earthquakes ravaging the land and thunder roaring across the sky. Such foreboding images filled him with anxiety. Could Neru truly protect Namek? Greetings, Grand Elder of Namek. The Grand Elder was startled, his eyes snapping open to reveal a luminous youth floating before him, radiating a mystical glow. As one of the most distinguished figures in Namekian history, the Grand Elder's perceptive abilities were formidable. Yet, he was astonished that he had sensed nothing of this youth's arrival. Despite his seemingly benevolent demeanor, "Who are you?" "I am a Kayashin from many years ago," Caviezel replied with a smile, revealing nothing amiss. The Grand Elder's voice trembled with age as he addressed the young Neru, who regarded Caviezel with suspicion, ready to defend the Elder. "No one may harm the Grand Elder." "Neru, you may leave," the Grand Elder commanded with a voice that, while frail, held an underlying resonance. After a moment's hesitation, Neru glanced at Caviezel, who hovered at eye level with the Grand Elder, and ultimately nodded, replying respectfully, "Yes." He then descended the central pathway. A Kayashin, the Grand Elder's aged, murky eyes fixed on Caviezel, and suddenly, an unusual light sparkled within them. "You have arrived." Though the Grand Elder's voice remained frail, it resonated with an extraordinary cadence. Caviezel immediately sensed the change and looked at the Elder, who seemed to possess a newfound aura, with curiosity. "Do you recognize me?" he inquired. "Of course," the Elder chuckled, exhaling softly. "Was it not you who informed me of the Dragon Balls back in the day?" "It was you," Caviezel recalled, recalling a small Namekian he had encountered on Blue Star, whose name might have been Dick or perhaps Digga. Yet, how could that diminutive being have transformed into the venerable Elder before him? More perplexingly, how could this individual have survived for over 70 million years? As if reading Caviezel's thoughts, the Elder spoke. "I certainly passed away many years ago. However, after I created the Dragon Balls, I was always curious about your identity. Moreover, Supreme Kai, have you ever encountered the Dragon Balls?" Your tone suggested familiarity with them. Thus, as I approached the end of my lifespan, I left a fragment of my consciousness hidden within the bloodline of my descendants. It would only awaken upon encountering you once more. The Elder, or rather Dick, gazed at Caviezel and spoke slowly. "I see," Caviezel mused, internally acknowledging the remarkable prowess of the Namekians, capable of such feats. Nevertheless, he shook his head and replied, "I have never seen the Dragon Balls. My knowledge of them stems from glimpses of the future I chanced upon. Of course, this was merely a fabrication." 003 Purunga, Part 2. Elder Ganetra found it peculiar that the esteemed Elder had not issued directives for quite some time. especially regarding the summoning of the dragon. The Namekians held a profound and unique sentiment towards the Dragon Balls. They took immense pride in these miraculous orbs. Yet it was precisely because of them that their planet had nearly faced annihilation many years prior. Thus, the Namekians had sealed the Dragon Balls away for an extended period. Now, the Elder intended to utilize the Dragon Balls to summon Purunga? While it was strange, the instructions of the Elder were not to be disregarded by any Namekian. Consequently, Elder Ganetra, accompanied by the three mightiest warriors of their tribe and bearing the 4-star Dragon Ball, soared swiftly towards the Elder's peak. Upon arrival, Elder Ganetra softly spoke, gazing towards the slender, towering summit that lay ahead. The Elder resided at its pinnacle. Moments ago, the will of the ancestors had descended, yet he had completely departed. The Elder sighed gently, his gaze returning to its former clarity. Evidently, the lingering fragment of Dick's consciousness had dissipated upon encountering Caviezel, seated cross-legged in midair. Caviezel closed his eyes and gently sighed. Even the genius who created the Dragon Balls could not escape the torrent of history. He had long succumbed to death eons ago. The Grand Elder gazed at Caviezel's ethereal form for a prolonged moment before hesitantly inquiring, "This appearance cannot be your true form, can it?" "Indeed. My divine essence was obliterated over 70 million years ago," Caviezel replied slowly, then opened his eyes to gaze out of the circular window. 7 aged Namekians floated outside, each cradling a colossal Dragon Ball. "The Dragon Balls have arrived. Emerge, Shinran," following a resounding incantation in the Namekian tongue. The eternally azure sky of Namek suddenly darkened to a pitch-black hue as night descended upon this ancient planet once more after many years. Within the obsidian sky, golden lightning flickered intermittently, resembling serpentine dragons in the dark. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 7 gathered Dragon Balls radiated brilliance, suddenly erupting in a dazzling golden light. From this resplendent glow, a massive golden beam, as thick as a giant tree, surged skyward. Boom, boom, boom. The elders of the various villages looked up in awe at the imposing Shinran, their expressions one of sheer astonishment. Purunga, in the Namekian language, signifies dream. The Grand Elder, seated in a room behind, remained with his eyes closed. And no one could ascertain whether he was indeed observing the revered dragon known among the Namekians as the Dragon of Dreams. "Speak your wishes. Any desire can be fulfilled," resonated the profound, distant voice of the magnificent Purunga throughout the heavens. "Mr. Caviezel, what is your wish?" inquired the representative among the 7 tribal elders, turning their attention to Caviezel. Caviezel did not reveal his identity to the elders. He merely disclosed his name. Yet, the Namekian elders could perceive the respect, perhaps even reverence, emanating from their esteemed elder towards this peculiar young man. "Ah, so this is the essence of the Dragon Balls. It is no wonder they possess such extraordinary powers." Caviezel's figure remained shrouded in an ethereal haze, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Having been fixed upon the Dragon Balls and the emerging Purunga since the moment he summoned him, he eventually nodded in realization, murmuring softly to himself. His penetrating gaze seemed to uncover profound truths. "Mr. Caviezel?" the tribal elder inquired once more. "Wishes," Caviezel replied, lifting his gaze towards the colossal dragon, Purunga. Its eyes, as crimson as blood, reminded him of an image from an animation. He pondered whether those eyes would blaze with brilliance as it fulfilled the wishes of those who called upon it. "Kasi, do not follow us," one voice cautioned. "Why not? I am a supreme Kaitu. You need not accompany us to our demise. If it is death we face, why then are you going? We may perish, but you must not." "How absurd. What do you mean?" "Only you have the power to bring this to a definitive end. You must survive." "Why must it be me? Why must it be specifically me?" "Precisely because it is you. Is there truly no other solution?" "There is." "What is it?" "We die together." "Speak your wish." Kawi's ear was drawn back from the depths of distant memories by the voice of Purunga. No longer gazing at the dragon above him, he closed his eyes and gently expressed his singular desire. "I wish to be reborn, to reincarnate on the planet Vegeta in the North Galaxy and become a scion. This is something even the underworld cannot accomplish. They lack the ability and the right to grant my reincarnation. However, Purunga, I know you can make it happen." The tribal elder, taken aback by Kawizir's words, meticulously recounted them to Purunga in the Namekian language, leaving nothing out. "I understand. It is quite a simple wish." Purunga's majestic voice resounded, and his crimson eyes gleamed with a brilliant red light. In an instant, Kawizir felt an invisible force enveloping his divine essence. The ethereal manifestation of his divine power dissipated, leaving only his resplendent, multicolored glass-like divine essence. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this iridescent glow was intertwined with 4 other similar radiant hues. With a breath, the divine essence vanished from the spot. 2 years prior, on the desolate and frigid northern region of the planet Zafru, now more appropriately referred to as Vegeta, the Scion clan finally ignited a rebellion. With a ferocious and fiery onslaught, they swiftly conquered all the prosperous cities on the planet. That fateful night coincided with a full moon, marking a decade-long cycle for Zafru. Thus, on that blood-soaked night, a horde of colossal, savage apes ravaged the self-proclaimed advanced civilization of the Zafruans. Amidst the towering edifices, the air was thick with the smoke of battle as the blood-red-eyed giants unleashed devastating energy waves from their gaping maws, obliterating the cities and the pride of the Zafruans. 2 years have since passed. Once derided by the Zafruans as coarse and primitive savages, the Scions, after annihilating their foes, adeptly inherited their advanced technology. Over a year ago, the Scion King utilized Zafruan technology to establish contact with extraterrestrial beings beyond their planet. These entities aided them in conquering and occupying valuable planets, creating development zones or resorts. As long as sufficient rewards of technology, treasures, or equipment were offered in return, gradually, the Scion's reputation spread among the elite of the cosmos, culminating 9 months ago when a subordinate of an extraterrestrial named Frisia approached King Vegeta. From that moment on, the Scion warriors donned a unified battle attire. King Vegeta and his queen welcomed 2 princes. Standing before the vast window, gazing at the overcast sky, he remained motionless with his hands clasped behind his back, and nonchalantly inquired, "What is the status of our battle power?" The first prince possesses a combat power of 1, while the second prince boasts an impressive 2,103. The man behind him reported dutifully. Vegeta, with a countenance as still as stone, displayed no emotional fluctuations. He merely nodded gently and said coldly, "From this day forth, the second prince shall be named Vegeta. As for the first prince, let his mother choose a name for him." "Understood. You may leave," Vegeta gestured dismissively. The man bowed respectfully and retreated, contemplating as he departed. To name the second prince after our Scion planet signifies Vegeta's high regard for him. It's no wonder, considering the second prince's extraordinary combat power of 2,103 right from birth. Suddenly, Vegeta called out to him, "Is there something else?" The man turned, puzzled. After a moment's thought, Vegeta continued, "Find a distant, low-level planet and send the first prince there in a year's time." "Yes," the man nodded and exited. Vegeta gazed upwards at the oppressive, stormy sky outside the window, his thoughts drifting to that loathsome creature with the pointed horns and purple lips. "Ah, Vegeta, my lady." A servant addressed the weary queen reclining in bed, as she had fallen into a daze upon hearing the name of the first prince, which she herself had chosen. "Huh, oh, the name." The queen turned to caress the 2 newly born lives. Such fierce little eyes, she observed, watching her tiny offspring, who, though just born, seemed filled with vitality. She then placed her hand on her elder son's chubby, pink face, filled with tenderness. "Cavashir, I shall name you Cavashir. Do not hold any resentment towards your brother, nor should you bear him any ill will. It is the mother's fault that your combat power is merely 1, while your brother's is 20,000. It is all my fault," the queen murmured, tears escaping her eyes. "My lady, how could it possibly be your fault? We can only lament the first prince's lack of talent. The second prince's prowess is undeniable. He will surely become the mightiest warrior of our Scion lineage. He will be the pride of our race," the old servant consoled. The queen lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes still glimmering with fury as she retorted, "Silence." The old servant promptly fell silent. Despite her frail appearance after childbirth, her notorious temper and formidable presence were well known. There had been more than one subordinate who had met their end at her wrath. After the servants took the 2 princes to the nursery, they departed. The first prince, who had been peacefully sleeping with his eyes closed in the crib, slowly opened his eyes after their departure. "The dragon truly shows favor, bestowing upon me a royal bloodline." Cavathor gazed with wide, innocent eyes, his thoughts silently swirling. Yet this was not what I truly desired. Fortunately, I realized it early, while still in the womb. I had already discarded all those so-called innate combat abilities and cast them upon my younger brother. Speaking of which, Cowizzle turned his head and beheld the little fellow in the nearby crib, his younger brother in this life, gazing back at him with wide, glistening eyes. A mix of emotions washed over Cowizzle, sentimentality, incredulity, and a touch of humor. "Prince Vegeta," he mused, "who would have thought you would become my brother?" I had previously contemplated how I might mock you, a genius warrior of royal lineage, had you been reincarnated as a lower-class soldier. Kawizel gazed at the dark, metallic ceiling imbued with a sci-fi ambience, secretly contemplating his situation. By a stroke of misfortune, his combat power had plummeted to a mere 1. Alas, there was little he could do. It was precisely his ignorance regarding the unit of those combat power values that had rendered him incapable of accurately assessing his own strength. If memory serves, Vegeta was born in the year 732 of the Earth Age, while Goku came into existence in 737, implying that Kakarot would not be born for another 4 or 5 years. However, it seemed unlikely that he would witness the birth of this child, as his father would probably cast him, a mere wretch with a combat power of 1, onto some remote planet, akin to the future to Bull. Foolish brother, typically, infants under 1 year of age are not expected to walk, as early ambulation can negatively impact their health and development. However, Scion children evidently do not conform to such norms. This very distinction is why the ancient Sphurans deemed Scions as barbarians. In their civilized perspective, a complete life encompasses distinct stages: childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and old age. Any absence of these phases renders life incomplete. Yet, the Scion race defies such conventions, as they remain in a state of youth and vigor for the majority of their lives. Only in the final years of their existence do their physical faculties rapidly decline before death. The Scions almost embody the essence of their self-proclaimed warrior race, existing solely for combat. When Scion children are already running about with exuberance, their Sphurian counterparts remain in their cribs, gazing wide-eyed and suckling pacifiers. As the Scion children engage in spirited brawls, the Sphurian youngsters can only crawl pitifully on the ground, with a few of the more advanced ones managing to wobble a few steps. Yet, their Sphurian parents would never permit such young children to walk for extended periods, believing it detrimental to their development. Even if those wild monkey children are already fighting, it remains unacceptable. No matter how much they plead with their father, they are not allowed to walk. As the young Scions manage to barely harness the strength within their bodies to float in the sky, joyfully shouting and cheering their peers, the children of Zafru were left with no such abilities unless they boarded some flying vehicle. At this moment, the royal guards of Prince Caveshire were observing their illustrious prince, who gazed longingly with his bright, glistening eyes at his younger brother, Prince Vegeta, effortlessly soaring through the air. Was he truly a fool? Caveshire's expression darkened as he watched the carefree antics of Vegeta, his very own sibling. The royal prince's plight was indeed pitiable, and the guards, clad in white battle attire, regarded him with sympathy, pondering how anyone could escape the weight of expectation with a brother as extraordinarily gifted as Vegeta. Moreover, Caveshire's own potential was disappointingly low. Little did they know that Caveshire's battle power at birth was a mere 1 because he had unconsciously relinquished his strength to the one beside him in the womb, unaware that it was the renowned Prince Vegeta. It has been over 10 months since his birth. When would his beloved father finally decide to send away this seemingly useless son? Kawizel pondered with a sense of ennui. He was not truly lacking in innate talent. Rather, this individual simply had no desire to grow stronger at the moment. His destination was singular: Earth. He resolved in this life to fulfill the aspirations of his past self, to gradually become more formidable alongside the warriors of Dragon Ball Z. Presently, Kawizel exhibited combat prowess akin to that of a mere infant among the lower-tier Scion warriors, and thus was regarded as a failure by all. After all, he bore the noble bloodline of the Scion royal family. Little Vegeta, however, was oblivious to these complexities. He relished the opportunity to showcase his superiority before his formidable elder brother. This brought him a peculiar delight, as his elder brother had always instilled in him a sense of intellectual inferiority, a notion that was particularly difficult for the prodigious little Vegeta to accept, wounding his proud spirit deeply. Having finally mastered the art of flight, he was eager to diminish his brother's arrogance, proclaiming himself the strongest genius. This was made possible by the fact that Vegeta was still young, not yet fully grasping the Scion truth that combat power was paramount. He remained preoccupied with the perception that his elder brother appeared more mature and intelligent, a matter of great importance to him. In summary, dear child, you are still too young. With his youthful visage and short, spiky black hair, Kawizel sighed as he made his way back to his room through the corridor. Meanwhile, the airborne little Vegeta proudly observed his elder brother retreating in a dejected manner, lifting his pointed head and letting out a soft huff. Suddenly, he felt a hand slap his back. "Do not be too proud, my foolish little brother." It was the voice of his elder brother. Little Vegeta turned in shock, only to see Kawizel gazing at him with a gentle expression. patting his shoulder before vanishing in an instant. Here he was, suspended in midair. How could his brother have disappeared so swiftly? Little Vegeta's mind momentarily succumbed to a state of bewilderment. Cowizzle's movements were swift, and his angles were impeccably chosen. Thus the guards below remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding above. In the realm of Cowizzle's mastery, even with a mere combat power of 7, he could effortlessly employ techniques of aerial dance or instantaneous movement. For those truly adept in their craft, even the slightest vestige of energy could be unleashed to manifest a staggering 1,000% of its potential. Cavasier considers himself to be, at the very least, a proficient expert in flight and teleportation. Moreover, possessing divine attributes, his command over physical strength and internal energy is indeed formidable. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang. 3 scarlet fireballs plummeted from the starry sky like comets, landing at the designated landing spots of the prepared spacecraft. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The hatches of 3 spherical individual combat spacecraft gradually opened, and after a rush of heated air exchanged, 3 Scion warriors clad in battle attire emerged. From a concealed corner, Cavasier observed Bardock, gazing intently at the familiar figure of the seasoned Scion warrior. Yet, the Bardock of today is no longer the same one I once knew. Cavasier sighed. He understood that even if he were aware of future events, there were certain occurrences beyond his capacity to prevent. Some things were destined to transpire, akin to the myriad parallel universes shaped by countless possibilities. 2 months later, Cavasier found himself confined within a spherical spacecraft, bound for the planet Doria. Naturally, the indigenous inhabitants of Doria possessed combat abilities that scarcely exceeded 100. Even the most inept Scion warriors could effortlessly vanquish foes of such limited prowess once they reached maturity. With a whoosh, the spherical vessel was enveloped in a fiery crimson aura, hurtling into the ink-black cosmos. 006 Kakarot. More than 4 years later, Vegeta once again gazed skyward at the profound, obsidian expanse of stars, his countenance as inscrutable as ever. 6 months prior, his younger brother, Tabor, yet to reach his first birthday, had been thrust into a spherical spacecraft and dispatched to a distant corner of the universe, perhaps never to return. Much like that individual from 4 years ago. Where is father gone? I have not seen him today, young Vegeta pondered, bewildered. Typically, at this hour, his father would have come to urge him to train or impart some combat techniques. Clad in battle attire, a customary garb for all Scions, along with a red cape, young Vegeta stepped outside with an impassive expression. On his way, he encountered 2 other Scion youths, similarly adorned in battle gear. Your Highness Vegeta, the bald youth, Nappa, who had been deriding the lower-class warrior Raditz, quickly bowed in deference upon the prince's approach, his demeanor a stark contrast to the arrogance he had just displayed before Raditz. Young Vegeta disregarded him entirely, pretending not to hear as he walked past Nappa and Raditz with an expressionless face. In young Vegeta's eyes, there existed only 2 types of individuals, those weaker than himself, whom he deemed worthless, and those who would inevitably become weaker. The 2 before him clearly belonged to the former category, utterly insignificant. Upon entering his father's chamber, young Vegeta heard the sounds of feasting within. Who is it? He concealed himself behind a pillar, peeking out in disbelief at the sight of a rabbit-eared extraterrestrial seated at the far end of the long table, indulging heartily in a lavish spread of food, trampling upon the proud head of King Vegeta beneath his feet. Crouching there, King Vegeta. Father. Young Vegeta's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him, his small fists clenched tightly. On the planet of Kinesa, the resounding echoes of destruction reverberate through the air. The once beautiful, prosperous, and tranquil world has been mercilessly ravaged by a legion of colossal, hellish apes. The populace screams in terror, fleeing, resisting, struggling, weeping, howling, mourning, bleeding, and succumbing to despair. They perish. We are utterly defenseless. Perish, you extraterrestrial monstrosities. This is the curse that befalls this planet. Illusory magic fist. In the lofty heights, the god of destruction, Beerus, observed with keen interest the final moments of a native who had delivered a punch to Bardock before succumbing to his fate. He mused to himself. So this is how the curse manifests, all the resentments of the beings on this planet crystallizing into that singular blow. Well, there is nothing of consequence left. I might as well return to slumber. Stretching languidly, he stifled a considerable yawn, his bleary eyes glancing at his recently acquired attendant, Whis. With a casual tone, he remarked, "Let us depart, Whis." "Ah, yes, Lord Beerus," Whis replied, hastily concealing the drink he had just retrieved from the ground behind him. Kakarot. Die. Frisia. Within the colossal purple energy sphere, a scion warrior, adorned with a red cloth tied around his forehead, gazes vacantly. As the silhouette of a youth bearing a striking resemblance to himself flashes before his eyes once more. Kakarot. The scion warriors and planet Vegeta gradually vanished amidst the resplendent fireworks. However, in a realm unnoticed by anyone, a subtle beam of light emanated from the pyrotechnics, piercing the inky depths of the cosmos. Within a spherical spacecraft, an infant with spiky black hair lay curled up, his visage serene in slumber. Source or away. Kakarot. Has 007 come to the wrong Earth? Old Sun Wukong, despite his advanced years, with his hair and beard now grizzled, still moved with a steady grace along the mountain path. Today's weather was splendid, and tranquility enveloped everything around him. Each time he reflected on his master, who, despite being of considerable age, retained a youthful and passionate spirit, Old Sun Wukong would resolutely remind himself, I am not yet old. What was that? As the foremost disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian, Old Sun Wukong had attained extraordinary prowess, mastering the intricacies of his energy with unparalleled skill. He looked up to discover something plummeting rapidly from the sky. A meteorite? Over the years, Old Sun Wukong had witnessed much in the bustling cities of the Federation, so he was not entirely isolated from the world, unlike the martial artists of yore. Since the Queen of the Federation initiated the global martial arts movement 32 years ago, establishing the Martial Artists Guild, such secluded martial artists had virtually vanished. Even his legendary master, Master Wu Tian, had obediently joined the fray, drooling at the prospect of excitement under Her Majesty's directive. Once the martial arts deity acknowledged the movement, martial artists worldwide gradually embraced the guild, joining various martial arts schools. As a martial arts deity, the Turtle Sage's influence and appeal within the community of practitioners were indeed unparalleled. With these thoughts in mind, Old Sun Wukong swiftly made his way to the site of the meteor's descent, a vast, circular crater. What was that? It didn't resemble a stone. Upon closer inspection, his keen eyes, honed through a lifetime of training, discerned movement within the spherical object at the crater's center. A figure emerged, a small child, no more than 3 years old, clad in a garment of animal hide. The child stumbled out, bewildered, and promptly fainted. As a benevolent and principled martial artist, Old Sun Wukong tightened his basket and carefully descended the slope of the crater. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered the child had indeed lost consciousness. However, what captured Old Sun Wukong's attention was that a tail? To his astonishment, he noticed a fluffy, brown tail protruding from the child's backside. Many years ago, beastmen and half-beastmen had already coexisted peacefully with humans on Earth. While he found the child's appearance strikingly human-like, the monkey-like tail was peculiar, yet he remained unfazed. Was there another? Old Sun Wukong gazed into the spherical object and beheld a naked infant curled within, adorned with a tuft of spiky black hair, soundly asleep. Were you two abandoned? He sighed, cradling the 2 children, one on each side, as he leaped step by step out of the deep pit. Unbeknownst to Old Sun Wukong, at that very moment, the child clad in animal hide nestled in his left arm slightly opened his eyes, murmuring inaudibly, "Excellent, we've scored," as he triumphantly clenched his fist. Over 4 years prior, before he was dispatched from planet Vegeta, Caviezel had stealthily shadowed Bardock, memorizing the essence of his wife, Hanasia. Although subsequently sent away to the distant planet Doria, Caviezel could still occasionally pinpoint Hanasia's presence, situated light years away in the cosmos. Thus, it was only natural that he would discern, on a day 3.5 years later, another essence intertwined with Hanasia's. At that moment, Caviezel recognized that Hanasia was with child. 10 months later, when the faint new essence separated from Hanasia's, Caviezel understood that planet Vegeta was being ravaged by that rogue, Frisia, and that Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong, was about to be sent to Earth. Consequently, Caviezel unhesitatingly expended all his energy for an ultra-long-distance instant transmission. Hitching a ride with the sleeping Kakarot, it was indeed the most fortuitous of circumstances, though he was reluctant to be seen as a grandson. The path of becoming a disciple of the old turtle hermit was the most straightforward, secure, and conventional route, one that only the eccentric characters in fan fiction would dare to emulate. The reason for Cavister's reincarnation is rooted in the desire to fulfill a long-held aspiration from his previous lives, to train and cultivate alongside Sun Wukong and the warriors from the original tale of Dragon Ball, striving for strength and mastery. In his former existence on Earth, he was consumed by a monotonous cycle of education and work, with little room for the whimsical daydreams of youthful ambition that many might deem a frivolous waste of time. Yet, in this new realm, no one shall impede him from pursuing his true passions. Krillin's apprenticeship under Master Rashi undoubtedly stems from his ties to the Kame house, as the esteemed identity of Master Rashi could not possibly be devoid of connections to the venerable Kame house, perhaps intertwined with untold stories shared with the temple's monks. Kawizel, brimming with confidence, endeavored to divert his attention away from the elderly Gohan, who was persistently attempting to force a bottle into his mouth. "You old fool, remember this, Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle," he thought. "By the way, when did that rascal Goku actually tumble down the valley?" Kawizier, displaying evident impatience, nudged the small Wukong, or rather, the diminutive Kakarot, against the wall by the bedside with his foot. The little Kakarot, wearing a fierce expression, relentlessly flailed his fists and feet, presumably intent on delivering a thorough thrashing to this loathsome individual before him. Although he was aware of the young one's future disposition, the current situation was quite irksome. "Perhaps I should endure a slight inconvenience and personally accidentally cast you down?" Cavasil lay upon his bed, his feet firmly planted, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Little Kakarot could not escape, firmly pinned against the wall, his short limbs flailing futilely in an attempt to reach him. "Kasi, are you bullying Goku again?" came the gentle yet aged voice of old son Gohan from the doorway. "I am not bullying him. It is merely that this little rascal attempted to challenge me and was gently subdued," Cavasil replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. He turned his head, a look of eager anticipation on his face, and inquired, "Old man, do you not harbor any thoughts of carrying Goku in a backpack to joyfully wander the mountains together? Perhaps near the valley?" "Not at all, why do you ask?" Old son Gohan maintained his benevolent demeanor. "As for their titles, I am Cavasil. Beyond that, I cannot recall. And I shall not call you grandfather. Not a chance, old man," Cavasil playfully declared to old son Gohan. "However, today, individuals from the new capital's World Martial Arts School will come to seek me for a matter. They will arrive in a flying craft, and I intend to bring both of you along," old son Gohan said, affectionately ruffling Cavasil's short, spiky black hair. Cavasil, however, appeared bewildered. "New capital? World Martial Arts School? What on earth are these?" he exclaimed. "And old man, have you not been living in solitary retirement on Bunko Mountain? What business do you have in a city? Have I arrived on the wrong earth?" Until he was lifted into the back seat of the flying craft by old son Gohan, Cavasil remained unable to comprehend the implications of the earlier statement. "New capital? How dare they disregard a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast such as myself?" he fumed, pointing angrily. "Although Bulma's family resides in West City, there is no mention of a new capital on the Dragon Ball map, I assure you. What is this new capital? Is it merely called so because it is newly constructed? That seems utterly careless. It sounds akin to a capital city. What is the meaning of this? World Martial Arts School? The only thing that comes to mind is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Martial arts schools are things that exist solely in the animated adaptations. Are they not? What nonsense is this? I am a staunch advocate of the original manga. You know, the original work does not even feature such a school. Is it truly acceptable to create an establishment that resembles a franchise? I ask you, are you not tired of this?" In the rear seat of the aircraft, Cavasil regained his senses, swatting away the petite paw adorned with a milky fragrance that had reached his face. With an expression of displeasure, he began to knead the cherubic cheeks of little Kakarot, whose countenance bore an undeniably fierce expression, gazing into Kakarot's round, sparkling eyes. He cruelly contorted the tender flesh of his sibling's cheeks into various shapes, all the while speaking with a tenderness that belied his actions. "Oh, my beloved brother, how I long to simply toss you away with a swift BU." Little Kakarot, in a fit of spirited resistance, flailed his arms in protest. Alas, his efforts proved futile. Instead, the sounds emanating from his mouth, as his merciless brother playfully manipulated his features, came out as endearing whimpers. "It is not my fault, dear brother. You have firmly ensnared my heart even in your future. Oh, my foolish sibling." Cavasil found himself increasingly fond of the phrase "my foolish little brother" ever since he discovered that Vegeta had become his sibling, and even now, he could not help but utter it in the presence of Goku. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the venerable son Gohan seated a few rows ahead. "I see. So the World Martial Arts Tournament in 2 years, let me think, that would be the 19th, right? Has Her Majesty finally decided to implement a complete overhaul of the competition format? It seems those old-timers from the tournament have also come to terms with it." Oh, the World Martial Arts Tournament, a phrase that evokes such nostalgia, brimming with love, justice, and passion. No, that is not the crux of the matter. Caviezel was momentarily thrown into disarray. Queen? What? Are you certain you haven't misspoken, old Gohan? Is your king not a talking cat? Or dog, perhaps? A reform in the competition? A comprehensive overhaul? Does the World Martial Arts Tournament, with its rudimentary format, truly necessitate such changes? I assert it is merely a gimmick or a contrivance to advance the plot. Why does it suddenly evoke the feeling of the national tournament from Slam Dunk? This Earth is one I absolutely do not recognize. Though internally lamenting this helplessness, Caviezel nonetheless felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, the principal character, Goku, was firmly within his grasp. Even the supporting character, Gohan, had not vanished, leading one to believe that Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo, among others, would not be dismissed without a trace. Thus, this world, the more unfamiliar, the more exhilarating it becomes. Wait, did I not instruct Shasha to exercise some restraint over the Earth's development? From the old man's words, it appears that this martial arts school system and the global enthusiasm for martial arts were instigated decades ago by that inexplicably intrusive queen. How infuriating. If only this had occurred a few centuries earlier, humanity's average battle power, no, the peak battle power, would need only to surpass a certain threshold, say 300. For the scions to refrain from sending infants here. Even a weak infant is not something anyone would wish to waste for sport. This implies that my dear Goku would have nearly missed the opportunity to arrive on Earth. The entire narrative was on the verge of being entirely rewritten. This primary dimension was close to devolving into the realm of other parallel dimensions. My reincarnation would have been rendered utterly meaningless. If such a scenario were to unfold, Shasha, you ought to commit seppuku. It is imperative that you do so. Caviezel sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of apprehension. Yet, as he recalled Shasha, he remembered that his identity authentication aboard the spacecraft had relied upon his unparalleled divine power, unique across the cosmos. However, now, apart from his soul, divine essence, he was merely an ordinary scion, a being of flesh and blood. Thus, it was utterly impossible for Shasha to allow him aboard the vessel. What a lamentable situation! Although he could still summon the primordial forces of the universe with his lingering divine essence, without the Kaioshin's physical form as a vessel, how could he harness such primordial energies? Even the slightest fragment of that cosmic essence bore the weight of a mountain. Now, with his diminutive limbs exposed to such forces, they would surely be reduced to ash. Ah, we've arrived. Caviezel pressed his face against the glass, gazing down at the bustling, resplendent white metropolis below. The streets sprawled in intricate patterns, while an unceasing flow of vehicles traversed the elevated thoroughfares. And various aerial crafts gradually descended onto the verdant rooftop of an exceptionally tall skyscraper. Master Sun Wukong, it is truly a delight to have your esteemed presence, Caviezel remarked as he disembarked from the craft. At that moment, he noticed a middle-aged man in a suit briskly approaching, his expression brimming with excitement as he extended a hand towards the venerable Sun Wukong ahead. Who is this child? The suited gentleman inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion as he observed the spiky-haired infant cradled in Sun Wukong's arms, the little one seemingly worn out from play with Caviezel, now fast asleep. This old man's grandson, Caviezel. Come, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Roth, the general manager of the World Martial Arts Academy. Sun Wukong announced to his grandson, trailing behind. Although somewhat reluctant, Caviezel feigned politeness and offered a slight bow, uttering, "Greetings, Mr. Roth." Haha, what an astute grandson Master Sun Wukong has. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. Sun Wukong smiled and suggested, "Shall we proceed inside?" Upon exiting the elevator, Caviezel was greeted by a flurry of whispers around him. "Look, it's Elder Sun," one voice exclaimed. "Indeed, it's been ages since Elder Sun last visited the academy." Another chimed in. "If only I could become Elder Sun's disciple, I would have long entered the inner academy, but the training may be arduous, after all. He is the grand disciple of the god of martial arts." The conversations fluttered about him. Ah, it seems that in this current world, the prestige of martial artists has significantly risen, all due to that troublesome Queen's influence, even among the common folk. The inner academy? So, does that imply the existence of an outer academy? Are these individuals part of it? Caviezel surveyed the bright hall reminiscent of a gym, where two large calligraphic characters for heaven and earth were prominently displayed on the wall directly opposite. Scattered throughout the hall were approximately 20 to 30 men and women, some running on treadmills, while others donned boxing gloves to strike a wooden dummy, all fervently engaged in their workouts amidst cheerful banter and conversation. Typically, martial arts schools are divided into two sections, the outer and inner halls. The outer hall caters to those who have a passion for martial arts yet cannot endure significant hardship, often due to commitments such as studies or work, which limit their time for training. These individuals tend to join the outer hall. In contrast, those who are wholeheartedly dedicated to martial arts, earnestly seeking the path, and possess both the time and energy to devote themselves, are the ones who enter the inner hall, though, of course, the door they see is merely a restroom, not the entrance to the inner hall. The inner halls are not situated within the city. Rather, they are predominantly located in rural areas or wilderness. For how could one truly engage in martial arts without enduring hardship? As the middle-aged man in a suit overheard Master Sun Wukong's grandson's curious remark, he couldn't help but smile and warmly introduce himself, exuding a genuine enthusiasm. Ah, I see. Caviezel, fully aware of his intentions to train, had long prepared himself mentally for the arduous journey ahead. He cast a glance around the hall, observing the men and women drenched in sweat, yet exchanging flirtatious glances, prompting him to scoff. Is this the so-called external gym? Merely a fitness center? Is this how we are to be dispatched? At the entrance of the building, Caviezel crossed his arms, visibly displeased. Did they truly consider him a child, bringing him to the bustling city for amusement? His grandfather had his best interests at heart. After all, remaining in the mountains was fine, but experiencing the urban environment occasionally was indeed beneficial. Behind Caviezel stood a casually dressed woman wearing glasses, cradling the still sleeping little cockroach in her ample embrace. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as if he were thinking, perhaps this is the last glimpse of this vibrant world before I plunge into the torturous training ahead. His grandfather must have planned it this way. Caviezel couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Though merely 2 months had passed, Gohan had come to realize that his grandson was remarkably intelligent and mature, despite being just a 5-year-old child. As for the woman behind him, whose demeanor was perpetually composed, the middle-aged manager in a suit had initially intended to assign a strong young man to safeguard Caviezel and little cockroach during their outings. However, Caviezel would never tolerate being perceived as a mere child by a man while strolling through the city. Thus, he had casually chosen the woman from the gym to accompany them. It had nothing to do with her physique. Let there be no misunderstandings. It was simply a matter of asserting the dignity befitting the Supreme Kai. Over there, is that the emblem of the Universal Capsule Company? Caviezel, with his keen eyesight, spotted a massive structure in the distance, prominently displaying a symbol resembling an incense coil emblazoned upon its wall. Yana, the woman walking behind Caviezel while cradling little cockroach, was somewhat taken aback by Caviezel's murmurs. She casually remarked, I heard that Dr. Briefs from Capsule Corporation is coming to New Capital soon for a technology exchange conference. Briefs? Ah, Bulma's father, the esteemed scientist who constructed the spaceship for Goku's journey to Namek. Kawizir strolled casually down the street, his diminutive stature evident at the tender age of 5. In contrast, the woman trailing behind him, Yana, was statuesque, even as she attempted to hold his hand. She had to stoop slightly. Thus, Kawizir chose to walk independently. Yana was not an employee of the middle-aged manager clad in a suit from the martial arts school. She was merely a member of the external branch of the Tianxia Martial Arts Academy. What set her apart was not her beauty or physique, but the fact that she had once been a part of the inner circle. At the age of 7, the spirited young Yana had insisted on learning martial arts, and her father, with no other recourse, enrolled her in the external branch of the academy. The following day, however, she stormed up to him, eyes blazing with indignation, silently glaring at him without uttering a word. Her father quickly realized that his astute daughter had likely discerned the existence of both inner and outer divisions of the school, despite his efforts to keep her unaware of this arrangement. The passionate and tenacious woman had abruptly withdrawn from the inner circle following her father's untimely death, resolutely deciding to safeguard the legacy he had devoted his life to. In summary, Yana believed that her 22 years of life experience had afforded her considerable insight into the world, having encountered a myriad of individuals, both martial artists and non-practitioners alike. She had indeed crossed paths with numerous prodigies, such as Dr. Brief's daughter, whom she had once met by chance. The girl's astonishing intellect left Yana, a former academic overachiever herself, feeling somewhat ashamed. Yet, she couldn't shake the impression that the little boy before her, Kawizir, was extraordinary. It wasn't merely his precocious manner of speaking that struck her. In truth, they had exchanged only a handful of words. She vividly recalled the moment she first saw Dr. Brief's daughter, Bulma, when an instinctual recognition of her genius flashed through her mind. Now, as she followed the small figure with a brown tail swaying behind him, Yana envisioned a presence that, while not towering, was undeniably upright. What am I thinking? She murmured softly to herself, gently patting her face in exasperation. Her hands were steady, her steps firm, and the little cockroach nestled in her arms slept soundly. Suddenly, she noticed a group of lecherous men nearby, seemingly plotting something untoward against the little girl. Yana observed the small child ahead, who was excitedly peering across the street. In every large city, there exists secluded and shadowy alleys. A scruffy middle-aged man, his head bowed, diverted from the bustling crowd into a sparsely populated lane. Walking in front of him was a little girl, seemingly no more than 4 or 5 years old, with lovely light purple hair tied in a simple ponytail, skipping along merrily, blissfully unaware of the predatory figure trailing her. The middle-aged man, filled with exhilaration, felt as though fate was smiling upon him as he found himself in such a desolate locale. His heart raced with excitement as he noticed the absence of others around him, prompting him to quicken his pace to catch up with the girl. He extended his trembling right hand, poised to strike the delicate nape of her neck, consumed by a grotesque thrill. Alas, his hand did not meet the tender flesh as anticipated, but instead grasped at empty air. Stunned, he widened his bloodshot eyes, gasping for breath, scanning his surroundings in disbelief. Where had the little girl vanished to? In that moment of confusion, he suddenly heard a rush of wind behind him. Bang! In an instant, the world spun wildly, and he was struck by a wave of metallic tang, blood filling his nostrils as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Crumpled on the ground, he writhed in agony, crying out in torment as the pain finally registered. His back, neck, and right calf felt as though they had been mercilessly hammered, blurring his vision as he pressed his face to the ground, watching the crimson liquid slowly spread around him, his groans of suffering intensifying. Yana, having expertly caught the small cockroach she had just tossed into the air, maintained her cold demeanor as she regarded the man beneath her feet, who had exhibited such a pathological gaze toward the little girl. Disgust filled her expression as she scoffed disdainfully, turning her head away from the wretched middle-aged predator. Where is Caviezel? The little girl had also vanished, causing Yana to furrow her brow in confusion and a hint of anxiety. This boy was none other than the grandson of Master Sun Wukong. Losing him would be quite troublesome. As a fervent admirer of martial arts, Yana held the esteemed Master Sun Wukong in the highest regard, and her admiration extended even further to his enigmatic mentor, the god of martial arts. A figure of legendary reverence, Master Sun Wukong was known for his amiable demeanor and unmatched martial prowess, having reportedly reached a state of transcendence in his skills, placing him in a realm few could rival. If the god of martial arts surpassed Master Sun Wukong, he must possess an unparalleled aura of mastery, embodying the very essence of martial truth in every gesture and word, a legendary elder whose every movement radiated the quintessence of martial excellence. This was Yana's unwavering belief. So where had the mischievous little Caviezel disappeared to? Scanning her surroundings, she found no trace of Caviezel or the purple-haired girl from earlier. 100 meters away, on the street, passers-by regarded the two suddenly appearing children with puzzled expressions, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Where had these children sprung from? No. It was more appropriate to ask how they could have materialized in such a fantastical manner. The purple-haired girl was clearly startled by this abrupt shift in scenery, especially as it had occurred to her. She nearly faltered, her hand trembling in her pocket, almost causing her to drop the prepared OP-3 model robot capsule she had been clutching. Who are you? The purple-haired girl exclaimed, glaring at the boy with the black, spiky hair who was holding her. Stop holding me. And what if I don't? Caviezel raised an eyebrow, dismissively glancing at the shape that was subtly protruding from her pocket, revealing her readiness for action with the capsule. He realized that her earlier antics mirrored those of a younger version of a certain infamous individual, deliberately provoking that middle-aged man for her own amusement. Was she not a little troublemaker? The girl twisted away, liberating herself from Caviezel's grasp. Her hands clasped behind her back as she lifted her chin defiantly and huffed, with a scornful glance at the onlookers who were clearly enjoying the spectacle. She prepared to leave. Caviezel chuckled, observing the little girl's haughty demeanor. Was she attempting to be cute? Ah, indeed, he was rather enchanted. He caught up to the young girl and walked alongside her, tilting his head as he inquired, still maintaining that proud air, "What is your name?" "I am not a Lulacan. I am not a Lulacan. I am not a Lulacan." Caviezel pondered this thought. He was merely inquiring from the perspective of an older brother, engaging with a rather intriguing little girl. Why should he disclose anything, unless she revealed something first? The little girl continued walking with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression still one of feigned aloofness, yet her eyes sparkled with an uncontainable curiosity. What had just transpired? How had they suddenly arrived here in an instant? At this point, Her wide eyes gleamed with excitement, as if she held a profound fascination for the extraordinary events that had unfolded. I am not one to negotiate. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Cavasser scoffed, dismissing the thought. This little girl, despite her tender age, was engaging in this playful banter with her older brother. Goodness, why did he feel as though he too had recently adopted a somewhat youthful disposition? How curious it was that he could converse with a child so small. Cavasser suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, his face paling. It seemed that reincarnation also bore its risks. How could an old man tarnish his reputation at such a late stage? Yana, cradling little Cockroach, hurriedly dashed out of the alley, only to spot Cavasser, the little rascal, strolling alongside the purple-haired girl from earlier. Hey, Yana, where are you off to? Cavasser greeted her, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. What could possibly compel this woman to wander aimlessly? Why you? Yana stammered, her mind in disarray. How could these two youngsters appear so mysteriously? At that moment, little Cockroach awakened in her arms, and almost synchronously, he let out a wail, his tiny limbs flailing about. This little one is hungry, Cavasser declared with certainty. Inside the fast food restaurant, Cavasser bit into his hamburger, teasingly provoking the little girl. We are enjoying our meal. Why are you tagging along? I'm hungry too. The girl retorted, her expression one of incredulity, as she happily munched on fries and slurped her juice. Meanwhile, little Cockroach, seated on Yana's lap, was devouring a platter of chicken legs, large, robust, and succulent. Yana, with a furrowed brow, observed Cockroach's voracious appetite. Initially, she had opposed allowing Goku, the name she had inquired about regarding Cockroach, to indulge in such food. After all, he could scarcely be a year old. It would have taken at least 6 months to travel from Vegeta to Earth. And old Gohan had been taking care of the two for merely 3 months now, just a month prior. This little rascal's daily meals had increasingly necessitated that his grandfather venture into the mountains to roast wild boar, Cavasser explained. Not only Cockroach, but even he felt an overwhelming urge and desire for food since his reincarnation as a scion. Yana increasingly felt that her initial intuition had been exceedingly correct. These two gluttonous brothers were certainly not ordinary beings. As they exited the fast food establishment, the little girl suddenly turned to Cavasser and said, as a reward for this meal, I shall tell you my name. It's Bulma. Don't you dare laugh. Remember it well? She said this with an air of pride before bouncing away. Sister? Cavasser scratched his head, perplexed. Bulma had such a personality as a child? Cavasser felt a twinge of confusion. The lavender hair, the brilliance, the all-purpose capsules, these were indeed the hallmarks of Bulma from Dragon Ball. Yet, in his recollection, Bulma in her earlier days was merely a highly intelligent girl prone to infatuations. How had she transformed into such a sundry character, reminiscent of a delinquent girl? Was she not a bit too precocious? Nonetheless, it mattered little. Perhaps this evolution was more befitting of her intellect. Cavasser is indeed indifferent. After all, she is merely the wife of his foolish brother Vegeta, not his sister. What does it matter to him? Moreover, the little girl is still quite young. Who knows what experiences await her in the future, potentially transforming her demeanor entirely? Sigh. As Goku traversed the sparsely populated path, Yana, noticing the restless demeanor of little Cockroach, decided to set him down for a moment. Little did she know that the instant his 4 paws touched the ground, he swiftly scuttled away. Startled, Yana, unaccustomed to caring for children, immediately pursued him to scoop him up once more. However, at that moment, Cavasser seized the little one by the wobbly, brown, fluffy tail protruding from his rear. With that grasp, the little fellow was rendered immobile. Cavasser, with a proud air, introduced himself to Yana, his own tail swaying unconsciously behind him. Little Cockroach lay on the ground, appearing utterly drained of energy. Yana glanced at Cavasser's tail. Today has been quite delightful, Aunt Yana. Cavasser waved goodbye to Yana as they prepared to board the spacecraft. Upon hearing Cavasser address her as Aunt, Yana's lips curled into a smile. Oh, really? Hearing you say that, Cavasser, it truly brings me joy. Meanwhile, little Cockroach, still ensnared by Cavasser's grip, looked feeble, though his tiny brows were furrowed in a fierce expression, leaving no doubt that he would not be a docile character in the future. I am sincerely grateful for your personal visit, Master Son Gohan. The middle-aged manager, Roth, bowed respectfully in front of his subordinates, expressing his heartfelt thanks. His subordinates found nothing amiss in such a display of gratitude, recognizing that he was the esteemed disciple of the god of martial arts. There is no need for such formality, the elder son Gohan replied gently. As he boarded the spacecraft with his 2 grandsons, the vessel's rear erupted with a burst of white flames, quickly disappearing from view. What an interesting little one. Perhaps we shall meet again, Yana mused softly, squinting at the vanishing trail of the spacecraft. Upon returning to Bun's Mountain, life resumed in a manner reminiscent of retreating to the tranquil embrace of nature. The only living humans she encountered daily were the elder son Gohan and little Kakarot. Surprisingly, Cavasir found himself quite fond of this serene existence. Even in the absence of fervor or melodrama, living each day in calm and untroubled simplicity was truly delightful. Regarding martial arts, he remains unhurried, for he is confident that the venerable son Gohan will undoubtedly impart his knowledge to the two brothers. Moreover, he does not possess the overwhelming ambition to become the strongest in the universe, as seen in countless fanfiction protagonists. In fact, he, the esteemed King Kai, finds such aspirations beneath his dignity. He is particularly attentive, as each month approaches its midpoint and the moon waxes full, to coax young Kakarot into an early slumber. For he certainly does not wish to be trampled into oblivion by the boy's whimsical antics. Furthermore, he harbors a fondness for old son Gohan. The idea of the boy inadvertently causing harm to him is intolerable. After all, the elder has treated him with kindness, and acknowledging him as a grandfather is a trivial matter, merely an act of benevolence towards the elderly. The only concern for Covey Seal is, when will this mischievous child fall into the pit? Where is my great Goku? Thus, as Covey Seal anticipated, on a day blessed with radiant sunshine, while the night had yet to fully fade and the world remained in a gentle twilight, he was roused from his slumber by old son Gohan. Covey, starting today, your grandfather will begin teaching you martial arts, son Gohan declared with a beaming smile. Over the past few months, the elder had keenly sensed his grandson's yearning for martial prowess. Really? Covey Seal's eyes sparkled, dispelling the previous drowsiness and displeasure from his face. Although he lacks fervent ambitions, his decision to reincarnate was motivated by a desire to train alongside the characters from the original narrative, to grow stronger and experience life. The prospect of formally engaging in martial arts was undeniably exhilarating. In his previous incarnation as King Kai, his strength had been virtually unmatched from the outset. And given the vast divergence from the original plot, he had never paid heed to martial techniques. When faced with bothersome adversaries, he would simply bypass or crush them effortlessly. While he had once sought counsel from Bardock, it was primarily an endeavor to maximize his divine power. However, now he is but a mortal, devoid of divine strength. And Bardock, a pure warrior by nature, approached combat with a decisive ferocity that bears no relation to the philosophies of martial arts. You must prepare yourself for hardship. At the very least, you cannot afford to sleep in so late, son Gohan advised with a serious demeanor, his loose training attire exuding an air of mastery. Though Covey Seal is not his biological grandson, son Gohan, having devoted his life to martial arts, self-cultivation, and the nurturing of the spirit, firmly believes in the bonds of fate. He sincerely perceives a connection with these two children, Covey Seal and Goku, feeling an extraordinary kinship towards them. Son Gohan is eager to pass on his lifetime of skills to these two grandsons. However, the martial arts of the Turtle School emphasize philosophy over mere techniques. His only task was to firmly establish the martial foundation of these two children and subsequently entrust them to a master for thorough training. Covey Sierra was already around 5 years old, naturally capable of beginning his martial arts journey. As for little Wukong, he was still too young and would require another 2 or 3 years before he could commence. Regarding the potential of these two grandsons, the old son Wukong had great confidence, not for any other reason, but due to their appetites. Particularly little Wukong's voracious consumption assured him that they were undoubtedly suitable candidates for martial training, though the rationale may seem somewhat simplistic and blunt. The old son Wukong trusted his discerning eye. However, even so, he did not anticipate that the innate talents of these two adopted grandsons would be so extraordinary. In the mountains, unaware of the passage of time, 5 years had swiftly elapsed. Bowsy Mountain remained as tranquil as ever. The morning sun radiated warmth, and the spring breeze caressed his face. Perched upon a branch of a grand tree in the forest, a youth with spiky black hair was suspended upside down. His arms crossed over his chest, supported by the furry, slender brown tail that extended from behind him. This was a fruit tree, lush with green foliage, adorned with numerous red, nameless wild fruits hanging from its branches. Suddenly, the boy hanging by his tail exerted force from his abdomen, causing his entire body to sway in midair, flipping several times before gracefully landing on his feet. Cavasir opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, inhaling and exhaling slowly, swiftly regulating his breath. Beneath the towering tree, he fluidly and powerfully threw punches and kicked, diligently practicing the martial arts routines taught by Master Sun Wukong. With each movement, he accelerated, immersing himself deeper, and his strikes grew increasingly potent. A punch flew forth, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. A kick cleaved through the air as if tearing it apart. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, arm swings, and whip-like leg motions followed in rapid succession. His body warmed, invigorating him, as his muscles and blood seemed to resonate with excitement. The Turtle Hermit's teachings do not adhere strictly to martial arts forms, but rather emphasize the philosophy underlying the discipline. Nonetheless, this does not imply a complete absence of their own martial techniques. In the original text, when the young Goku and Krillin sought enlightenment at the Turtle Hermit's abode, it was evident that Goku, in particular, already possessed a commendable foundation in martial arts. Thus, the Turtle Hermit instructed them accordingly, adapting his teachings to their unique needs and the prevailing circumstances. Similarly, the elder son Wukong approached his two grandsons, starting them off with simpler martial arts routines, while also incorporating fundamental exercises to strengthen their bodies. After several complete sets, Cavasser was already perspiring. Since this was merely a warm-up, he gradually reined in his energy, pressing his hands down from between his brows to suppress the accumulated vigor. Glancing at the fruit trees nearby, he lifted his gaze to the boughs laden with fruit, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and approached the sturdy trunk. With a slight forward step, he shifted his weight onto his back foot, extended his left palm forward, and drew his right fist to his waist, grounding himself. Assuming the initial stance, he concentrated. With a shout, he unleashed a fierce punch toward the tree trunk. Bang! The robust tree shook violently, causing the red fruits hanging from its branches to rain down like a shower. Crack! 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 Cavasser's tail resembled a whip, striking the fallen fruits with a resounding crack, often shattering them entirely. However, he could only attend to the fruits that fell on his side. Those on the opposite side remained untouched. Thud! He kicked the trunk once more. Crack! Crack! Thwack! Thwack! Thud! Another kick followed. Crack! Snap! Thwack! Thwack! As his tail grew numb from the relentless strikes, he had ravaged the fruits of 6 trees. Yet, it mattered little, for these fruits were inedible, save for those who wished to endure a day of discomfort akin to that of young Kakarot. His tail had undergone considerable training. By the lakeside, Cavasser washed the sticky jam from his tail's fur, muttering to himself. He flicked off the water droplets, stood up, and stretched comfortably. Ah, perhaps I shall seek that flying contraption later. Cavasser pondered briefly before swiftly shedding his garments and plunging into the small lake, finding solace in washing away the sweat. Along the woodland path, a wild boar, adorned with a black mane, ambled leisurely. The rustling of the grass caught the attention of the creature. Startled, the wild boar lifted its head, its large eyes scanning the surroundings for any unusual sight. Satisfied that all was normal, it relaxed, revealing its elongated tusks. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the opposite side of the thicket, soaring above the boar. With a fierce cry, the shadow brandished a bright red staff, descending directly above the wild boar and thrusting it forcefully into the back of its neck. The boar let out a piercing scream, its vision turning a vivid crimson in an instant. As it struggled with all its might, the sunlight filtering through the trees illuminated the shadow, revealing a child with spiky black hair. With a fierce expression, the child shouted, "Rui stick, extend." Miraculously, the staff in the child's grasp began to glow, its lower end still embedded in the boar's neck as it rapidly elongated, lifting him into the air. Just as the staff began to stretch, the child summoned all his strength and plunged downward. The red staff pierced through the boar's throat, erupting a torrent of bright red blood. The boar emitted a pained groan, and as its throat was punctured, more blood gushed forth, causing it to roll over, lifeless. Little Kakarot executed a nimble somersault from the heights and landed beside the carcass of the boar. "Hey, all done," he grinned, a smile that, despite his tender age of 5, bore an unsettling, bloodthirsty quality. "Return, Rui stick." The towering staff embedded in the boar began to glow once more, swiftly retracting to its original length after Kakarot's command. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Kakarot hoisted the Rui stick onto his shoulder, though the boar remained partially on the ground due to his small stature. "Where has that guy gone? Always elusive," he muttered to himself, a tone of defiance lacing his voice. "One day, I'll get you, brother." He referred to his elusive sibling, Cavasser, the individual who consistently overshadowed him. Feeling hunger pangs, he decided to consume this pig first, postponing lunch for later. In the world of Dragon Ball, the Earth map reveals the combat power detector. I pondered how far the old man Gohan used to roam during his leisurely strolls, as I found it perplexing that he had reached the 3rd peak without encountering that spherical spacecraft. Amidst the jungle, in the valleys, and within the forests, the tracks of Cavasur were ubiquitous. He parted a thicket of wild grass, his chin resting thoughtfully in a state of mild frustration. I recall from the original narrative that Goku's son, Gohan, once, unable to endure the solitude during his training with Piccolo, returned home and stumbled upon the very spherical spacecraft that Goku had used in his childhood on Earth, which subsequently transformed him into a gigantic ape due to the light emitted by the vessel. Though this scene only existed in the television series, it has permeated even into fan-made continuations such as Super Saiyan 4. This line of thought is strayed, indeed, but where could that contraption possibly be? As Cavasur conversed with himself to alleviate his boredom, he navigated the rugged terrain with the agility of a parkour artist, in search of the spherical spacecraft that had transported him and the young Kakarot. While dashing along the mountain path, his eyes roamed the surroundings, and his mind wandered aimlessly through a myriad of thoughts. Ahead, two grand trees lay severed at the trunk, leaning against each other and obstructing the way. Whoosh! Cavasur aimed for the gap between the two fallen logs obstructing his path. Without pausing his stride, he even quickened his pace, then propelled himself forward with a powerful push, soaring gracefully into the air. In mid-flight, his body stretched elegantly as he deftly maneuvered into the opening. Fortunately, there was no one around. At this moment, Cavasur felt an urge to rub his forehead and adopt a sorrowful expression. However, as his chest and head were the only parts of him that had squeezed through the narrow gap, he found it exceedingly difficult to perform such a gesture, which only exacerbated his embarrassment. Even if one escapes the wrath of lightning, they may still find themselves ensnared by a tree that has previously been struck. Little Kakarot spat out the last morsel of meat from a bone, patted his slightly rounded belly, and let out a contented burp. Feeling rejuvenated, he was ready for battle once more, determined that one day he would vanquish that old man and everyone else who stood in his way. Little Kakarot clenched his fist, brimming with fighting spirit, his gaze fierce and resolute. For him, combat and slaughter were an innate desire. The very essence of life lay in relishing the thrill of battle and deriving joy from the acts of destruction. Merely contemplating this filled him with vigor, enthusiasm, and a profound sense of purpose. Was that not a natural sentiment? Although he might not articulate such clear conclusions, the logic and thoughts that had long dwelled in little Kakarot's heart evidently conveyed this meaning. Thus, he saw nothing peculiar about his desire to combat and eliminate that brother and grandfather. In his view, it was entirely normal. Only the strong could survive in battle, and the strong bore the responsibility of extinguishing the wretched lives of the weak, did they not? As for why that detestable, bothersome brother and grandfather had defeated him so many times without ever delivering a truly grievous blow, little Kakarot, guided solely by the brutal instincts embedded in his scion genes, found it difficult to comprehend. Foolish beings, if you do not eliminate me now, I shall show no mercy when I rise to slay you. Little Kakarot kicked the makeshift roasting rack, constructed from branches for cooking wild boar, sending it flying, and forcefully extinguished the fire pit. Yet, despite his fierce words, his youthful voice still bore a hint of childishness. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old lad, solely focused on the day he could defeat those two bothersome figures and grant them death. As a victor, why would he entertain thoughts of anything else? Before the cabin in the mountains, the venerable Sun Wukong donned his customary traditional attire, complete with a round cap, though his beard had turned a stark white. His eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an aura of strength and resilience in his old age. At this moment, the martial arts master was diligently using a needle to mend clothing for his two grandsons. Initially, threading a needle to sew was quite a challenge for the old man. However, after 5 years, he had surprisingly become quite adept at it, sewing with remarkable skill as if he were a proficient seamstress. What could he do? Sewing was a small price to pay for the sake of his two beloved grandsons, and he took joy in it. Ah, Goku, your temperament is far too unruly. As if struck by inspiration, the venerable Sun Wukong, while diligently mending the tattered trousers of his little Kakarot, chuckled softly and shook his head, feeling a twinge of exasperation at his mischievous grandson's antics. Nevertheless, his expression radiated warmth, despite the occasional mischief caused by the two brothers, wherein the younger Goku's unruly nature often clashed with the elder's more placid demeanor. Prompting playful teasing, old Sun Wukong found immense joy in their company, relishing the richness of life they brought. Yet, he resolved to postpone teaching the Kamehameha to the young one until Goku matured and tempered his fiery disposition to prevent any unintended harm to others. While stitching, he murmured to himself, contemplating with a gentle smile, that little Kakarot possesses a commendable character, serene and uncontentious. Perhaps I shall impart the Kamehameha to him first. This is the master's signature technique, but I wonder how much effort it will require for him to master it? The sunlight poured down, casting a golden hue upon the creased features of the elderly man, his white beard and kind brows, creating an atmosphere of tranquil serenity. Time seemed to stand still. At last, a discovery was made. Beside a grove of trees lay a circular pit, measuring a staggering 50 to 60 meters in diameter, from which a voice laced with excitement emerged, a voice belonging to Caviezel. With a spirited leap, he plunged into the depths of the circular pit. The pit, resembling an inverted cone, cradled a spherical object at its base, which bore an opening resembling a door. Though the sun shone brightly, a faint luminescence flickered from within the open portal, casting a mesmerizing glow. Caviezel delved into the spacecraft, rummaging through various compartments until he finally discovered what he sought within a toolkit. With a click, he affixed a lens-like device to his left ear and pressed a button, causing peculiar characters to dance across the dark green lens, symbols utilized by the Scions, yet universally understood across the cosmos. For Caviezel, this posed no challenge. Success was at hand, and a smile graced his lips. Though he had spent a year on planet Vegeta and gained some insight into combat power readings, Caviezel's mind was not a computer. Despite his innate ability to sense the energy of others, translating that into precise numerical values was beyond his capacity. The advanced system aboard the ship, known as Little Shah, was far more adept. Therefore, the combat power detector proved quite practical for Caviezel at this juncture. In the first installment of Dragon Ball, the combat power of those surrounding him was generally modest, mostly below 100, with those surpassing the century mark considered formidable. Even Master Roshi, the martial arts deity, had a combat power of merely around 140. Thus, possessing a combat power detector would be immensely beneficial. Even during the Frieza saga in Dragon Ball Z, when Raditz arrived on Earth, Goku, after shedding his weighted clothing, registered only a little over 400 in combat power. Of course, once the Scion warriors transcended into Super Saiyan forms, their combat power soared exponentially, often measured in millions, making the detector's capacity to gauge powers in the hundreds of thousands utterly inadequate. Contemplating this, Caviezel took to the skies using his flight technique, while continually pressing buttons on the device affixed to his ear. Having previously encountered such a rudimentary combat power detector on planet Vegeta, he found its operation relatively straightforward. The dark green lens displayed various readings, naturally in the universal language of the cosmos. Caviezel lacked the ability to convert the detector's text system into Earth script and would need to enlist Bulma's assistance in the future. The combat power detector, being capable of measuring other strengths, also revealed the wielder's own combat prowess. Caviezel, age 10, possesses a combat power of 92. It is reminiscent of the original work where the young Goku, upon descending from the mountains, exhibited a combat power of merely 50. In light of this, Caviezel's current strength appears to be quite adequate. He harbors no grand ambition to triumph over Frieza, obliterate Cell, or engage in a fierce struggle against Majin Buu within a specified time frame. Rather, he desires to progress steadily, savoring life while honing his martial skills, striving diligently, and allowing his strength to blossom naturally in due course. In the original narrative, the royal lineage of Vegeta prompts the question of why he perpetually lags behind the lower-class warrior Goku, seemingly falling further behind. The answer lies within their differing mindsets. Vegeta's battles are driven by a desire to prove his superiority, a quest for pride, victory, and the rewards that may follow. In contrast, Goku engages in combat purely for the joy it brings him, relishing the challenge and aspiring for strength, yearning for formidable adversaries. His fights are never aimed at causing the opponent's defeat or demise. Instead, they are rooted in a desire to protect the Earth and his loved ones, or simply to experience the transcendence that comes from battling. Vegeta is an exceptional warrior, whereas Goku embodies the essence of a great martial arts master. The former may achieve rapid power, yet the latter cultivates a profound and enduring strength, soaring ever higher with determination. As a fervent fan of Dragon Ball, Caviezel aspires to emulate his idol, Goku, and attain greatness. Thus, after gaining insight into certain truths, he resolves to reincarnate and pursue these aspirations. Certainly, his calm demeanor is fundamentally rooted in the knowledge that he is not destined to perish. Frieza? Cell? Buu? Indeed, they are formidable foes, and for Caviezel at this moment, they represent significant threats capable of extinguishing him with a mere flick of the finger. Yet, what does that matter? The overwhelming might of such adversaries would not even ruffle a hair on Caviezel's divine essence. In other words, even if his mortal form were to be destroyed, his soul, his divine essence could never be shattered by beings like Frisia, Sel, or Bu, for they inhabit entirely different realms of existence. One belongs to the realm of mortals, while the other belongs to the divine. Mortals cannot touch the divine unless they ascend to godhood. As for the destruction of the physical body, it is simply a matter of desire, a straightforward affair. What? You say one cannot be resurrected a second time? This concern is even less warranted. The very nature of a divine being transcends the concepts of life and death. It is merely a distinction between existence and non-existence. As long as the divine essence remains undying, his existence is assured, thus rendering the notion of an inability to be revived a non-issue. Fear of death does not trouble him. Hence, Cavasser carries himself with a calm demeanor, at ease as he lives life according to his own desires. Meanwhile, Kakarot has reached the age of 5 this year. One wonders how his combat prowess has evolved. Cavasser stroked his chin, indifferent to the aircraft in the pit, and meandered back along the path. Meanwhile, in a nearby thicket, young Kakarot was engaged in a dual pursuit, battling wild beasts while also searching for that bothersome Cavasser. Though this little rascal possessed a rather fierce temperament, he was not devoid of cleverness. Since his infuriating elder brother would not genuinely attempt to take his life, why not seek him out for combat more frequently? After all, it would serve to enhance his experience for the day he might decide to confront him. By the time Cavasser returned to the cottage, dusk was fast approaching. Old Sun Wukong was preparing dinner. Behind the cottage, a variety of common vegetables were being cultivated, and in this vast Bowsy mountain, fruits were plentiful. Not to mention the abundance of meat available everywhere. Every few months, Old Sun Wukong would venture down to the town at the foot of the mountain to procure several large sacks of rice, sufficient to last for quite some time. Fortunately, his second grandson, Wukong, had a relatively short nursing period. Otherwise, the demands of feeding alone would have left Old Sun Wukong quite troubled. "I'm back," Cavasser announced naturally as he went to lend a hand. Old Sun Wukong sensed that his second grandson's energy still lingered in the mountains and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation compared to his eldest grandson. The second one was far more mischievous and prone to play. The three of them had developed a habit of dining outside, and although little Kakarot had yet to return, it wouldn't be fair to keep the eldest grandson waiting just to accommodate the second. Thus, Old Sun Wukong invited Cavasser to eat first while he reclined in a rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth. Kawizzle remained indifferent to such matters. He too felt an intense hunger, exacerbated by his scion lineage, which rendered his appetite alarmingly voracious. Grasping his chopsticks, he immediately began to feast with fervor. As evening approached, the sky darkened, and the cool evening breeze began to stir. Kawizzle was indulging in a hearty feast when he suddenly heard the Old Sun Wukong, seated on a nearby wicker chair, exclaim in bewilderment, "Why has Wukong's aura ascended to the heavens?" The old fellow rose to his feet, pondering whether it had been snatched away by birds or pterosaurs soaring into the sky. Kawizzle is rather amusing. It seems he has only witnessed such occurrences in the younger son Gohan, who had yet to master the art of combat. Of course, that was from the television animation of yore. The voice of the elder Gohan conveyed a deeper astonishment at the object that had fallen at that moment. A sense of urgency now enveloped the situation. What was this fallen object? Kawizzle found himself engulfed in a wave of confusion. It was only then that he attentively sensed the aura of his brother, and his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the sky, realizing that the sun was nearly submerged, casting a deepening twilight. A celestial object, reminiscent of a comet, surged upward, rapidly ascending into the vast, dark expanse of the universe. It appeared as though the portal of the comet had yet to close. In a state of astonishment, Kawizzle questioned the origin of this flying vessel. Was it not still nestled within the mountains? How could it have suddenly activated and soared into the heavens? Most perplexing was the fact that Kakarot's essence seemed to emanate from within that craft. When had that rascal ventured to the mountains where the vessel lay? Goku, Old Son Gohan, filled with anxiety, gazed upwards at the peculiar object that had descended here years prior with his two grandsons. It was now hastily ascending into the sky, beyond the atmosphere, and he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Like his master, the turtle hermit, Old Son Gohan was unable to fly or perform such aerial techniques. He only knew that his master's rival, the crane hermit, possessed such abilities. What was Goku to do? Stand by helplessly as his grandson ascended into the unknown? Truly, that troublesome little rascal. Kashir clenched his teeth, letting out a sound of resignation, yet his limbs moved with remarkable swiftness. As Old Son Wukong became engrossed in the horizon, he swiftly vanished from the dining table. The spherical spacecraft, hurtling through the cosmos, was nearing the Earth's atmosphere. Its hatch was broken, and its trajectory was erratic. Nevertheless, its velocity was formidable, resulting in intense friction with the air and a rapidly rising temperature. The 5-year-old cockroach was forcefully pressed against the interior of the spacecraft by the oncoming gale, his body splayed out like a mural. Firmly pressed against the walls of the cabin, the wind pressure subjected him to unimaginable strain. The rapidly decreasing atmospheric pressure, coupled with the searing heat from the violent friction, caused his skin to crack, and it felt as though his very blood were vaporizing. His throat emitted a harsh, grating sound akin to iron scraping against a wall, while his hair threatened to be torn from his scalp, accompanied by the acrid scent of singeing. Little cockroach let out a pained growl, his consciousness beginning to blur. It felt as though a balloon within him was incessantly inflating, pressing against his organs, his abdomen, and his entire being. Should he breach the atmosphere and enter the vacuum of space, he would ignite and then explode. Kaiser is acutely aware of this. That insufferable brat must have acted recklessly. One should never meddle with things one does not comprehend. Kaiser's figure suddenly materialized outside the spacecraft. If one were to magnify and slow down the fleeting half-second that followed, they would witness Kaiser, pressed against the exterior of the spherical vessel, gradually extending his hands to grasp the edge of the open hatch. Then, in concert with the spacecraft, which was hurtling through the sky like a meteor, he vanished abruptly from sight. It was akin to observing a shooting star on the horizon, only to blink and find it gone, as if it had never existed, perhaps merely a figment of one's imagination. Yet, the lingering white trail of the spacecraft attested that no illusion had occurred. It had indeed vanished in an instant. Old son Gohan, who had been anxiously watching, was filled with incredulity and confusion. However, in the next moment, a thunderous, piercing sound tore through the stillness, crashing into his eardrums. Boom! A fierce gust of wind seemed to materialize out of nowhere, violently whipping towards the ground near him, sending the small hat perched atop his head soaring into the air, revealing his long balding crown. As a master martial artist, old son Gohan's stance was steady. Despite the suddenness of the gale, it did not topple him. Almost simultaneously with the onset of the wind, he heard a tremendous, resounding crash, akin to the explosion of a lake, as white waves erupted violently. What was happening? Old son Gohan was taken aback, as this development exceeded his wildest imaginings. He couldn't help but turn his head to call out to his grandson Kaiser, hoping to investigate the unfolding events together. But where was Kaiser? To prevent the spacecraft from departing before he could utilize his instant transmission, Kaiser had to grip the door frame tightly. He then executed the instant transmission, directly relocating the vessel to the ground and adjusting its orientation to be nose down, allowing it to transition from takeoff to landing seamlessly. The reason he did not simply teleport inside the spacecraft as he had upon arrival was due to the perilous relative speed. While Kaiser would not be directly crushed by the vessel, it would be all too easy for the small cockroach inside to be harmed. After all, at 10 years old, he had grown considerably larger than he had been during his earlier years, making it impossible for Kaiser to avoid colliding with him in such a compact craft. Entering the spacecraft directly would be akin to dropping a meteor of his own size onto cockroach. However, Kaiser underestimated the force generated by the spacecraft's high-speed flight. Although the time from gripping the door frame to executing the instant transmission and subsequently releasing his hands was likely less than a second, Kaiser felt as though his wrist, elbow, and shoulder were instantly dislocated, leaving him numb and reeling. Boom. Kaiser found himself submerged in the lake. Despite his extraordinary mental fortitude, the pain he endured did not diminish his consciousness, rather, it sharpened his awareness. His arms flailed in the turbulent waters like disjointed rods. Yet he remained oblivious to his own turmoil, focusing instead on the energy of young cockroach. That unfortunate boy might not only be physically battered but could also have slipped into unconsciousness. Neglecting him could lead to a dire fate. In an instant, Kaiser vanished beneath the water, wrapping his legs around the neck of the ensnared cockroach, who was trapped in the muddy lake bed. With a surge of determination, he executed a rapid teleportation. On the surface, by the shore, Kaiser and cockroach materialized abruptly, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. The young cockroach bore the marks of severe burns across his skin and hair, his flesh appearing to crumble as if ravaged by an unseen force. His lips were chapped, and his eyes were clouded. He lay there resembling a lifeless figure, the only indication of his lingering breath being a low, raspy sound akin to iron scraping against stone. Kaiser, however, was not unscathed. His arms, injured and weary from the continuous teleportation, had drained his strength, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. As he lay on the ground, Cavasser stirred, awakening to an overwhelming sense of fatigue and weakness. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how the exertion of teleportation was far more taxing than the distance it covered. The events of the day had already left him exhausted, and the 3 consecutive uses of his teleportation technique, compounded by the dislocation of his arms during his swift approach to the high-speed vessel, had culminated in this humiliating defeat. Cavasser opened his eyes with a hint of self-deprecation. It was already night, and the modest cabin nestled deep within the mountains lacked the luxury of electric lighting. However, the flickering candlelight on the wooden table was bright enough to cause him to squint slightly. His dislocated arms had been expertly reset and were now secured with wooden splints, likely the handiwork of the elder son Gohan. "You are awake," a gentle voice resonated beside Cavasser. He recognized it as that of the elder son Gohan, and it was unmistakably tinged with a trace of weariness. Cavasser turned his head and beheld the unconscious young Kakarot lying against the outer edge. The little one was battered and bruised, his eyes slightly ajar, revealing a sickly, jaundiced scara. A faint, indistinct murmur emanated from his throat. As he hovered on the brink of life, old son Gohan's eyes were filled with deep concern. The specially formulated healing salve had been applied, yet it yielded no results. Those who practice martial arts possess some knowledge of medicine, and old son Gohan, a master of herbal healing, found himself powerless against his grandson's injuries. The only recourse was to strive to stabilize the condition. Cavasser gazed with a complicated expression at his brother's pained visage, now devoid of the once defiant, fierce, and rebellious demeanor, replaced instead by weakness, agony, and helplessness. Was it merely a matter of avoiding the precipice that led to this plight? Coezier suddenly realized that for the past 5 years, he had seemingly never confronted the existence of his brother, simply because he was not the Goku that resided in his heart, but rather a pure scion named Kakarot. Was this truly acceptable? Coezier was suddenly overcome with a sense of guilt, realizing that he had somewhat neglected his younger brother, who now lay in uncertain peril. At 5 years old, could Kakarot's character truly undergo such a drastic change due to this unforeseen incident? The flickering light of the dim oil lamp cast shifting shadows of Gohan and Coezier's faces, their profiles dancing upon the walls. Little Kakarot's body twitched slightly, and he trembled as he half opened his eyes, his pupils quivering and his consciousness evidently clouded. "Goku, how do you feel?" Gohan leaned closer to Kakarot's face, gazing intently into the child's unfocused eyes, filled with concern. Little Kakarot's gaze was vacant, instinctively drawn to Gohan's approaching figure. The small round hat that Gohan had worn was long swept away by the fierce winds, and with his worry for his 2 grandsons' injuries, he had little mind for such trivialities. Thus, the bare expanse of his balding head was revealed, a testament to the passage of time. Goku, how do you feel?" Gohan noticed that his grandson's mind might still be muddled, so he softened his tone. Little Kakarot's vacant eyes reflected Gohan's bald head, and his unfocused gaze drifted aimlessly for a moment before beginning to tremble violently. His pupils gradually reddened. Something was amiss. Kavisi's heart tightened suddenly as he followed little Kakarot's gaze to the bald head of the old son Gohan, and a fleeting suspicion crossed his mind, causing him to exclaim. However, it was already too late. The injured little Kakarot, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar. His body and limbs rapidly grew stronger, with dark brown fur sprouting swiftly on his face and arms. Bang! The bed collapsed under the weight. "Run!" Kavisi shouted frantically at the stunned old son Gohan. The mouth protruded outward, and the teeth elongated and sharpened. Roar! Little Kakarot's stature quickly increased, expanding astonishingly as if he were a balloon being inflated, and in mere breaths, he burst through the ceiling. The floor began to crack with a series of sharp sounds. The old son Gohan staggered backward, his face a mask of disbelief as he looked up at the gigantic creature resembling an ape. His own grandson Goku had transformed into a monster? Roar! The great ape bellowed furiously, swinging its arms as the roof was shattered and flung aside. Its massive tail whipped through the air, demolishing walls as if they were made of paper, leaving deep gouges in the ground. "Run!" cursed Kavisi, gritting his teeth, as he too was thrown to the ground by the sudden collapse, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the rapidly enlarging foot. Struggling to his feet, he stumbled towards old son Gohan. Even though little Kakarot currently possessed a combat power of only 30 or 40, upon transforming into the great ape, it could increase tenfold. With a combat power of 300 to 400, coupled with his immense size, even old son Gohan would stand no chance in direct confrontation. "Grandpa, hold me." As Cavasor lunged towards the venerable son Gohan, he bellowed, "If only I could teleport 300 meters away." Suddenly, a thick, shadowy figure lashed out like a whip, striking Cavasor mid-leap and sending him crashing through the wall, hurtling outside. Bang! Crash! Bang! Bang! Crash! Cavasor was hurled backward, tumbling across the ground like a ragged sack, skidding a considerable distance before colliding with a protruding object, which resulted in the ominous sound of cracking ribs. Gasping in pain, Cavasor writhed on the ground, acutely aware that not only had several ribs fractured, but his previously healed left arm had also dislocated once more. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he turned to glance back. Amidst the ruins that once resembled a dwelling, a colossal black ape, towering over 50 meters, roared with unrestrained fury, its crimson eyes ablaze with cruelty and madness. The immense weight of its left foot was lifted and then brought down with a bone-chilling crunch. The lower half of old son Wukong was crushed beneath the giant's foot. Wukong, in torment, lay on his back, gazing up at the relentless beast that pounded its chest and bellowed. The giant ape's roar reverberated through the air, having devolved into a creature solely driven by destruction and filled with savage rage. From a distance, the elderly Cavasor lay motionless on the ground, stunned by the scene before him, where the monstrous beast's foot rested upon old son Wukong. The giant lifted its foot once more, revealing Wukong's utterly mangled lower body, a grotesque amalgamation of red, white, and yellow in a horrifying display. The massive foot descended again upon Wukong. In that critical moment, a colossal blue-white beam of light surged from below, imbued with overwhelming force, striking the base of the giant ape's tail, a crucial vulnerability for Wukong. As he contemplated the impending doom, he realized he would never have the chance to exchange one last glance with his grandson, Cavasor. It was not until the giant ape swiftly diminished in size after its tail was obliterated that Cavasor, still in shock, lay nearby, fixated on the unfolding events. 017 transformation. Had old Wukong truly perished? Kawizel felt no necessity for surprise or any sense of acceptance regarding the demise of old Gohan. After all, in the original narrative, he met his end quite early. Old Gohan has perished. Ultimately, he was merely a minor character. Despite his close ties to the protagonist, he remained a supporting role, with scant appearances in the manga. His death was inconsequential. The benevolent old man has departed from this realm. Ah, indeed. The world of Dragon Ball is one where life and death hold little significance, does it not? Even in death, one can lead a fulfilling existence in the afterlife. Did not old Gohan ascend to the heavens to assist the deity with his furnace in the television series? This world is still graced by the existence of Dragon Balls, is it not? Grandfather has passed away. The dawn has arrived, yet the rain begins to fall. Cavasor lay quietly on the ground, allowing the cold raindrops to pelt his face and body. His wounds clung to his clothing, and he was unaware of how many ribs had been broken. His left arm had dislocated once more, leaving him devoid of sensation. Yet, he remained utterly silent, merely gazing at the sky with an air of quiet contemplation. Kawizier reflects on the past 5 years, recalling the gentle old man's every word and deed, his kind care, and his stern training. Now he is gone. Bardak, who once believed he could temporarily forget those memories, finds himself engulfed in shadows, turning to dust. Angela, sealed away by his own hands, along with the resolute figures of the Supreme Kai, the East Kai, the West Kai, and the North Kai, as well as countless warriors and super warriors, engaging in fierce battles across the cosmos. The visceral sensation of watching them perish has returned once more. Cavasor first realized that the martial path is not merely an empty phrase. To pursue and persist in it requires a profound resolve to confront and overcome challenges with unwavering courage. One must possess a readiness to embrace death and to face it head-on. Approaching this journey with a mere playful attitude is utterly futile. From the moment of his reincarnation, he ceased to be a deity. He became a mortal, a scion composed of flesh and blood. While he might possess some unique attributes, such as an indomitable divine essence, abilities like instantaneous movement, or foresight regarding certain matters, he ultimately remains an ordinary being, a scion, and he must confront this reality. Then, he must strive for strength. The rain ceased after a brief spell, and the gentle rays of the morning sun filtered through the clouds, casting their warmth upon the damp earth. Cavasir struggled to rise. His left arm, dislocated for the second time, hung weakly by his side. He staggered towards the collapsed building, his pallid face gazing at the familiar garments strewn on the ground, alongside the vivid red, yellow, and white of blood, plasma, bone fragments, and shattered entrails. Cavasir gradually knelt down and quietly performed 3 bows. Rising once more, he made his way to the other side. On the ground lay a small child with stark black spiky hair, naked. Where a brown tail had once sprouted, now only a black circular wound remained, revealing the earlier transformation of the little cockroach into a giant ape. At this moment, his expression was one of innocence. His complexion significantly improved compared to the grievous state he had previously endured. It seemed that his healing abilities had also been greatly enhanced post-transformation. With this thought in mind, Cavasser ambled over and, with the tip of his right foot, flicked the small cockroach into the air, where he landed on Cavasser's right shoulder with a soft thud. Then, turning around, he took his first step. Within the ruins resembling a desolate landscape, heaps of debris began to levitate and converge, guided by an unseen force. With his second step, the clattering of stones echoed as they cascaded down, burying the remains of the old Gohan. With each stride, he vanished. Suddenly, a beam fell from above, piercing the ground in front of the pile of rubble. After lying in a welfare hospital in the town below for 4 days, Cavasser returned to the mountain with the nearly healed little Goku. "Brother, where is our home?" Little Goku grasped Cavasser's hand, tilting his head upwards, his face a picture of innocence and confusion. Cavasser smiled gently and remarked, "If we cannot find it, we shall simply build anew." In a distant place, as dawn broke, the soft light of morning filtered through the forest, casting delicate golden shadows upon the rugged dirt path that meandered through the mountains. The sun's rays danced between the thick foliage of the towering trees flanking either side, creating a shimmering tapestry upon the ground, reminiscent of gilded memories swaying with the breeze. The tranquil silence of the mountain morning was abruptly shattered by the rhythmic sound of footsteps, swift and harmonious, echoing from the depths of the dense woods. 2 boys, one tall and the other short, both with dark hair, approached rapidly, their backs laden with a high stack of firewood. They moved in perfect synchrony, their feet thumping against the path, while the leaves of the ancient trees rustled gently in their wake. As they ran, they resembled a gust of wind. "Brother, what shall we have for breakfast today?" inquired the shorter boy, whose spiky black hair resembled a hedgehog. He effortlessly bore the seemingly weightless firewood while glancing at his taller companion, Cavasser, who matched his pace. The mention of food seemed to stir a peculiar eagerness within him. As a hint of drool escaped the corner of his mouth, Cavasser, sporting a head of short, pointed black hair, smiled softly at his younger brother's enthusiasm. "If a piece of wood falls, breakfast will be delayed by 10 minutes, he replied, all the while ensuring their precarious load did not topple from the unbound stack behind them. What? The thought of food was of utmost importance to the boy known as Little Wukong. At his brother's words, his innocent face fell into a frown, yet, respecting Cavasser's authority, he reluctantly nodded and returned his focus to their practice. Each morning, their routine commenced with early rising, a session of martial arts in front of their humble abode to warm up their bodies, followed by strapping on the wood frame and venturing into the mountains to gather firewood, discarding any unsuitable pieces, such as those that were damp or moldy, and avoiding those that were too close. From the moment of gathering wood until the return journey, the logs need not be bound with ropes. They rely solely on one's grasp, ensuring they do not tumble down, even amidst rapid movement. This scenario draws inspiration from the original teachings of Master Roshi, who instructed young Goku and Krillin to balance a bowl of water atop their heads while performing various acrobatics without spilling a single drop. Compared to that demanding task, the current endeavor is evidently simpler. 2 full years have elapsed since that pivotal day. Following that event, little Kakarot transformed into young Goku. Perhaps it was due to his grievous injuries, or the fact that he underwent his transformation into a great ape in a state of physical and mental disarray. Or perhaps the essence of Goku had always resided within Kakarot's persona. In any case, akin to the original narrative, Kakarot evolved from a volatile and bloodthirsty scion into a pure-hearted Earth boy, Goku. Had this unforeseen yet anticipated transformation not occurred, Cavasser mused on the emotions and mindset he would employ to confront the perpetually irritable, fierce-looking Kakarot, who often distanced himself from their home, preferring solitude in the mountains. Would it be hatred? After all, he had personally ended the life of the kindly elder who had always shown him compassion. Or perhaps aversion. In his previous life, Cavasser had harbored no fondness for the true scions, even Vegeta, before his psyche gradually shifted due to his experiences on Earth. The former Kakarot epitomized the quintessential scion, brutal, bloodthirsty, combative, and imbued with a fervent desire for destruction, seeking joy and satisfaction through chaos. Or should he extend compassion? After all, when a low-class warrior transforms into a great ape, they lose their conscious awareness. Had he been able to think clearly, little Kakarot might not have stomped on the elder Gohan. Cavasil had witnessed numerous occasions where, after Kakarot's tumultuous escapades and subsequent departure from home, he would stand forlornly beneath a distant tree, gazing at the illuminated cottage, his small face reflecting solitude, confusion, yearning, and trepidation. Cavasil had always possessed keen eyesight. Yet, such contemplations are now rendered unnecessary, for little Kakarot has perished. The being before him is merely an innocent, untroubled youth, known simply as Goku. In Cavasil's impression, there exists a Sun Wukong, a formidable warrior fighting for Earth, a master of martial arts, rather than merely Kakarot. At times, when he gazes at the innocent and carefree visage of little Wukong, Cavasil often experiences a surreal vision of that face transformed into one filled with ferocity and defiance. Yet, he is acutely aware that the stubborn child he once knew will never return. In the woods, he temporarily set aside the timber and kindled a fire, skillfully selecting slender branches to create a grill over the flames. After hastily skinning a patterned wild wolf he had just hunted, he placed it upon the makeshift rack. With a scion's insatiable appetite, consuming meat for every meal posed no challenge whatsoever. Little Wukong, eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the roasting wolf meat, saliva pooling at his feet. His nose twitched incessantly, fully engrossed in monitoring whether the food was cooking to perfection, while his stomach voiced its strong discontent. Cavasil was accustomed to his brother's innocent exuberance. He casually turned the meat to ensure it cooked evenly, mindful of the taste. Years had passed, and his grilling skills had indeed improved significantly. "It's ready," little Wukong suddenly exclaimed, his mouth watering as he tore off a generous chunk of meat, exclaiming, "Hot, hot, hot." He gleefully devoured it, his hands and mouth smeared with greasy remnants of the delectable feast. Kawizir smiled softly, shaking his head as he tore off a sizable chunk of meat. Although he did not devour it ravenously like little Goku, he ate heartily, savoring the meal with gusto. For the Scion constitution is indeed remarkable. "Ah, I am so full," exclaimed little Goku, patting his now rounded belly with satisfaction. After firmly instructing his younger brother Goku to wash his greasy hands and mouth by the nearby stream, Kawizir hoisted the wooden frame onto his back and deftly flicked the logs off the ground with his toes, stacking them securely behind him. Little Goku mimicked him diligently. Though not as effortlessly or gracefully as his brother, he completed the task swiftly. "Grandpa's cooking is the best," he murmured, trailing behind Kawizir while carrying the wood. Despite the transformation in his character, his memories were not entirely erased, and he retained a vague impression of his past as little Kakarot. He remembered the kindly old man who always wore a gentle smile. Kawizir informed him that this man was their grandfather, and he was, indeed, Goku's brother. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin the brothers had built 2 years prior, they placed their piles of wood behind the house and entered. As expected, the cabin was modest in size, featuring a simple wooden table at its center surrounded by a few small stools. In one corner stood a small wooden chest, and beside it, a wooden table adorned with an orange-yellow orb resting upon a thick cloth. This orb appeared to be embedded with 4 red stars. Aside from the Rui stick, the only other remnant left by the elder Gohan was the 4-star ball. The brothers stood before the table holding the 4-star ball. Closing their eyes in quiet reverence, their palms pressed together as they bowed. "Grandpa, we are back," little Goku said, bowing, his voice pure and cheerful. As if untouched by sorrow, Cavasil gazed silently at the 4-star ball, seemingly reflecting the gentle and benevolent visage of the old man. As always, he stood at a distance, clad in his archaic attire and adorned with a small round hat, his hands clasped behind him, watching over his 2 children with warmth. The orb that grants wishes. As customary, the afternoon was dedicated to their daily training, primarily adhering to the teachings imparted by the venerable Gohan of yore. However, Cavasil was gradually endeavoring to extricate himself from the confines of traditional martial arts forms. The combat power detector indicated that his strength was 121, while little Goku's was 48. When he first acquired the detector 2 years prior, he had carefully concealed it in a small box, ensuring it remained unscathed by the rampaging Goku. Little Goku's power level stood at 48, not significantly diverging from the 50 he possessed at the age of 12 in the original narrative. Yet he was merely 7 this year. This can be attributed firstly to Kakarot's prolonged period of growth. As a pure Scion, his combat prowess would naturally develop at a more consistent rate. Otherwise, how could Goku, a low-tier warrior, be so vastly inferior to his brother Raditz? Secondly, due to Cavasil's influence, little Kakarot undoubtedly exerted himself far more than the innocent and carefree Goku depicted in the original tale. Time spent sweating and exertion always seemed to elapse swiftly, and before they knew it, night had descended. After a simple cool shower, Caviezel stood upon the rooftop, quietly gazing up at the star-studded night sky, a celestial river of twinkling stars. In the stillness of the night, amidst the secluded mountains and the gentle, cool breeze, Caviezel spread his arms wide and softly murmured, "The future." In his mind, the radiant hues of a kaleidoscope danced around him, with 4 faint rainbows swirling incessantly. Little Goku, perched beside him on the rooftop, tilted his head in curiosity, perplexed by his brother's actions. The following day, he exclaimed, "Brother, where are we going?" Having never ventured far from home, little Goku felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of leaving this place. Caviezel smiled slightly and softly remarked, "To a distant place." "How far is very far?" "It is difficult to articulate." Bending down, he picked up a small stone and casually tossed it forward. The stone traced a graceful arc through the air before swiftly descending to the ground, rolling a short distance before coming to a halt. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, settled into the back seat, and instructed the driver to continue driving. After dozing off and waking several times, he arrived at the port, boarded a ship, then took a flight at the airport. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself at the other end of the earth. For Caviezel, who possessed the ability to teleport, the distance traveled in both instances bore no significance. It was merely a matter of a thought, a fleeting neural impulse passing through the trigeminal nerve, enabling him to traverse vast distances in an instant. Thus, when Caviezel spoke of a distant place, it was not a reference to spatial distance, nor to their destination, the Kame house. Yet, he himself could not pinpoint where this nebulous distant place truly was. In essence, it was a location that required great effort to reach. Therefore, during this journey to Kame house, Caviezel had no intention of utilizing his teleportation abilities. He had resolved that unless absolutely necessary, such as when a familiar person was in dire straits or in situations where life and death hung in the balance, he would refrain from employing the skill. When he was a god of destruction, it was different. He was inherently the strongest, possessing immense power without much thought regarding it, out of convenience, laziness, or mere habit. He had treated teleportation as a fundamental means of transportation, which was quite normal. However, now he was a human, composed of flesh and blood, embarking on a quest for strength and martial prowess. Thus, it was prudent to minimize the use of such abilities, at least during this initial stage of his journey. Perhaps in the future, upon reaching a higher level of martial arts, teleportation would no longer hold such significance, and he might not regard it with much importance. In summary, this time, Caviezel intended to walk to Kame house alongside little Goku. However, it seemed that Kame house was situated over the sea. Emerging from the shadows of the dense forest at the foot of Bao Mountain were 2 young boys, one tall and one shorter. The taller boy stood at about 1.50 meters, sporting a simple, sleek hairstyle of black, spiky hair. His clean, youthful face bore a hint of sunshine and a touch of charm. He wore a sleeveless blue cloth tunic, with red fabric wristbands adorning each wrist. A coarse red cloth belt was tied around his waist, with an additional knot at his left side, causing the excess fabric to sway gently as he moved. His trousers, also made of coarse material, were loose-fitting, yet snugly secured around his ankles, allowing for ease of movement. Clad in white socks and black cloth shoes, the sturdy soles appeared unassuming, yet undeniably robust. From a distance, he appeared to be a solid and modest young man, but as one approached, it became evident that he was not only strong and unpretentious but also strikingly handsome and full of charisma. Beside him walked a shorter boy, whose attire mirrored that of the taller youth, albeit in a smaller size, for he barely stood 1 meter tall, still very much a child. His hair, sharp and black, though neither long nor short, stood upright with an energetic flare reminiscent of a hedgehog, astonishingly attractive in its own right. The small boy carried a short red staff on his back, encased in a matching wooden tube, simply secured with a coarse hemp rope that formed a modest knot at his chest. Unlike the serene and gentle demeanor of the tall boy beside him, the boy with the spiky hair exuded an aura of innocent exuberance, his gaze strikingly pure, with black pupils that seemed almost too pristine to be real. This was none other than Caviezel and his younger brother, the little Monkey King, freshly descended from the Buneo mountain. In the dilapidated hut on the mountain, there was little to tidy up. With a clear objective, Caviezel donned his clothes and set off down the mountain with his brother. As for the location of the Kame house, he had already memorized many significant geographical points on the Dragon Ball world map in his previous life. While he might not recall every detail, he retained a general sense of direction. Upon sensing the surroundings, he discerned a formidable energy emanating from a considerable distance to the south. It was expansive, profound, and weighty, These qualities permeated the powerful aura he detected. This energy represented the essence of life itself, reflecting the truest and purest nature and personality of its source. Naturally, discerning such qualities posed a challenge to the observer's skill. In terms of strength, ago.While measured against his own energy, currently at a combat power of 121. While the aura he sensed surpassed him slightly, yet was likely no more than 150. With the knowledge he possessed about the Dragon Ball world, he could readily deduce the origin of this energy. It could only belong to Master Roshi, expansive, profound, and weighty. ago.While harbored no doubts regarding the aura he perceived emanating from the Turtle Hermit. He understood well that the seemingly lecherous exterior was merely a facade of the martial arts deity. At his core, he was a true practitioner of the martial way. For the sake of his disciples, for the greater good of humanity, and for the welfare of all living beings, he would unflinchingly position himself at the forefront, transforming his aged body into a bastion to shield those who stood behind him. He could face death with a smile. When the moment of truth arrived, ago.While was profoundly convinced that even if a stunning beauty were to dance provocatively before him, the elder's solemn demeanor would remain utterly unchanged. He was a disciple of the Grand Master of Martial Arts, Wu Taido. He was indeed a deity of martial arts. His aura could not deceive. With unwavering trust, ago.While embarked on the journey to the Turtle Hermit's abode, accompanied by his younger brother, little Wukong. He was eager to discover what knowledge he could acquire under the tutelage of the venerable elder, and whether he could unearth the strength to grow stronger. "I am so hungry," little Wukong lamented, his stomach rumbling shortly after they exited the woods, scratching his head in distress. ago.While, rendered speechless, turned his gaze as if penetrating the profound depths of the forest, transcending the land, and glimpsing the vast ocean that lay between the coastline and the island of ago.While, etched in his memory. It seemed imperative to prepare an ample supply of provisions. He asserted with conviction, lest the ship's planks be gnawed upon. As he made his way towards ago.While, he noted the encroaching hour of mealtime. Observing the considerable distance to the village below, ago.While casually captured a wild beast in the desolate wilderness, dispatching it with a few decisive blows. "Hurry, hurry! I'm famished!" exclaimed the little Goku, circling the sizable carcass that ago.While had dragged, drool cascading unabatedly from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the young lad, ago.While busied himself gathering withered branches and dried leaves, skillfully arranging them into a pile. He deftly prepared the beast and set it ablaze over the flames. Living on the mountain for such an extended period had made the act of kindling a fire a remarkably simple task. As the aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air, little Wukong eagerly lunged towards the grill, overjoyed, and swiftly devoured the delectable feast. ago.While sat quietly to the side, feeling little hunger. At this moment, he casually lounged with no particular task at hand, idly toying with a piece of dry wood. His fingers were long and pale, decidedly not the hands one would expect from a martial artist. They moved with remarkable dexterity, causing the withered twig to dance as if animated, twisting and turning between his agile fingers, yet it remained firmly in his grasp. Suddenly, among the scattered short twigs at ago.While's feet, one began to sway and float, gradually starting to dance. Without a hint of surprise, ago.While held his twig aloft and began to engage in a playful duel with the suspended branch, as if parrying in a fencing match. Eventually, he relinquished his hold on the twig, watching as the two dry branches floated and struck each other in a whimsical display. Meanwhile, on the other side, little Wukong had already finished his feast, leaving behind a stark white skeleton hanging from the grill. He patted his belly and leapt down, exuding an air of utmost satisfaction and bliss, exclaiming, "Ah, I am so full, so very full. Now that I am satiated, let us continue our journey." ago.While brushed off the dust and rose from the ground. Simultaneously, the two broken twigs, which had just been engaged in a fierce struggle, seemed to lose the mysterious force that had sustained them and immediately fell. Almost at the same moment, ago.While nonchalantly kicked the descending twigs into the ashes beneath the skeletal remains. "Oh!" Little Wukong energetically responded with an exclamation. ago.While nodded and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a burst of flames appeared without warning, enveloping the entire skeletal structure of the beast in an instant. Brother is truly remarkable. Although little Wukong had witnessed this several times before, he still found it enchanting, for he knew he could not replicate such a feat. Thus, his brother's prowess was undeniable. "Let us go." Without looking back, ago.While beckoned to leave and continued onward. They needed to prepare some preserved food in the nearest city, as their journey from the sea to ago.While on foot seemed improbable within a day or two. "Oh, here I come." Little Wukong hurried to catch up. ever since Wukong unexpectedly transformed into a great ape 2 years ago. Kavizir had become acutely aware that the transformation of a scion into a great ape did not necessarily require a direct sighting of the full moon. The conditions for this transformation had been clearly articulated through the words of Prince Vegeta in the original text. There were 2 prerequisites: one must possess a tail, and one must see the full moon. Essentially, this transformation requires the eyes to perceive a sufficient intensity of blood's waves radiated by the full moon, which in turn stimulates the tail, leading to the great ape transformation. Thus, the decisive condition for this transformation ultimately rests on the tail receiving the corresponding stimulus. Consequently, the necessity of actually seeing the full moon with the naked eye becomes questionable. Humans have the capacity to deceive themselves. As long as one can convince oneself and one's mind with utmost certainty that they have indeed witnessed the full moon, the brain can be tricked into receiving sufficient intensity of blood's waves, which will also stimulate the tail, resulting in the transformation into a great ape. Kavizir had previously encountered a peculiar tale online, reminiscent of wartime experiments where researchers confined prisoners in a room, allowing only their arms to extend through a solitary hole in the wall. The researchers would drip cold water onto the exposed arms, leading to burns, as they had meticulously convinced the prisoners that the droplets were scalding molten iron. 2 years prior, young Wukong, in a state of delirium, mistook his mentor Gohan's bald head for a full moon, bizarrely yet logically transforming into a great ape. Once he firmly believed that what he beheld was indeed the full moon, the resulting stimuli in his brain triggered a transformation through his tail. Kavizir pondered. Had he been able to transform into a great ape at that moment, perhaps the old man would have survived. As a member of the Scion royal lineage, he would not have lost consciousness during the transformation, and he could not fathom that the mere bloodline of a Scion could disrupt the clarity of his divine consciousness. Even the formidable Utuya, Syria's mentor, could not sway Kavizir's awareness with any form of psychic manipulation. Thus, if he had transformed into a great ape then, he surely could have restrained the rampaging Wukong and prevented the old man's demise. Following this reflection, Kavizir diligently recalled every word spoken by the great mage Utuya in Syria's homeland, immersing himself in the study of peculiar magic, particularly in the realms of mental and telekinetic arts. He resolved to master the ability to self-hypnotize and achieve great ape transformation at will. After 2 years of rigorous training, he had garnered the capability to manipulate objects with telekinesis. With their swift strides and sturdy feet, the duo raced forth like the wind, unceasing in their pace. Before long, they arrived at a nearby bustling city. The city, in stark contrast to the serene wilderness, was alive with throngs of people, bustling roads, and the cacophony of vehicle horns and lively chatter. The atmosphere was vibrant and chaotic. Young Wukong, filled with curiosity, walked beside his brother Kavizir, stretching his neck to observe the sights around him. Whether during Gohan's presence or in the 2 years following his absence, Wukong had seldom ventured down from the mountains. Not out of any particular reason, but simply because no one had suggested it, and the little one had never thought to explore the world below. Be careful not to get lost, Kavizir cautioned, feeling a twinge of concern. At this stage, young Wukong lacked the ability to sense his surroundings through ki, and coupled with his naturally naive disposition, losing sight of him would likely lead Kavizir to seek out the city's underbelly, mingling with thugs and traffickers in search of his brother. Little Wukong nodded. Wait here for me, and do not wander off. Kavizir instructed him at the entrance of a narrow alley. Then please hurry, little Wukong urged. His curiosity piqued about just how far the distant place his brother spoke of truly was. Kavizir nodded slightly and stepped out of the narrow alley. He turned right and approached the entrance of a quaint convenience store, entering without hesitation, ignoring the curious glances from the store clerk and a few scattered customers. Kavizir was acutely aware that his attire was rather plain and unrefined. He made his way to the canned goods section, busily filling the bag he had obtained from the counter with a clattering sound. He then grabbed another bag, filling it with an assortment of compressed biscuits, and yet another bag, this time with bottled beverages. The shoppers in the aisle frequently cast sidelong glances at the boy with black hair, dressed in such humble garb, astonished that he appeared to be someone capable of purchasing such a substantial quantity of items. Their assumptions were, in fact, not unfounded. Kavizir had never truly contemplated purchasing him, for he lacked the financial means. He had always remained hidden upon the mountains, and his brothers had no source of income either. In fact, he had never even witnessed old Gohan grasping money in his hands. Kavizir effortlessly carried 3 large bags of food as he brushed past an individual at the corner of the corridor. The person, intrigued by how swiftly the child had procured such a substantial amount, instinctively turned to glance back but was met with nothingness. Where did he go? The individual mused, perplexed. Searching left and right, front and back, yet finding no trace of the boy, momentarily questioning his own eyesight. At the mouth of the alley, Cavesser suddenly appeared, hefting his 3 hefty bags, only to be astonished by the sight of his younger brother, Wukong, standing before a boy of similar stature, albeit with a bruised visage. Who is he? Cavesser inquired. He asked me for something called money and threatened to hit me if I refused, so I ended up hitting him instead. Young Wukong explained earnestly, casting a glance at the battered boy beside him, having never encountered another human besides Sun Wufan and Cavesser. Wukong was struck by the boy's apparent frailty, feeling a sense of pity. Curiously, he asked, "Brother, what is money? Is it edible?" "Certainly not," Cavesser replied. "Oh, if it's not edible, then why does he still want it?" "How peculiar," Wukong remarked, eyeing the bruised lad with intrigue. The battered boy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Where had these odd siblings come from? His brother was formidable in a fight, and had he known, he would have targeted this brother instead. What misfortune! Yet, Cavesser hoped to instill the correct values in his brother, for he feared that one day Wukong might trade treasures for a mere meal, which would be most unfortunate. "Ah, so money is so powerful," Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he patted the bruised boy on the shoulder, complimenting, "You're quite clever." The battered boy was once again taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. "All right, let us depart," Cavesser declared, tossing his bags onto Wukong. Wukong joyfully strapped on the bags and bid farewell to the bruised boy, saying, "That you seem weak. Farewell. By the way, what is your name?" Cavesser asked, still feeling a sense of familiarity with the injured boy. I am called Satan," the bruised boy replied timidly, cautiously eyeing Wukong, who was busy inspecting the contents of the bags. "Satan?" Cavesser exclaimed, a strange smile spreading across his face as he scrutinized the boy's swollen features, recognizing hints of the future boastful and shameless world champion. However, while he recalled Satan's somewhat lecherous and vain nature, he could hardly believe he would stoop to such depths as robbery. Why would one engage in such deeds? Cowizel inquired, questioning how a man who had once claimed the title of world fighting champion could stoop to such depths before attaining fame. I, Satan, lowered my head and murmured, "My mother is gravely ill and I lack the funds to assist her." Upon uttering these words, Cowizel vanished into thin air. Satan's eyes widened in disbelief, searching frantically for the man who had just been present. "Your brother has disappeared," he exclaimed to little Wukong. "I saw him," little Wukong replied, bewildered. "You are the strange one," Satan internally screamed, aghast that a living person could simply vanish. "You both are quite peculiar." Suddenly, a box was hurled to the ground. Satan looked up to find Cowizel had reappeared without him noticing. "What is this?" Satan inquired, gazing at the familiar-looking box at his feet. "Money," Cowizel responded, his expression suggesting that such an obvious statement was indeed pointless. He beckoned to little Wukong. "Let's go." "Money?" Satan shuddered, realizing that the lock on the box had been inexplicably broken. Upon opening it, he discovered stacks of green bills filling the box, the pungent scent of currency wafting up to greet him. He called out to Cowizel, who had already wandered off. "Why are you helping me?" Without turning back, Cowizel waved his hand dismissively. "Consider it a gift for my future nephew's future wife." Huh? Satan was left dumbfounded. On the other side of the city, after considerable effort from the officers and 5 police cars, the bank robbers had finally been cornered. The officers cautiously spread out, surrounding the now stationary robber's vehicle, only to find that the criminals had all succumbed into unconsciousness. What on earth happened? The officers exchanged puzzled glances as they observed the shattered glass in front of the robber's vehicle and the disheveled figures within. "Chief, one box is missing," one officer reported, leading to another round of bewildered expressions. "Did it fall off along the way?" "Brother, what does future wife mean?" little Wukong asked during their journey. "It refers to your son's spouse." "What is a spouse? Is it delicious?" "It varies from person to person." Soon, by the seaside woods, a raft constructed from sturdy trees appeared, together with little Wukong. They pushed the raft into the sea, while Cowizel tossed all the packages onto it and grandly declared, "Set sail. Let the journey begin." With a splash, the 2 brothers leaped into the sea, propelling their raft swiftly towards the distant ocean. At the classroom of Shidu High School, the teacher stood at the front, fervently lecturing from the textbook, while the students below exhibited a spectrum of engagement. Some listened attentively, others daydreamed, some dozed off, and a few were engrossed in their phones, indulging in flirtations. Among the daydreamers was Buma, who rested her chin on her right hand, gazing out at the azure sky and the fluffy white clouds. feeling utterly bored to the core. The teacher's incessant droning buzzed in her ears, amplifying her irritation. With her current knowledge, she could easily construct a robot from scraps. Thus, she found the school curriculum entirely uninteresting. Were it not for the peculiar notion that attending school at her age would seem odd, she would not have graced this redundant place with her presence. Uma had never taken an exam, as she was accustomed to hacking into the school's administrative system to alter her grades. After all, the school only disclosed whether students passed or failed, without revealing actual scores. Ah, how dull it is. If only something exciting would happen. The girl resigned herself to resting her head on the desk and drifting off to sleep. The day was splendid by the sea, with gentle winds and bright sunshine. Indeed, Turtle House enjoyed such weather year-round. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Oh dear, how perfect! Came a cacophony of lewd and raucous laughter from the small window of Turtle House. The voice, though aged, resonated with vigor, seemingly belonging to a rather lascivious old man. Brimming with energy, the old sea turtle lay languidly on the beach outside the window, expressionless as it listened to the raucous sounds emanating from within. After centuries of enduring the lewd banter of Master Rashi, the current level of indecency was hardly alarming. Suddenly, the old sea turtle noticed something approaching the horizon. A shark? A sea monster? No, those fierce sea creatures had been dealt with by Master Rashi over a century ago. The waters within a 10-kilometer radius of Turtle House were long regarded as a no-go zone for such beasts, having been by Master Rashi's side for hundreds of years. And being a creature of the sea itself, the old turtle was well aware of this fact. It turned out to be a raft. Someone was indeed heading this way. The old turtle was astonished. Ever since Master Rashi had secluded himself in Turtle House, no one had ventured here, as no one knew that the once great martial arts master resided on this dilapidated island. The old turtle turned back to call out to Master Rashi, who was engrossed in some television program. Master Rashi, it seems someone is approaching. Ah, I see them, came the response from the distant sea. At this moment, Cavasil sat poised upon the wooden raft, his right hand resting on his forehead, gazing intently at a small island emerging in the distance. Indeed, behind the raft, the exuberant little Wukong, frolicking in the sea, abruptly ceased his antics, plunging headfirst into the water with a resounding splash. Moments later, he surfaced before the raft, also shielding his eyes from the sun, and was delighted to spot a peculiar little cottage ahead. At last, they had arrived. The bare-skinned Wukong clambered onto the raft, retrieved a clean set of clothes from a plastic bag, and secured his Rui Bang upon his back. Let us go, Cavasil called out. Whoosh, whoosh. The two brothers, undeterred, leapt from the raft even though they were still some distance from the cottage, executing an astonishing jump, landing with a satisfying thud. Hello, are you the turtle hermit? Wukong inquired cheerfully of the old sea turtle. Kawizir, upon hearing the aged voice of the turtle hermit, emerged from his dwelling, leaning on a wooden staff. This little fellow possesses quite a formidable aura, the turtle hermit discerned, immediately recognizing Kawizir, the master of martial arts, whose energy radiated vibrantly. He then noticed something else. Ah, is that not the Rui Bang? The turtle hermit exclaimed in astonishment, spotting the vividly red staff on young Wukong's back. What relation do you two have to Sun Wufan? Our grandpa is named Sun Wufan. Old sir, do you know him? Wukong inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. At this, the turtle hermit adjusted his sunglasses, a flicker of white light reflecting off the lenses as he replied, I am the turtle hermit, and your grandfather, Sun Wufan, was my disciple. You are the turtle hermit? Wukong gasped, turning to glance at the old sea turtle lying nearby. Greetings, Master Wu Tian. Our grandfather mentioned you before he passed, which is why we have come to seek your guidance, Kawizir stated politely. I am Kawizir, and this is my younger brother, Sun Wukong. Passed. The turtle hermit fell silent for a moment, despite having lived for several centuries and having long since grown indifferent to life and death. The loss of his esteemed disciple brought a twinge of sorrow. I see. In that case, you may stay here with me. With a sigh, the turtle hermit shook his head and turned back toward his abode. Brother, is this old gentleman even more powerful than our grandpa? Wukong asked. He's our grandfather's master. So what do you think? Wukong pondered deeply, recalling the image of that elderly man who often seemed unperturbed while effortlessly besting him. With a serious nod, he declared, indeed, he must be extraordinarily powerful. Let us go, Kawizir said, patting Wukong on the head. We must strive to train harder from now on. Of course. Wukong replied energetically as he followed his brother into the turtle hermit's dwelling. Synopsis. In summary, this is a tale of a young boy who, After fortuitously traversing time to become the Kaioshin of the East 75 million years ago, indulges in a life of leisure and enjoyment, only to inadvertently save the entire universe in the end.